stream on, but I haven't, so whoops. I'm unnecessarily late for the YouTube stream because I thought I already clicked that button, but I didn't. Pearl Harbor is pretty crazy, in fact. Hold on, I'm just gonna grab my water. It's right here. I am a mess today, guys. Absolute mess. Your grandfather invented the catapult that launches planes off of aircraft carriers? Really? Wow. I've read about that. Wait, like actual catapult, or do you mean like the magnetic thing that like launches them forwards? Like, is this the thing that's standard now, or is this like some other invention that was actually like a catapult? Because both of those are awesome, but... Wait, so which side was your grandpa on in Pearl Harbor, Spork? You think it's still standard? That's wild, dude. That's kind of crazy. Wow. Your grandpa's like the... How do I put this? Like the Da Vinci of aircraft carriers. Aircraft carriers are cool. Like, I try to avoid, like, military tech stuff, because these days it's just too real and a bit distressing. But aircraft carriers are fucking cool. Like, I can't... There's still, like, this little childish ooh about aircraft carriers. Same with, like, battleships. Battleships are pretty cool. Yeah, no, I know what we're talking about. Yeah, yeah. He was in high school in Hawaii, but the Japanese Americans were imprisoned during the war because of racism. Oh, okay, I understand what you're saying now. Okay, so my parents tell this story because he was still alive when my parents bought their first house. My parents' first house was in Richmond, BC, on a patch of land that would have been worth hundreds of millions potentially dollars now if they'd kept it, because of where it is. But that's a different story. They didn't. They bought it for like $20,000 and then sold it for like 60 or something. But their first house and their first mortgage was in Richmond, and pretty close to where they lived there was this little house, which I think is a museum now, but there was this little house kind of in the middle of a farm field. And the dude was apparently under house arrest. And apparently was under house arrest for most of his life. The reason for this was during World War II, as the story goes, he was very German. And extraordinarily pro-German. And apparently when World War II broke out, he covered his house in German flags and swastikas, right? Like, you know, lovely stuff, as you do. And supposedly, he was like an older gentleman at the time. And the local authorities' way to combat this was just simply to lock him in his house and build a wall around his house and don't let him out. Because they figured that was more humane and smarter than just arresting him. Because he was apparently causing active problems for everybody around him. And so they would bring him food, and he had his yard. He could do what he wanted. His family could visit him. And try and convince him to stop being so nuts, but like couldn't deal with it, and supposedly he lived there for the rest of his life in a house with a small wall around it, which wasn't that big, and the house is still there. You can go visit it. It's a museum now, but like, it's always like kind of it's the first thing that comes to mind now whenever people a bit more. I think he just got banned actually. It's just kind of interesting to me whenever I hear about, did they at least take the flags down? I mean, I'll be honest, I've never been. I've driven past it. I've seen it from the outside. There's no visible flags on the outside. The wall isn't there anymore. Or the fence is more of what it was. But like, he was a senior. I don't know. What are you going to do? He was cranky old grandpa. Like, what are you going to do? Put him in a prison? Like, Nah, he'll just die in prison. That's inhumane. So just lock him in his house. Which is why, like, whenever we talk about controversial figures these days, I'm like, lock him in their golf course. Don't let him out. Just let him stay there. It's fine. Let him be. Yeah, exactly. Cranky old Nazi grandpa. Pretty much. There was probably a lot of those. Like, let's be honest. But, like, it's always the first thing that comes to mind, right? Like, because, like, my mom dealt with a shit ton of prejudice in high school because my mom had a German accent, right? Like, she lived with my Oma and her mom and her Oma. And her dad had a German accent. So everybody had a German accent. And my mom's last name was very German, which she has since changed because she took my dad's last name, which is very Dutch, which is my last name. But, like, my mom dealt with a lot of that shit in high school. And it's kind of funny to me just, like, hearing about, like, oh, you know, people from this place were in prison because of this, or kids were rounded up because, like, they had this heritage, or just because racism, like you said, in World War II. And I'm sitting here going, like, yeah, so in Canada, they just built a fence around the guy's house and just let him live there. What's my last name? I'm not going to tell you my last name because there's, like, nobody on the internet with my last name. You can figure it out if you search for it, but I don't like to say my last name on the internet because it's like, you'll immediately just be able to find my dad's LinkedIn. So, I'm not going to tell you my last name, but it is very Dutch. It's so Dutch that it gets fucked up by airports. Like, airports can't get my name right. To the point where, like, I've had password problems. The Twitch memory leak? What? Twitch's memory leak? Beg your pardon? Stonecoat! I totally missed that resub, by the way. Thank you very much for the 17th month! Welcome back! Wait, the money leak? I'm confused. What are we talking about? I mean, I always just say that German sounds like angry people, and Dutch sounds like German people with a cold. So, I did take German classes for about a year when I was younger, and I just remember the teacher shouting, "More phlegm! More phlegm! No, you must use more phlegm!" And I'm just kind of going, oh yeah. Phlegm. 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 You know? Phlegm. I'd make a Hawk to a joke, but that would be in poor taste these days. Flan is more tasty. Yeah. Twitch chat taught me what flan is. Fun fact, Spark of Death. You're from Germany, and when you first moved to Ohio in the late 2000s, you were in elementary school and was really confused why everyone kept asking you if you were a Nazi or related to Hitler. Oh no, I'm so sorry. So I'm gonna be real. I bet they had a fun time. Meaning not at all fun. I mean, like, you know, my mom and dad got married in '79, so in their early 20s. Yeah, my mom had a hard time. Do I do any writing ever? Like, I mean, I write on my blog, but I guess I'm not sure what you mean by write. I don't do any fiction, if that's what you're asking. I mean, there's a lot of people in Germany, and a lot of people vamoosed Germany pretty quickly. Do I script my videos? Not really. I bullet point my videos. So, like, I usually go into making a video with a rough idea of what I want to do, and then, excuse me, then I'll review the footage, which is I put it on, like, 15 times speed and mute it, and then just kind of, like, remind myself of everything that happened, and then bullet point things that I want to cover from that fort, and then I rewatch the footage of approximately what I'm going to put into the video, and then I ad-lib over it until I get something that works for what I'm trying to do. But I basically do a rough outline. I don't do word-for-word scripting, though, no. It's almost like, okay, this is gonna be grim, so sorry in advance. Please dodge if it scares you, but I have a feeling post-American expats are gonna be pretty common lineage in about 40 years. Drovin, thanks for the 32nd month. Also, Jess, thanks for the 59th month. Thanks for being my friend, Jess. Cheers. Hope life's been okay.
Hello there. Thanks for being my friend, Crypt Happy.
You grew up being told how deep our German roots are from the mid-1800s, etc., etc. Fun fact, in the safety deposit, in my parents' safety deposit box, we have a Tsar coin, a German Tsar coin, on a necklace, because supposedly my Oma's Oma was the cousin of the descendant of the Tsar, which is like, hurts my brain to say that out loud, but a lot of reasons for leaving Ireland as well. Easily the second biggest claim to ancestry was born in Ulster when the bombings were getting common. I mean, that's when my grandma left, but she came to Canada instead of the US. Hungary to the USA, and then Vamoose to USA to Canada, BC born and raised. Hello! Hi from Victoria. What's up? Do I have a tomato plant? I have too many. Okay, so let's talk about some Dwarfboard for a minute here. Did you miss much? Not really. Nothing video game related, Necro. Anyway, just babbling about family trees and houseplants, mostly. Yeah, that's scary. Otters. All right, so 3 things are happening right now. First off, Twitch chat. Just as a reminder to everybody, we stream on 2 platforms. So we stream on Twitch and YouTube. Which means, essentially, I prefer you type in the Twitch chat because you'll get faster responses and more consistent chittery chat back from me. But if you would like to support the YouTube stream at no cost to you, there's a link. If I could ask you kindly to please go leave a like on the YouTube stream. There's currently 35 people watching on YouTube and 10 likes on that stream. And then here on Twitch, we have 173. And we don't have a like button here, so you can't like it. No likes for you. But, you know, if you want to lurk in both, that helps. And that also goes for you, YouTube folks. If you want to lurk in both streams, that does help me the most. Chat where you feel comfortable. And just remember, you'll probably get a faster response from the Twitch chat. Because I find it easier to read, for one thing. And it's also generally busier over here. Because I have to have subscribers only on YouTube. Otherwise, it is just a nightmare. Is your door still there? Yes, January. Now, we are starting a new fort today. Okay? There's nothing wrong with the current fort on paper. It is a totally fine fort. But I'm bored shitless of it. I've had some fun, like the water calamities were interesting and the construction of it was good. Let's just dive in here real quick. But Surprise Town for me has kind of run its course. I don't find the goal of... I don't find the, like, challenge, I guess, actually not goal, of no alerts to be particularly interesting. It does make things a little bit harder to follow, and I've missed some moods, but it hasn't really gotten to a point where it's difficult in any way. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to spend 5 minutes cleaning this fort up and finishing it. And then we're going to make some adventurers. And we're going to come visit this fort. And we're going to call that the wrap-up. Because to me, it turns out that, at least for me, running a fortress with, just a, for lack of a better term, no alerts doesn't actually make the game that much harder at all. It just makes me overly cautious, which I think is a little bit boring. And I've had a good time with this fort. And I think that, I hope that you have as well. How about you set up a tavern for mermaids? I'm not going to do that because you need mermaids to spawn. I don't want to intentionally bring out the worst in my entire chat room because that's all that does, really. When you encourage things like mermaids and stuff, you just genuinely bring out the worst in people, and I don't want to do that. I've said this many times, but I'm sad that I have to continue saying it. There are things that just make chat unpleasant. And mermaids are one of those things. I don't want chat to be unpleasant, so I'm not going to encourage that. I want to like the people I'm entertaining with my stream, not hate them, okay? So, just, if you have to ask the question, it's not worth explaining. Just some eggs in a pot. Drovin, spoilers. I'm not going to do anything with oceans, okay? You can keep suggesting things, but I'm not doing anything with oceans. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the last of these primeval stone items. I think I have an amulet somewhere. I'm going to stick them in this room. And I'm going to also just check around for artifacts and things and see if there's anything interesting lying around. And move stuff to areas where it's accessible, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to exterminate the Forgotten Beasts in the basement so that they don't kill my adventure when I arrive. What's the deal with the primeval stuff? They're magical items that were that I stole from magical sites is what they are. And I'm going to exterminate the Forgotten Beasts so they don't kill my adventure when I arrive, because there's several in the basement. And then I'm going to retire this fort, okay? That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. No alerts plus no pausing. No pausing is not possible because half of the menus in the game pause the game. I'm not going to do that. Simply put, no alerts wasn't a fun challenge for me. I didn't find it challenging, and pausing isn't really mechanically possible in Dwarf Fortress unless I were to just do another follow one dwarf thing, because most of the menu, like if you go to tell your squads to move, this pauses the game. Right? Like, no pausing isn't really a thing that you can do. I don't find this challenge fun, so you could listen to me, or I can keep saying, no, I'm not going to do that. It's your choice. So, I'm going to retire this fort. And that's that. What I'm going to do with the next fort is we're going to play in the same world and part of the same faction. I do like this faction because it is this weird, like, they have one tower, and then I guess now this fortress down here. There's a lot of fun nonsense in this world and a lot of wars happening. And what we're going to do is we're going to go find somewhere that's interesting, potentially a volcano, potentially a location over here, potentially a location down here, maybe somewhere haunted, maybe not. I'm going to turn the alerts back on, and I'm going to retire the adventurers here. Then we're going to go find a location. And the location that we select is then going to immediately be retired. I'm going to then go collect my adventurers, bring them to that location, and retire them there. And then we're going to reclaim that fortress. And the new fortress has a rule. Within 5 years, I have to be at war with every single person I can possibly be at war with. I'm not going to do bedrooms, with the exception of nobles. All the dwarves are going to sleep in a dormitory. Every single dwarf is going to be added to the military. And we're going to have rotating squads. That's what we're going to do. I'm not going to build a fort around trying to specifically acquire certain types of animal people or anything nonsense like that. And I'm not going to do another ocean one because, we just did that. So I need to change it up. Chat keeps telling me to go to war with everybody. It's not really practical in this fort. I'm bored of this fort, and so that's what we're going to do. If that works for you, let's not make it suck, Rouge McDuck. If that works for you, that's cool. Otherwise, if it doesn't, complain to somebody else, because that's what we're doing. So let's unpause the game. The doors in the fort currently are Jack the Knights are slow, Romanoid, as well as Snail, and also, of course, we've got Haggard and Glibjo Mama, and Darius Cardrin, Emily, and of course we have Cthulhu Crafting, Wolf, and Bismuth, as well as some otters, and got a lot of migrants yesterday. Burton, and KYZYL. We also have Fakio, Oblivion, probably missing somebody, Hilmar, and P. Alex. That's everybody. But the first thing I'm going to do before I do anything is I'm going to save and continue playing, which is Surprise Town, whatever, before retire, in case anybody wants to save. Also, the game that we're in an ad break anyway, so it's a good timing for this. And assign his wife's artifact to him? He won't equip it while he's in the squad. At least I've never successfully managed to make them equip jewelry by even with manually equipping it. I can make him into like a broker or something. And then assign it to him there, if you like. Some others. I have no idea, January. You need to remember I've played this game for over a decade, so I have no idea. Like, I could not tell you. Dozens? Yeah, you should update that, Necro. You keep trying to learn DF without my help, you would be completely lost. With the Steam version, one of the biggest enemies the controls and graphics is defeated, and it's much more fun to get into DF. I'm happy that you've been having an enjoyable time getting into Dwarfort. I'm actually going to have Miner and Pick squads. I think the Miner and Pick squads will Miners and, what's it called? Miners and Woodcutters will likely just end up being wrestlers. And, I mean, I'm going to have to cycle squads in and out, right? So if I have to, like, micromanage stuff, we'll do it. But, yeah. All right. You had to tell your wife IRL about that artifact. You thought it was cool, which is first. I mean, it's something I've never seen before, so. The question is, where is that artifact? There it is. So let's go here to some otters. We'll just make you into the broker. I'm gonna assign it to you. Does anybody else have any final requests if your dwarf is still alive? You may also arrive in the next fort, so do keep that in mind. There you go. And we'll enable dwarf naming and stuff when we get into the next fort. How are you doing? So I got bad news, Enter Bunny. You died in the siege, attacking the goblins. I do in fact have a magic maul, yeah, and also a magic greatstone battle axe. I'm thinking that my adventurers, because I seem to recall checking the adventurers that were available in this world. I want to say that there are bearmen adventurers. Uh-oh, we're getting attacked by goblins. And if I'm remembering correctly on that, then we should probably... let's go here. Bring those. Goblins is arriving. Well, I guess we'll need a last hurrah for the defenses. Let's see if I can pull this. Uh-oh. Maybe not. Maybe not. Nope. Alright, well, we'll just have to send the squads in. That is the most efficient goblin siege we've had. They just, like, came straight in. The military are going to deal with them pretty handedly, I think. Looks like that's the case. You know, also it's trading season, so we could actually grab a Baron in a pretty quick period of time here. Let's just open this up. Rest of the goblins are going to come in this way, probably, when this opens. Yep. The baby was definitely being carried by Mum on the front lines, yeah. These goblins are leaving. Let's make sure that, yeah, neither of them got anything of value. Is that all of them? Not quite. Let's wait for this guy to be down in there. I will say that Enter Bunny did die trying to rescue dwarves from the goblin fortress that you were attacking, so. But the fight went poorly, unfortunately. All right. Goblins are sealed in. And we're gonna drown them. I mean, isn't that just normal toddlers? War toddlers? Waddlers, we call them. The Waddler Squad. They're here to waddle and never dawdle. There's something else I gotta do while the game's paused here. War Toddler is the evolution of Squirtle? Wait, actually? They drowned pretty quick. So now I can go over here. All this. Let's also close this. That's closed. This should close. Then we can drain the whole thing. How are we all doing today? Doing all right? Doing all right. We're starting a new fort in a minute here. We're going to retire this fort as soon as this siege is done, more or less. All right, checking down here. So our haul for legendary artifact or legendary magical items are we have a bracelet, a ring, 2 amulets, and a great axe and a maul. So I'm thinking at least 3 adventurers. Also, the music stopped suddenly. I'm hearing the Forgotten Beast music playing. Oopsies. But I'm not seeing any Forgotten Beasts. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this lever. We're going to move this Forgotten Beast over just slightly. Actually, instead of doing that, let's cancel this. I'm going to catch it in its own trap. Oh! Oh my, hello. The Tome of Rock, eh? Neela, the Cyclops. Has no items. Has 116 notable kills. And killed one of my dogs. Would you look at that? Fancy that, chat. Well, I guess I'll just tell my squads to go deal with it. The dwarves are moving forwards through the artifact door journey, and it seems that the baby's being carried by Shorast, who is actually somehow his spouse. As for the Cyclops, it says, death is all around us. I feel very uneasy. If I pause this and unpause, my dwarves miss it. Cyclops punches the Mace Dwarf in the eyelid, but the attack glanced away. The Cyclops punches the Marks Dwarf in the upper leg, bruising the skin. Marks Dwarf misses. A bunch of dwarves are missing, actually, and Cyclops says, death! It's all around us. Grabs the recruit by the second toe and starts twisting the toe. Lots of dwarves are missing the Cyclops. In fact, I think I already have a dead... So, some otters, I think your wife just died. Some otters, your wife just died. You're now a single father. Welp. She's been in the military for a while, too, which is kind of wild. Cyclops punched her in the left eyelid, but the attack glanced away. The force bends the neck, and the skull splits into gore. Damn. The baby won't. But I'm gonna have to, burrow the baby over here. Can't remember which one it was. I think it was Moldath. Looking for the baby. Oh, there it is. Nope, not you. Please tell me the baby didn't die as well. Okay, well, nope, she will. She absolutely will. I feel terrible. Oh, no, that's Moldath, not Deller. She's saying MAGA, which is a problem. Let's just not. Let's not. But Aw, that's much better. We'll go with that. I'm confused, DJ Grom, what? Haggard meets with the outpost liaison, and they say, let's discuss your situation. I can scarcely believe the good news. You want us to be a barony? I can think of no more perfectly fitting individual. Than some otters. No, it won't replace your beautiful wife, but, well, the good news is you have a position of power now. So, what kind of gear do I have? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop forging steel gear. But I'm going to keep making steel bars. And as part of those adventurers, we're going to bring a bunch of steel. We're going to bring some pack animals to that new fortress. Bring as many bars and things as we can carry. And maybe as much steel gear and stuff as we can carry. And we will let this sit until the world is the same as ever. And we will let this sit until the mayor, or until the barony takes over, which shouldn't take too long. I've opened this up down here, and I'm going to unlock this door. So this Forgotten Beast should... I was going to say, should get caught in his own cage trap, but I guess not. I guess he's not going to get caught in his own cage trap because, well... I should have thought of this, but he's going to be immune to his own webs. So I will instead lock him back in here. You cannot found a fort with adventurers, but you can retire adventurers in a fort that's been founded. So I will make some adventurers. I will adventure to this fort, retire them here after collecting all the gear that I want. Then I will reclaim them. And then once I've reclaimed them in this fort, I will then... Come on. There we go. Now, avert your eyes if you don't like cheating. Yes, I'm cheating, but this is for adventurers because I don't want to kill this. Oh. Because these will all be released if I retire the fort here. All right, there we go. So, beasts are all dead. And now, we've got trading. We don't quite have a baron yet, so we'll wait. No, they'll just be released. Because it puts them somewhere random on the map. It doesn't matter if they're in a cage or not. It doesn't matter if they're anywhere else. They will just be somewhere random on the map, and I don't want to deal with that. So, I realize this is just me kind of being like, well, this is easier. Because it is. I am retiring this fort, and I'm prepping it to be retired. There's no other way to get rid of them other than killing them. I mean, I could drop them under a drawbridge and just crush them, but that's just... Nah. I don't want to do that, if I'm being honest with you. Tomb worthy of a noble wife. I mean, she got thrown in with the rest of the tombs. I think she would have wanted it that way. I'm trying to think, what other items should we bring from here? What, the wife dying? Bastet? So for those of you who don't know, some otter's wife, Shorast, made a artifact ring and dedicated it to her husband. Just for reference. And some otter's was her husband. And then she goes and dies to a Cyclops, kind of surprisingly, because she was pretty a successful military dwarf. I did an accent? I just have a stuffed nose. I ain't doing no accents, my friend. But okay. Truly is romantic and also tragic. Oh, didn't I have an artifact hammer? Hold on. Pretty sure this fortress has an artifact hammer. Yeah, sometimes they dedicate them to a relative out in abundance. And in that case, the relative just happened to be her husband. And it was just kind of perfect because it was a ring, you know? But yeah, the biggest victory of this fort was surviving the Great Flood. To me. That was the greatest victory of this fortress. But the fort has run about as long as I wanted it to run. And like I said earlier today, I'm just bored of this fort. I just want to do something else. So we're going to go turn the alerts back on, move to a new fort, and then do something else. Maybe at some point we'll return here, but not super likely. Not super likely as I see it. So today the plan is we are going to retire this fort. YouTube chat, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Likes make the stream go round. Let's say toy. Yeah, we did have a toy quartzite battle axe, toy axe artifact. There's also this, which is kind of neat. We stole a Galana scepter. We could grab that as well. There's also tons of books. I mean, geez. Also, it looks like we just got a migrant wave. Yes, we did, in fact. Bronze warhammers, spore tree training spears. Scroll down. We'll buy the cheese, steel chain leggings, and yeah, we'll just do that. It's not sharp at all. It's a toy. It's like a training axe. It's non-lethal. I mean, you could probably bludgeon somebody to death with it if that's what you're actually asking. But man, I kind of want to bring this statue with me. It's just such a cool color because it's bismuth. You're a bit scared. I mean, they're doctors. That is very normal biology class stuff. It's kind of heavy, though. It's just stuff. I mean, I'm trying to have some continuity here. So I'm going to bring pack animals, and we're going to move this stuff. Wait, buddy, drop it. I'm also going to put a steel statue here of the militia commander of this fortress. Because one, it was commissioned by a viewer, and two, because I think that it would be kind of fun to bring a steel statue as a memory of this fortress. We could also bring the artifact door. Nah, we'll leave the door. They should keep their door. Are you trying to tell me, chat, that you guys don't bring, like, random artifacts from one fort to another? Sometimes you gotta break a few eggs, yada yada. Yep, no, totally. Good news is some otters is really happy. And the baby is, you know, not the happiest. Sad at somebody's death. Unexpected death of somebody. Was truly unexpected. Was truly unexpected. I mean, anything that you bring with you in adventure mode from one fortress to another fortress is then left in the new fortress when you arrive, so... Ooh, I could bring a silver whip. Let me throw that on there. Also some swords. You just have to be really cautious to not lose them. Is the big deal. Chat, do you guys happen to know off the top of your head how big are bear people? I have to make gear specifically for them, yeah? Six X times a dwarf? Okay, so I do have to make them specific for their size. Let's just say, I can't remember if they're polar bear people or grizzly bear people, so let's just gamble a little bit here and say grizzly. I mean, what Elfie said, you gotta pick up your artifacts. You gotta. My manager's over here listening to a story and not fulfilling orders. Dude, I need you to fulfill your orders. Ah, there we go. So let me just make sure that you get to keep your ring. And, ooh. Well, Bedroom ain't high enough val. Ooh, actually, I wonder. Did you know that it can be an engraver guild and also the Baron's chambers? Because I didn't know that. I do now, though. That's kind of awesome. I need to do that more often. I mean, this is a dining hall, right? So I just assigned this to my Baron, and it's still left as a dining hall. Also, I need 2 slabs. Oh shit, we're in an ad break. I thought it was just counting down. Marilyn Buff, thanks for the 29th month. Welcome back. Check, can I get a couple beers for that? So we're going with the middle and hoping that I'm right. Although I could also make some polar bear stuff. Because I can't remember if it's polar bear man or grizzly bear man. Actually, what I can do, this isn't cheating at all. I'm gonna go check my archive. Let me find out. I'm just gonna go skim through a VOD. Let's go back to the last New Fort VOD. Just mute myself. Nope, that is VOD 2. All right, well, can't find VOD number 1. Let's go here then. Past broadcasts. Okay, there we go. So I went through Legends for a little bit. Then I embark. Here, I'll show you what I'm going through. Did I not check the adventurer? I thought I did. I'd swear that I did. Maybe it was before I went into Oh, there it is. I see it. There it is. Pause. Okay, so we've got Rhino Men. I don't want to do those because they're grazers. There's Grizzly Bear Men and Polar Bear Men. So we're good with the Grizzlies. We are good with the Grizzlies. Yeah, because I'm going to take all this stuff to a new fortress. So we are good with Grizzly Bears. So I'm thinking we do a Dwarven Adventurer and 2 Grizzly Bear Men? Maybe a singular Polar Bear Man? What do you think? We're going to use them to start the military for the new fort. And also with the side goal of none of them can die. Or at least one of them. We'll select one of them who can't die. Maybe the dwarf. This is not based on Korea. This is just a coincidence. It does kind of look like a similar landmass, though. I don't think Korea has any polar ice caps in it. Let's do 2 grizzly bears, man. Are those angels? No. Those are necromancer experiments. I don't think there's any playable angels in this map. All right, so let's just go into here and then type in large. Guess they haven't made any of that stuff just yet. No, we do in fact have large steel helm. Oh, there it is. Large steel helm. And then let's go breastplate. Haven't done any of those. Greaves. Also haven't made any of those. Just the one helm. There's a second helm now. Okay, so 2 large steel helms. I did say polar, not northerners. And also, yeah, that's how the planet works, thanks. Zildy, thank you very much for converting that Prime sub to a tier 1. I do get a higher percentage of that, so that means a lot. Okay, we're making a breastplate. We've made one of the large breastplates. And this one now is making greaves. You down here are making that breastplate. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you. All right, so let's jump up here. Yeah, I don't know how accessible steel is going to be in the next location, so. Now we're just waiting for 2 sets of greaves. Set number 1's just done. Although I'm going to, yeah, I'm probably going to want to find the new fort location first. Yeah, we're going to want to find the new fort location first. But yeah, I don't use any real-world seeds or anything. KY. So any similarities is purely a coincidence and not intentional. You're making me some steel greaves. And what do you think, Chaz? Is there anything else I should make while I'm here with this adventurer party? Really quite like that statue of fire snakes, but it's very heavy. Dwarves are telling a story. What story are you telling, Dwarf? Or no, you're reciting poetry. The turquoise and nothing more is an example of the lutes of pantomiming. The work has no particular subject, and the writing is full of force. I can't make capes but I could make robes. cloth robe. Well, I queued up robes now, so I don't think I can make cloaks. Let's do cloth. Apparently I can do cloth cloaks, by the way. I lied. Robes and cloaks. You probably toss a minecart in? Oh, you toss it in a minecart. Well, I was just gonna bring, like, several horses. Or other pack animals. Maybe, like, rhinos or something. Or bears. Because the bear people will probably be of elvish descent. But the reason I'm bringing the bear people is I feel like they would be good to give the axe and the maul to. That's the reason I'm bringing them. Linen cloth with red root dye. Ooh, fancy. Lulu Dancing, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Then cloaks. That's some fancy pigtail cloth down there. And then there's a large hemp cloak. So now we just need to wait for those. What do you think? Anything else? I'll just plunk down one of these. Oh. Just fill it up with large gems or something. Just like, you know, mementos. Little mementos. Actually, you know what I could do? I could put some nice backpacks on there. Seems like the dwarves are heading out. Trading time is complete. We've also got swords. Let's also go hammer. Mace, maybe. Let's grab that silver mace. It's a really nice mace. Let's bring that fancy rose quartz if I can. The large jasper opal if I can. The large emerald onyx. Maybe the large sapphire too. I have no idea where that even is, but we'll throw them into there. And then I will plop one down here. Oops, once these are done. Do need another pedestal. I'm just going to make a pedestal and then cover it in, like, bars. Just rock bars. There is no way to heal your adventurers without using the magic potions in adventure mode. So the simple answer is no, you cannot make a plaster bone cast. It's actually one of my biggest complaints, and one of the things I hope gets addressed the most is just like traditional medicines, even if they're not that effective, like just something. Like, let me stop my own bleeding. Actually, something I should do is I should make a pedestal full of Coke and a pedestal full of bars. And I'm also thinking about the embark location. I think we should embark with almost nothing. I'm thinking just food and no pickaxes, nothing else. So I'll bring everything from here. Just kind of like as a funsies thing. What do you think? Watch the location get, like, taken over before I have time to even actually get there. That could happen. Just drink some honey and yuckweed stem. I'll get right on that. I'm actually kind of surprised there isn't, like, a direct Caves of Cud reference in Dwarf Fortress. And vice versa. You know, like, just add yuckweed in and make it, like, I don't know, have an effect or something. Coke. And let's say 2 steel picks. Then we need this one. And then this will just be steel and iron and pig iron. You know, I know it's not as accurate to real life, but I kind of wish Coke was just called coal. Because having to explain to people what Coke is constantly is a wee bit exhausting. I'm not gonna lie. It is a bit exhausting. And then steel bars. Iron bars. This I wish had a select all button. By the way, you can put as many items as you want on a pedestal. There is no limit. Just a heads up, in case you didn't know. It's just a matter of waiting for them to put them all there. Put all of your ore and flux on a single pedestal. I mean, it is an efficient way to move stuff. I'd be lying if I said it was anything else. All right. What else do I have for bars just lying around? Don't need all that lead. I'll bring the 1 electrum bar if I can. That'll be it. And now we wait. Because they won't do those simultaneously. They'll only do them one at a time, I think. Yep. Put item on display, right? So now we can see this dwarf. Run up this way. Go grab an item and then go put it on display. One at a time. Although oddly enough, I could just leave them in those stockpiles and then just pick them up, but that's no fun. All right, chat. I think I will wait until those picks are on here, is what I will do. And then we are going to retire this fortress. It's a public holiday here. Yeah, I mean, it's not in Canada. Our Labor Day is in the other end of the year. I'm just making sure nobody's holding the pickaxes so that they can get assigned and placed. I'm pretty sure a pick is a hammer. I think. That or it's like shields where it's just a miscellaneous object. These also may not be accessible. That is also a possibility. No, mining skill is what they use to hit things, but they gain more than one skill. I mean, every combat skill trains more than one skill, for reference. Like as an example, gelding trains dodging and also fighting. Mining also is connected to another thing, but it's a combination of things. Like a dwarf with mining skill, this legendary miner, their accuracy with the pick if they are set as a miner is mining, but if you assign a pickaxe to a dwarf in a squad, they will not train mining, they will train something else. But if a dwarf is wielding a pickaxe, the higher their, just as a miner, the higher their mining skill is, the more accurate they will be with the pickaxe. All right, we're just going to call this. All right, so as a reminder, I do, in fact, have a hard save of this fort, so I can share it if you guys want it. But we are going to retire this fortress. They also trained up wrestling. Did they train up miscellaneous object? Because I'd swear it was considered a blunt trauma weapon, so they should also train, like, either hammer or mace. Because, like, when I had a dual shield squad, they only trained up miscellaneous object, which is hilarious, by the way, because the second they lose one of their shields, they just start throwing random stuff and grabbing, like, random stuff in the vicinity. So, chat, it's time for a round of beers. Pour one out for Surprise Town. The very surprising town. Wiki says it's edge typed bonus based on mining skill. Well, okay, well, then, that's knowledge I don't have apparently that I thought I did. They were legendary miners and mid-tier wrestlers. Yeah, I don't like using picks as combat weapons, I'll be honest. I don't like doing it. But we might have to in this fort. And then for YouTube chat, just, post the beer emoji. Or hit the party button a couple times. I mean, those two events were years apart. Some otters. Years apart. And RXN thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. YouTube folks, can I get post something or click the party button, and Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? We got a new YouTube member. It's like $1.60 or something I get from that, I think. The base tier of my YouTube stuff is very cheap. All right, so now I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to try this. I think this should work. If I exit out of the game and go to... Actually, hold on. I'm going to disappear for a second. All right. If I exit out of the game and I go to perfs and I go to announcements.txt and delete it, it should default everything. Let's see. Yes, it does. So now that that's done, I'm going to also go down to here. I like to know when people are elected and who's elected. And where's I also like to know if a citizen is kidnapped. And where's merchants? I mean, there's these. Merchants leaving soon, merchants leaving now, pet loses owner. Pet adopts owner. Citizen death. Berserk. No migrants. Migrants, this one. And I think that should be everything. I'll think of something else later. All right, so let's start a game in an existing world, which is The Mythical Realms. Yeah, if you follow the stream, you do have to refresh, usually on most web browsers. In order to actually, what's the word? There's something I'm going to do before we go into adventure mode, though. Or actually, before we go and find a new location. That is, I'm just going to click on Legends, and I'm going to export Legends real quick. Yeah, I mean, like, even Zach and Tarn have talked about this, where, like, a lot of the beauty of Dwarf Fortress is just how do I put this? Messy some parts of it are, I guess. So now the order of operations is pretty simple. We find a new embark, we set up the new embark, and then we retire the new embark. So I'm going to pop open the bot real quick, and I'm going to go to commands, and I'm going to go to goal. And the goal will be Fortress founded in year 1059, so I don't forget. Go to war with everyone except myself, in brackets, and chat, which one of the adventurers can't die? I'm thinking the dwarven adventurer, because we're going to do 3. I'm going to do a dwarf and then 2 grizzly bear men. Everyone joins the military. The dwarf? Okay. The dwarf can't die or the fortress ends. There we go. Goal has been updated. And then last fort. We're still exporting. It's going to take a while to export legends here. Head Punch is still ongoing. Which is true. Although I don't think I'm going to play that tomorrow. We'll see. There you go. Although we did play 9 years, or 9 years of that fort, which is like, based on like what people have said their average fort length in chat is, that's certainly like below average length or above average length. So, I mean, based on what people have said in my chat. Oh, did I miss spell accept? Did I use the wrong accept? I have a habit of doing that. All right, done. I mean, I'm really bad at accepting myself, so, you know. It's more of a subconscious thing than anything, you know. Okay, so now I'll update the titles, which says Short Adventure, then New Fort. But we will do the Embark first. All right, we should be good. Ads are coming to an end, Reno. Export Legends is done. Let's go find a new Embark site. So we need at least one type of military metal that can be made into armor and weapons. Copper's fine, but iron would be better. Is there any particular type of location you guys would like to see? Gold, silver, copper, lead. Yeah, ooh, what? Is that Haunted Ocean? Okay, that's a bit far from the shore. I'm thinking one biome would probably be better. We're at war with a bunch of stuff down here. Terrifying would be a bit of a pain in the ass. It does have iron, though. What's the elevation like here? Not too much variance. That looks like it might be a waterfall, though. Oh, that's sinister. Sinister ain't too bad. What I do need to do, though, is I need to make sure that we are in the right civilization. The Hammers of Dance is our civ, which has that one tower and this one fort down here. Which is, you know. Chat, if I were to say good or evil, what kind of biome are you more interested in seeing right now? Good or evil? Just curious. It's not necessarily going to change my decision, but... Spry Jungles. That's quite the tower. Maybe a bit far from things, though. I seem to recall finding a pretty steep cliff around here somewhere. I'm trying to remember where it was. Maybe I'm dreaming that. Also, I wonder. Just curious. It's got gold, silver, and lead in a fluxstone layer. Also wouldn't normally be embarkable. I don't really want to reclaim a fortress, but... What's this one? What's that? Yeah, no, they're all tiny. Somebody remind me what you need to make bronze. That's one that I always need to look up. Oh, this could be neat. Wait, hold on. So this is a tropical moist broadleaf forest that's untamed wilds. That could have some really fun animals in it. But because that's a moist tropical broadleaf forest that's untamed wilds, what's this? Oh my god. We have to settle here. Stone will know why. We have to settle in this terrifying forest, chat. I mean, we don't have to, but we should. The reason we should settle here is because stranglers exist in moist tropical broadleaf forests that are scary. I've never seen a strangler before. Let me just jump to the Dwarf Fortress wiki real quick. These are stranglers. They only exist in moist tropical broadleaf forests that are evil. Which is like a very long-winded way of saying, like, rainforest. But they are very rare four-armed humanoid creatures. They appear in groups of 3 and attack anything smaller than themselves, but despite being described as large, they are in fact smaller than dwarves. They may still pose a threat to civilians who provoke them, and while they have no real preference for strangling, they can and will scratch and bite their enemies. All stranglers are born with a legendary skill in climbing. I think it would be actually really fun. Oh man, this is the sort of animal that I would love to... They're four-armed, yeah. They're kind of a three-eyed purple people eater. Instead of that's a four-eyed purple people eater, right? That's the actual... I haven't heard that song in a very long time. But I feel like using DF hack to force these guys to join would be fun. If I could find them. If I could find them. It's one-eyed, one-horned? Okay, four-armed people. Whatever. Anyway, it's a purple people eater, basically. And shout-outs to this cool crayon drawing from Zach Tarn. It's one of the classics. Are they intelligent? Yeah, okay. Strangler... Okay, while they are humanoid in anatomy, and stranglers are not intelligent creatures, despite being smaller... Are they trainable? Because they're not intelligent? Like, what's their pet value? Oh, okay, they cannot be tamed. Although, can they not be tamed because they're small? Or because they're not intelligent? Or rather, not because they're not intelligent, but because they're not born at baby size. They're adult size at birth. So they can be trained, they just can't be tamed. But they're not war trainable. That might be fun. All right. Well, anyway, we'll leave that as a side goal, I think. If I find them. It's a big if. Let's try this location right here. Silver, copper, nickel. Oh man, silver, copper, nickel, lead. Okay. Let's see, what else do we have? It's iron and flux. Chat, what do we think is more important? Silver, copper, nickel, lead? Or iron and... or making steel? What do we value more here? Because those are kind of the two options we have. This one's haunted, this one's terrifying. This just has flux, no metal. Steel, of course. That's kind of what I'm thinking, yeah. This is gonna be tough. I'm not gonna beat around the bush, chat. This is gonna be tough. Let's do a quick embark right here. But first I'm just going to zoom out. Just make sure I'm the right civilization. I'm just going to do a test embark here and see what appears on the map. Oopsies. Oh, actually, shit, there's another one up here. What's the materials here? Or the elevation differences here. I'm kind of not really looking for a waterfall, but I'm just looking for something that isn't completely flat more than anything. Okay, let's just go right here. Wish us luck, chat. This is just going to be a test embark. But if this is satisfactory, we'll keep it. Let's unpause the game and see what starts to happen. Oh, shit. We're in late autumn, so the game may save. Let me just turn off saving for a sec. Well, that's pretty exciting regardless. It's raising nauseating filth. Oh, that's gonna suck. Only in one individual tile, though? There's also giant sponges and a stingray? I'm kind of surprised there's no undead or anything here, because this is like the middle of a terrifying area. Seems like the... Uh-oh. End of the season. The shitstorm tile? Pretty much, yeah. I just kind of want an idea of what's going on here. What the heck are those giant things? Giant saltwater crocodiles? Or as they call them in Florida, normal crocodiles? I don't know. They're giant saltwater crocodiles is what they are. You feel the crocodiles keep the undead at bay? True, they just kind of eat them before they can come back. Just waiting for the game to move towards the next season. Oh, they're the Aussie variant? Right. That or they're just a saltwater crocodile that fell into a pool of superhero acid. Let me just exterminate wild_boar. I'm doing this to see what else appears on the map. Okay, we got giant sparrows. Oh, that's gonna suck. Exterminate giant_sparrow. Captain Jack Sparrow, as they call him. And elephants. Well, this will be a very entertaining biome, fucking regardless of what happens. We got hippos, giant crocodiles, and elephants. More nauseating filth that's raining. And iguanas. Yeah, this is just Florida, minus the hippos. This is literally just Florida. Which is really interesting, because, like, we are literally in the middle of this. How deep is it? Oh, shit. So we're on layer 47? And it goes down to minus 12. Makes sense that it's terrifying then? Yeah, very, very accurate to real life Florida. I think my cat killed a lion tamarin. Uh-oh. Well, now it's actually raining nauseating filth. So let's see what happens when a dwarf touches the nauseating filth. Horrified when caught in freakish weather. Does it give you any effects? It just seems unpleasant. Mood destroying. Yeah, it's very, very, very low map. It's very close to sea level. I mean, it's still there's still like, I mean, it's 43, okay, so 41 is ground level, down to minus 12. So yeah, it's a pretty thin map, but that's not too uncommon for the way I generate worlds. I like your hair, dwarf. Okay, so they're not getting, like, sleepy or anything from the freakish weather. It's just horrible moods, which is fine. They already hate it here. Yeah, naturally. I mean, they're getting rained on by freakish weather. What else do we have? Anything else fun? Let's just exterminate hippo. What else we getting? Just seeing what other animals are on this map. Okay, well. Fix retrieve units. Elk birds, oh. Well, somebody's pissed. All right, cool. This looks like fun. This will be our spot. Chat, any complaints? Or stranglers, Florida, man. I don't know if we'll see stranglers. I mean, I didn't see any, I certainly didn't see any stranglers there. No bronze? I mean, we've agreed upon steel, right? I didn't see any bronze, like, or rather, I didn't see any tin anywhere. There was silver, copper, what was the other one? Nickel, silver, copper, lead, I think? A shame, this is true. I'm not going to disagree with you. Billion can't be used for weapons, though, so it's a bit redundant. That's where that embark was, right here. I could also try somewhere else along here. But this just has iron and steel. Yeah, it's silver, copper, nickel, lead. Silver, copper, nickel, lead are my other options. And then up here is it's all just iron. Iron und flux. So I could do another test embark up here and see what animals appear. But I quite like the megaflora that's down here in these regions. That's scorching? Holy shit. Some soil, light aquifer. Ooh, this has glass though. There's like no elevation changes though. I'm just gonna see what this looks like right here. Just a few tiles to the left, real quick. Goldbolt. That's a good name. Yeah, this also ain't bad. Let's see if it's the same weather. Yeah, it's the same animals, same weather, so this is pretty consistent. That's cool. This will be fun. It's a thick, tropical, moist, broadleaf forest that is also haunted. Or terrifying, rather. And it rains noxious weather. We need to get ourselves an alligator pet. Or a giant saltwater crocodile pet. They lay so many friggin' eggs, dude. Okay, so let's do the final embark then. So I'm thinking the only thing I'm going to give them for the embark is food. We're going to embark with literally nothing. Literally nothing. I'm bringing everything from the other fort with adventurers, is what I'm going to do. So I will be bringing picks. No anvil. No. I'm going to be bringing picks. And I'm going to be bringing stuff from the other fort with my adventurers. So we're going to go over here. Let's just go like... maybe like right there. The Hammers of Dance is the home civilization. Population at 240, most of which is in my old fort. And this is going to be our attempt to take back the land that was ours. Our war fortress. Let's go a little bit this way. No axe. Nothing. Nada. I'm bringing nothing. Absolutely mutton. Everything will be brought from the other fort. Let's prepare for the journey carefully. But we'll bring alcohol. We'll bring food. That's going to be our embark. I'm not going to bring any animals because my adventurers are going to bring animals. And for the dwarves, let's view them real quick. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Dreams of raising a family. Because this is going to be a war fort, I'm thinking these starting 7 dwarves are a squad. Dreams of mastering a skill, dreams of mastering a skill. Masterwork. Raising a family. So I'm just going to go to combat. And these are all going to be fighter, wrestler, dodger. Fighter, wrestler, why do I keep clicking Siege Engineer? Dodger. Fighter, wrestler, dodger. Wrestler, fighter, dodger. Dodger, wrestler, fighter. Fighter, wrestler, dodger. And lastly, dodger, wrestler, and fighter. Siege operator. We thought we could shoot the jungle, sir. I mean, you can actually shoot down trees. You just can't... how do I put this? You can shoot down trees, but you can't shoot down trees and get stuff from them. You used to be able to like get trees, like wood from trees by shooting them down, and then it wouldn't piss off the elves. It's kind of an old exploit. I'm thinking that are all these dwarves weaponsmiths? Or like some sort of smith? Like we could go with a weaponsmith, blacksmith, Be an armor smith, 2 of them. Then you could be a miner, and you could be a woodcutter. I have it as striker. Was I misclicking? I mean, we could just... Striker's fine. Fighter, striker. Oh, that's fine, actually. Fighter, striker, dodger's fine. Yeah. Just means I won't strangle as much. We do need to name the fortress, though. That's fine. Thanks for pointing it out, Googs. It was a misclick, though. Is strangle a, no, I mean, I don't think so, is it? Strangle is, I don't really want to put the word strangle in the name, though. Strange Bolt. So the last fortress was Surprise Town of the Hammers of Dance. This is a war-focused. I mean, how else are we going to strike the earth? You make a valid point here. Snow White Tower. It is rain. You need to remember it is raining puke. So that'll be rough for moods. And it's also a terrifying biome, which means we have to worry about wildlife agitation. Found the stream looking for dwarves. Chat, are there any dwarves here? Just checking. Is there? Bullboat? Eh. It's too hard to say. Bullboat Baggins. How about Strange Battle? Thankfully, all the dwarves are just three kobolds in a trench coat by that logic. Yes, there's plenty of dwarves. Actually, hold on. And, you know, I'm kind of sad that the zone isn't a word. Because I could name the fort Stalker. And then call the area the zone. But no, unfortunately. Battle Ball. That sounds like a flavor of the month toy from the early 2000s. Roadside picnic. I can tell you right now, picnic is not a word. I could call it the road pick, but that doesn't really quite work. How about, whoopsies. Man, this is... Vomit Brain! You know, Vomit Rain and both Vomit and Vomit Brain, both to me just sound like Cannibal Corpse songs and or albums. Actually, I kind of like the word filth. Filth Rain? I could name it Warcraft. I kind of don't want to name it Warcraft, though. Maybe we'll name our symbol Warcraft. Are you telling me the trees have eyes? That was a play on the hills of eyes. That movie scared the shit out of me when I was a little kid, and now as an adult, it's funny. Can you send me my? Can I send you my road pick in DM? Is that like a dick pic joke, Fangrate? What? I don't get. How about... Oh man, Bard isn't a word. I was gonna call it War Bard. Hold on. Oh man, Riot's not a word. Can't name a fortress. Quiet Riot. Literally broken. Unplayable. Ooh. How about Livid War? Or Livid Filth, maybe. Kind of sounds like a... Could call it Warforge, but that would be very generic Quiet Giant. Blackberry Hard Cider. Ooh. War Pigs. Good song. Or actually album. Is War Pigs an album? Shit. Can't remember. Warforge the Filth Hammer. Filth Hammer could be a good one. I don't like Filth Hammer. Too many F's in Filth Furnace. I like Filth Hammer. The battles at Filth Hammer. Yeah, it does acid burn damage. Clockwork Dragon. It's a gold rarity, or no, it's a purple rarity pickup. The Filth Hammer, you know, it does like kind of a cone-shaped AoE of like poison and acid damage. It's a pretty good burn. It doesn't do much on hit though, unfortunately. That's it. That's the name. Filth Hammer. The group, the Abyssal Torch. I might just go with that. It's very rare that I just go with whatever the game generated, but the Abyssal Torch is pretty good. I do get to keep the name when I reclaim it, right? I hope so. I'm just gonna go with the Abyssal Torch. And our symbol, because somebody said they wanted me to name a thing Warcraft. Actually, how about this? The Abyss... no, go away. The Abyssal Hammer of... No. Man, can I not? Is it not gonna let me do that? It's not gonna let me do that, is it? Okay, we'll just call it the Abyssal Hammer of War as our symbol. And the symbol is obviously just going to be a Warhammer. Okay. And it is melting. Should a dwarf be raising it? Is a filth an option? I mean, I could call it the Abyssal Hammer of Filth, yeah. I think that might suit it better. The Abyssal Hammer of Filth. Ooh. What's the name of that dwarf? This is my militia dwarf. My militia captain who had like, it was like 60 kills or something when he died. He's dead, we know that. And he's raising the hammer. with goblins. If I set this down here to 0, the number to 0, it just says goblins plural and dead. Have a bear man hold the hammer? Nah. I kind of want to tie the forts together. This is an image of Deller, Baskribit, and vine hatchets and the dwarf and goblins. The warhammer is melting. Baskribit is vine hatchets is dead. But Deller, Baskribit, is raising the warhammer. I'm thinking like just a skeletal kind of propped up raising it. A skeleton kind of doing that. I'm thinking of this faction as just straight up evil, by the way, because basically every dwarf wants to do some sort of combat stuff. And also, the only occupied site aside from my other fortress is a necromancer tower. So, like, I'm considering this faction just evil. For clarity here. Exactly. Cower with us in filth. For we are here to end the world. All right, well, I think that's my embark party. So, Filthhammer, you know, Filthhammer does seem like, I think Filthhammer would be like a power black metal band. Like, they'd be kind of like a less satirical Ghost, you know? Like, kind of like Ghost, but if Ghost wasn't being goofballs half the time and joking, you know? That's kind of how I'd imagine a band called Filthhammer. All right, so if there's no objections, I'm going to click the embark button. And then we are going to immediately retire this. You object. Okay, please do let me know what you object to exactly. I'm waiting, Bonesaw. I need 250 words in under 10 minutes. I'm imagining like the I object. Anyway, chat, let's get some pickaxes because we're about to strike the earth. You have 1,264 points remaining. That's fine. A dwarven party. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek is finally ended, and your party of 7 is... your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all, Nil Matul. There's almost no supplies left, but of course, with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You're expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the giant dingoes get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place. Filthhammer. Strike the earth. I'm happy I went a little bit to the left, actually. So, as a quick look around, I'm not going to unpause the game, by the way. We have elephants, alligators, and giant hippos. Also, giant sponges and river otters. Yeah, that river does, in fact, have nice curves, Romanoid. How deep does it go down? So it goes down, it comes from up here, and then it flows down into here. It's flowing off this side. And flowing from this side. So it's flowing out this way, and entering from up here, and down here. So, pretty consistent. We've got shale. We'll name dwarves when we get back here, after the reclaim. And there be large, thick boys. Look at those gentlemen. He says as there's a lady one selected. Look at those gentlemen. They look like they haven't slept in a while. They're kind of red in the eyes. That or they all have a pollen allergy. You're overcome by terror? From what? Alright, well that's terrifying. I'm going to retire the fortress. Because it's time for us to go to the new fortress. Or to adventure mode, to bring stuff to this fortress. Hopefully before it starts raining goo. I realize this is a lot of staring at menus, kids, but it'll be worth it, trust me. You wanted to see the raining goo? It's just like brown mucus, basically. It's not gonna take me that long. I'm just gonna make some very low empathy warmonger adventurers and then run to my old fortress from a location close by and then pick my stuff up and then run across the map. So it's not gonna take that long. It just demolishes all semblance of positivity and ruins all of the characters' moods the second they see it. That's all it really does. Well, no biggie, you know. I don't know what they can be told. I mean, well, it has been a pretty slow start. Shrug hard and jive to Dabo music. That is true. Dabo and Simon's music is great. Is very good. Uh-oh. Got an email I've actually got to open. Oh, great. Canada Post might be going on strike again. Yay! All right, let's just turn saving back on. And jump in. It should be millionaires. I hope they got paid well for the music. I really do. That's all good, Kartoch. Start a new job. So you've been like a substitute teacher kind of deal? So you're busy adjusting to the new schedule? As well as they can be, right? But appreciate you tuning in on this fine day. We're going to do a quick adventure, go to the old fort, and then wander with items from the old fort to a fort that I just started. I would not like to do the tutorial, thank you very much. I'm thinking we'll just do easy because it doesn't matter too much. I don't need to be a chosen, so we'll just say hero. Okay, I'm going to have to do ordinary then. Which is fine. Let's do the dwarf first. Select dwarf, a member of the Hammers of Dance. I wonder what your starting locations are going to be, actually. Oh my god, we can start in the tower? Oh, that's kind of funny. Well, thankfully, I can start in a dwarven fort. I can start in my old fortress, actually. That's very convenient. Because I'm ordinary. But directions are going to be a little difficult. Because I'm not going to have a compass. I'm thinking this dwarf is a hunter. And they don't have any religious beliefs. Because they're ordinary. Oh, right. Yeah, they added this. I totally forgot about this. I think this dwarf's a swords dwarf, right? Yeah, we'll say swords dwarf. Now, the question is, do we give our dwarf here a fun name? If you can think of a lore-ish friendly nickname to give this dwarf, do let me know. He has a very long beard, and his very long beard is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and his nose is upturned. His ears are somewhat tall. His heliotrope eyes are somewhat narrow. His hair is auburn, and his skin is brown. A short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry. Kevin, definitely. Stephen the dwarf. Frank. Okay, I'm not gonna listen to your ideas, chat. Although I am gonna hit the random button a couple times. Holy Razor, done. How about, oh, what's the word for spike? This is, I could make the edgiest dwarf name ever. Pus Puddle. I mean, Bile's a name. Could also name him Belch. Chad, did you know that Yugath translates to Belch? So whenever you see a dwarf named Yugath, their name is literally Belch. Yugath Holy Razor. What determines a playable Civ in adventure mode? Okay, it depends on what type of adventure you're trying to do. If you're trying to play a Chosen, you can only be a part of a human civilization, because in order for the quests to function, you need to be able to start in a human town with the correct prerequisites, which needs to have a functional temple in it. That's close by. If you're trying to play as a hero, then it can only be like functional civs, so larger civs. If you're willing to play as ordinary, then it's any civ with any number of population with at least one site. Because ordinaries let you start in fortresses, whereas heroes and chosen can only start on either hillixes or townships. And ordinary can also start in like goblin locations. His beard is neatly combed, his sideburns are clean shaven, his very long mustache is neatly combed, his very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and his nose is upturned, his ears are somewhat tall, his heliotrope eyes are somewhat narrow, and his hair is auburn and his skin is brown. He is a short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry. We're going to accept that appearance. He personally finds friendship burdensome, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. He dreams of mastering a skill and is utterly humorless. Always tense and jittery, and he tends to avoid crowds. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He is slow to trust others and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He doesn't focus on material goods and doesn't tend to ask others for help with difficult decisions. And he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and does not go out of his way to help others. Let's make him a little braver. Where's fear? Fearless. Merriment, craft starship. Don't want a dwarf who's going to argue a ton. Fearful. There it is. There we go. So we'll chuck that in. Say done customizing. He's brave in the face of looming danger. There we go. For gear, I'm just gonna not worry about gear because there's tons of gear in this fort. So instead, I will just say, let's go in with some some cave spider silk trousers, let's say a silk cap. Maybe not a cap. Let's say jabber mittens. For footsies, let's go with just some leather shoes. Bodywear, let's go with a pigtail tunic, pigtail robes, and a pigtail cloak over the robes. Well, let's just go with the cloak, actually. Although I took 2 robes, I didn't take the cloak. Let's try that again. There we go. And let's just say he's got in his backpack 10 plump helmets. Maybe 6 plump helmets. We'll save those for where we're going. And let's just say a copper battle axe. Has anyone ever thought about how big a regular ant is in this world? Because it has a brain big enough to be eaten. I think dwarves are just very good with tweezers, and I choose to not think about it more than that, really. I need a pack animal. I do have 1,300 points to spend. Maybe horses? 5 horses? This faction doesn't have elephants available. We might be able to get elephants with the other guys, though. Let's just bring 5 horses. That should be plenty. So next, we're going to go with the grizzly bearmen, who appear to be able to join these different groups. Oh shit, they can join dwarves. The raw diamonds, that's kind of nifty. It's an elven civ, elven's lucky income. It's an elven civ. Human civilization with a population of a few thousand, the tactical realms. Let's go with one from the tactical realms. The Crack of Burns, a human cave. Let's go with the human hamlet. Let's make you into an axeman? Yeah, an axeman. I need a hammerman and an axeman. Full customization, let's just say greedy, less anxiety, and stubborn. Let's say fights. Fear. Shameless, impervious, scatterbrain, mirthful. Vulnerable distress. Not vulnerable distress. Very not vulnerable distress. Oh wait, no, that's more vulnerable distress. I need to be impervious to the effect. Oh, that's lustful. Well, lustful should be down too, but all right, let's go with that. Peace. Done. She dreams of bathing the world in chaos. Honestly, perfect. I wouldn't have it any other way. She can be very happy and optimistic and rarely looks on others with lust, cracks easily under pressure, desires little for herself in the way of possessions, is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from herself. She's a friendly individual and she is bothered by this tendency as she dislikes the thought of friendship. She has a calm demeanor and she likes to brawl. She's stubborn. She has a sense of duty. She's conflicted by this for more than one reason. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures and is moved by art and natural beauty. I'm not, well, okay. I will bring the gauntlets and the shoes, but I will not bring the helms, and I will not bring the great axe because we'll have one where we're starting. I'm not going to worry about the carving knives. Yeah, we'll just go with that. And for animal, what do we have available? Because this is a human civ. Oh man, I should just bring some grizzlies. The human civ does in fact have elephants. I could bring a singular elephant. I could bring a breeding pair of elephants if you guys truly want me to, but is going to make this civ both harder and easier at the same time. That's a baby elephant. I don't want a baby elephant. I want an adult elephant. Can I not bring non-war elephants? Okay, well, 2 war elephants it is then. I mean, it will just save me from having to catch my own elephants. Oh, there you are. You're right. There is normal elephants. I think I'm not going to bring the elephants, purely because there are elephants in that location. And, I'm not, it'll be a pain in the ass to feed them initially. That's primarily all it is. I honestly think they'll be a pain in the ass to feed. How about we bring some... Let's just bring some grizzlies. Let's just bring some grizzlies. I realize they're grizzly bears and grizzly bears, but, you know. And then add another party member. This one will also be a grizzly bear man. This is the last one. I'm thinking we throw one in from an elven civilization. The reclusive apes. That's the one that we're at war with already. The smiles of babbling. They seem tolerable. The cheerful lyrics. I could also... Chat, should I make the second bear a dwarven cultured bear or an elven cultured bear? Yeah, it's like us and chimpanzees, right? Hard Slab's not a bad name. All right, I'm going to make this a poll in the YouTube chat first, and then I'm going to make this a poll in the Twitch chat too. And I'm going to throw in a curveball here, because I think that's an option. So there will be 3 culture options for this bear adventure that I'm starting, this grizzly bear man. What culture should they be a part of? YouTube chat, and then in a moment, Twitch chat as well. I realize there's no music. The music kind of stops in world building after a little bit. Manage poll. New poll. What culture and we'll give you 2 minutes to vote. Kobold culture is not an option. You can't do that. So, giving you the ones that I have the options for here. I'll tell you the same thing I always tell you. You have to be part of an elven civilization actively to have the ethics of an elven civilization. So the moment they leave to go on adventures, they start to get rid of that, and within a year they will be dwarven, and elves are not inherently elven civs. It's sort of like saying that humans can be English, Spanish, and Japanese, but not all humans are English, Spanish, and Japanese. So it's kind of the same. So like the faction they're a part of does not equal the race that they are. It's more of a, what are their starting options? Yeah, elves tend to find elves insufferable. I mean, elves are just like hippie British royalty. Well, maybe hippie French royalty. If they lived in tree houses and would behead you if you chop down a tree. Especially if it has their house in it. Whereas humans are just like normal humans, but kind of leaning towards being a bunch of asshats. Goblins are literally devil spawn, and dwarves are just, we must dig big hole. And that's it. And then gremlins are like, pull levers. And then, what are they called? So it seems like dwarf won the Twitch poll. I'm amazed, as I end this YouTube poll, that the YouTube poll had a 0% vote for human culture. I think that says something about the world right now. That, like, 0% of people voting on the YouTube poll voted for human culture. That's something. By the way, YouTube chat, you guys are failing me horribly here. You got to do me a huge favor. Please do leave a like on the stream. There's 90 of you watching and only 49 likes. We can make that number go up by quite a lot. All right, so we're going to be a dwarven civ bear. So we're going to join the Raw Diamonds, the other dwarven civ. So we got an inside man, or an inside bear, I guess. I'll let you start there. You're going to be a hammer man? Hammer burr, I guess. And a very large and muscular. His hair is brown, his skin is burnt umber, and his eyes are brown. A large person with the head of a grizzly bear. And the Kick Artist, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the brand new Prime sub? Appreciate you greatly. Thank you very much for the Prime subscriptions. I'm streaming a lot this week because I'm not going to be streaming next week because I'm going to instead spend the entire week editing, trying to get the next big video done. Because I've been plucking away at it for the next couple weeks and I don't want to take another 2 months to finish it. So if you'd like to help me out, now's a good time to, maybe potentially think about throwing a, subscription at me if you happen to have it available. Skill's pretty high. That's good. Lust. I'm just going to say they're not lustful because because they are adventurers, they can never get married or fall in love. It's just the way the game's hard-coded, so I'm going to specifically make them not lustful and not care about love because it's just better for the future of their moods. And then as far as fearful goes, no, I want you to be less fearful. Fearless, yes. Dalkin, thank you very much for checking out a 5-pack. That's greatly appreciated. Thanks, mate. Only 2 more for Hype Train. There hasn't been one today. La 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 la. Wow, you really value a lot. I'm just gonna stick that to the cultural level though. Stoicism, martial prowess, skill. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Although you do have a strong need to craft object. Where's that? Cthulhu Dancing, thanks for the 2-pack of subscriptions. 1 more person needs to take part with at least 1 resub or $1 in bits, or 1 subscription or $1 in bits, and then we get a Hype Train. We're almost there, though. Very close. Where the heck is crafting? There it is. You're a bear. You shouldn't care too much about crafting. All right. Personally, considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and dreams of mastering a skill, and is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He rarely looks on others with lust and is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger.
Dragon cheered.
Clockwork Dragon, thank you very much for the $1. I think those are the first bits of the stream, actually. I may be wrong, but... yeah, those are the first bits of the stream. Thanks for the first $1 in bits. And it's now level 2 Hype Train. To level it up, it needs 1 subscription or $4 in bits. He's not the type of fall in love and rarely develops or even develop positive sentiments. He relies on the advice of others during decision making and is brave in the face of looming danger. Darius, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, mate. He tends to avoid crowds and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and occasionally overindulges, likes to brawl, and takes over helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful. For you, we're not going to take that. I'm not going to take that. I'll take the shoes, though. Legwear. I will give you trousers and a tunic. Oh, shirt. And trying to think, what else do I not have in that fort that I'm going to need? Let's say pigtails. Or maybe I can't bring pigtails. Ah, I see pigtail seeds. That'll do. Bring those and accept equipment. What do we have for animals available in this faction? Nothing crazy. So let's just bring a donkey. I like me a donkey. Locum the donkey. That is my adventurer party. To adventure. And we are going to start in my old fortress, Surprise Town. And Ice Blue, thank you very much for checking a sub out as well. Thank you much. It currently needs 1 subscription or $5 in bits to level up to level 4. Or to begin level 4. Elven would be unbearable. Not necessarily. Because you have full customization, right? Like, the starting culture in adventure mode is essentially just starting location options and starting gear options. That's all it really is. So it would give you stuff like sandals. But that's about it. And let's jump in. Your most trusted companions have made the journey to meet you here today. Let the party venture forth. Where the fudgicles am I? So I'm just going to do something real quick before I do anything else. No music instruments? We don't need those. We're all military characters anyway. So who here hasn't really played much of adventure mode? I'm trying to figure out how much I should explain what I'm doing while I'm doing it. Because now that we're here, this is my old fortress. The goal is to work our way underground and collect our items from the fortress. And then equip gear on our duders. And, you know, just keep in mind, if anybody has a resub or a prime sub here in Twitch or YouTube, and if you use it in my chat, it will level up the hype train. Someone has to sing their tales? Oh, they can sing their own. You haven't touched it yet? I think that, like, I play a lot more fort mode, but I think that adventure mode is, like, the best interlude slash way to start a fortress. At the very least, it's my favorite. Josh, the 123, thank you very much for the gift. Appreciate you. Hey, you got Aya Pingwell, who's been hanging out quite a bit recently. Loaded in a world, got confused, went back to fort. You know, it's funny how many people get confused with like adventure mode, because to me it's extremely straightforward. And also a Big Phoenix with a brand new Prime. Plucking away at that choo-choo. Need 7 subs or $34 Renos and bits. Oopsies. All right, so this is my dwarf right here. I can view myself. I will use the mouse primarily. If I were to just play this on my own, I would just be clicking. I wouldn't be clicking, I'd just be using keyboard, but using the mouse makes it much easier for you guys to, you know, do stuff. Legends might, but with my dwarf, no, the fortress will not see it as stealing, because it's my faction, right? If I hit tab, I can control the different characters. That's my movement speed down here. I for inventory. Can I hide tutorials in here? Yeah, I can. Sweet. Down here, we can butcher stuff. I can sing. Like, you know, we could tell a story about... Because neither of my friends are from here, right? So we're going to tell a real quick story about Surprise Town. I can talk about... This is all of my knowledge of Surprise Town. Let's talk about the original Wolfest Wolf. We're going to finish telling that first story. I mean, yeah, I think that, like, being good at adventure mode isn't necessarily that fun either. But adventure mode is a really interesting way, I think, to view your world. Yeah, it's fine. This is a laggy site because there's a lot of population here. I stumbled over the details, but I did tell that story. Now I can view them, and they're both interested. One of them's interested after watching performance. They're both interested after watching a performance. Okay, so I'm just gonna put my weapon away by hitting Q, and we're gonna head south until I hit the ocean, because I'm presuming that's where we are. If I fast travel, okay, so we're just a little bit west of the fortress, it looks like. So there's the ocean. Let's walk this way. All right, I'm seeing a bolt down there on the ground from my fortress. Do you have to come here before retiring it? I don't understand the question. Gotta go a little this way, actually. Missed the entrance. What do you mean, do I have to come here before retiring it, or after? You cannot play adventure mode in a world with an unretired fortress, so that should be pretty self-explanatory, I think. There it is. Another thing is, if I could remember which lever drains the ocean, I could drain the ocean from here. I could do that. Uh-oh. I don't want to get cage trapped. A little bit worried about that for a second. Minute left on that train. Uh-oh. Wet in here. Why is there water in here, guys? This doesn't seem optimal. Someone screwed up somewhere, I think. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers regardless for that lovely, lovely train? Well, I mean, you can have multiple retired fortresses in the world. It's just how the game does saving and loading, right? Like, there are limitations. The game isn't infinite, unfortunately. Thanks for the 5 pennies, Droven. Last chance to take part in the train, if you care. I'm going to now place this scroll to Funnel and Glory on one of my horses. And I'm going to stand back up because I'm currently lying down because I got people occupying the same tile as me. And there we go. Train's completed. Thanks for the 16 subscriptions and the $1.05 in bits. And I got a crying something. That's things making noise off in the distance. So this is going to be my dwarf gear. I'm actually going to place the axe on one of the horses. I'm going to grab a... Ooh. Let's grab a short sword. And there we go. What? What's in my other hand? Something is in my other hand. Right hand, left hand. Oh, I see. It's in my backpack. That's the problem. Do not have a free grasp. What's... Oh, I've got plump helmets in my other hand. Okay, that makes sense. Let's take those plump helmets and put them in there. There we go. Now I've got a sword and shield. I'm also going to go back over here. And I'm going to... Looks like the fort is flooded. Yeah, a little bit. A little flooded. Oh no! KYZYL's dead. Well, that's unfortunate. The dwarves didn't know what levers to pull, it looks like, is the problem. I'm choosing not to worry about it too much, although hopefully it's not actively filling. My dwarf also knows all of these dwarves already. Oh, there's Rambo. We could bring Rambo. Chat, should we bring that dog? There's a crazy naked man over there. Can I claim you? I can't claim you because you're already owned by somebody. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, well, let's just move this ways a little bit. I should have given this dwarf some swimming skill, actually. It appears to be a wee bit wet up in here. Silver. Silver. Iron. Ah, better. Big, 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 big. This is going to take a while to move all these, but I will do my damnedest. Coke. Iron. Iron. Whatever I picked up. Iron. And then I'm going to start putting all this stuff on the horse. All right, let's keep picking stuff up. Betty is a weremonster? I think he probably came from the tavern. Could be a weremonster, but I think that would be a little unlikely. Oh shit, am I pulling stuff off my horse? I am. That's stupid of me. I don't know why, and it's not hot in here, but for some reason I'm sweating. It's bugging me. Okay, so now let's just place all this on the horse. Doesn't matter which one. I don't know what I'm doing currently, but... Because currently I basically can't move. So if I try to move, we'll die very quickly because there's so much stuff in my inventory. Might be why I'm so sweating. I don't know, it's weird. I'm not used to sweating randomly like this. Might be the shirt I'm wearing, but it's like not hot in here at all. It's actually like kind of chilly. All right, well, what's in my hands? Can I not move at full speed? Oh, I see. 'Cause I was underneath something. Also just gonna grab this anvil. Place the anvil on the poor fucking donkey. Alright, let's go this way. Oh no, it's Baby Deller! I'm gonna greet the listener. Baby Deller says, "Bah!" They say, "Maga!" And they comment on the weather. At least it doesn't rain down here. I'm gonna tell a joke. Oh, it's a duck that's... I was like, the dark? What now? No, the duck. There's a duck searching for food. He's more asking for his mama. That's very sad. Give him a toy boat. I don't think you can trade with infants. What are you doing, dwarf? Okay, well that was impressive. Just gonna get this pot and then wait a turn. Place this pot on the horse. Go one over, get this pot, and place the pot on the horse. Let's also grab that copper pick. Place the pick on the horse. Who are you? Oh, it's Wolf. Scanning around, see if there's anybody I recognize here. Mace Dwarf Minkot. Cyril. Looks like there's some humans visiting. Oh, it's the captain of the guard. I don't recognize the captain of the guard. It's a different dwarf. They've appointed somebody else since we left. Hello, Mareb. Looks like there's party time happening over here. And there's blood on the floor. Lovely. Whose is it? It's goblin blood. Oh. Seems like Alex is telling a story. I found the Mayor Nomal. Some Mace Dwarf. Glibjo Mama. These should be full of meals, yeah? Let's place this stuff on the other horse. And let's also, Nah, I don't need any wine. That would kill the baby, and I don't know if I want to kill that baby. That would be mean. There's another human over there. Do 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 do. Let's just stop action. Let's stop action. Move up a layer. Move up here. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over to this. I'm gonna grab this. Get the steel pick. I'm going to place the steel pick on this horse. And then I'm going to jump to one of my grizzlies. And we're going to walk south. I'm going to get this. Going to get this, and I'm going to wear the helm. I'm going to wear the breastplate. And I'm going to get the steel greaves, and I'm going to... Apparently I need to they already put them on. Oh, I see. I've got iron greaves on already. I'm going to drop the iron greaves, and I'm going to wear the steel greaves. And then I'm going to go over to here, and I'm going to get this. And I'm going to go down to here, and I'm going to get that. And I'm going to wear the robe, and I'm going to wear the cloak. Then the last thing I'm going to do with you, because you're a proficient axeman, we're going to go grab this. This, of course, is a primeval great stone axe, which now they can wield. It won't show up on them, but trust me, they're wielding it. For this guy, you're going to go over here and you're going to pick that up. And I'm going to remove it. And we're going to pull these two out. What is in my hands? Ah, a bunch of seeds. Okay, that's a problem. That's the problem. Okay, so now that I've done that, we're going to go over here, pick this up, and you're going to remove the buckler and drop the buckler. Now you've got a steel shield. For your armor, you still need to pick everything up, so let's go do that. We're going to wear the breastplate. We're going to wear the helm. And I'm going to grab this. And I'm going to remove the iron greaves, which apparently I'm wearing. Oops, I dropped the wrong one. And I'm going to wear the steel greaves, and I'm going to drop the iron greaves. There we go. Then I'm just going to get all these bars. Oh, nope. Those are on my horses. That's not what I wanted. Not going to lie, the horses having stuff nearby me is a little annoying. I think it's all over here, right? Yeah, there we go. So let's grab this coke from the pedestal. Looks like they need a real boat. Yeah, like I said, we're not going to worry about it. Okay. Then I'm going to place all of this on the donkey. And the anvil. And the coke. Then I'm going to jump back over to my dwarf, who can see a lot better because dwarves have dark vision. I'm going to stand up.
You fucking donkey!
Easy for you to say. Poor donkey. It didn't get to choose what it was. It was born that way. Take those, place those on the horse. And I'm just going to take these shields, the swords, oops, the whip, the mace, these, and then place all this stuff on the horse. And then I think we're all loaded up. The last thing I need to do is I need to go back into the room on the left and grab the remaining artifacts. Oh, there's also there's the statue down below. Do we need to grab the statue down below? What do you think, chat? Yes or nah? Let's just go down here. Nah, okay. I will go grab one of the statues, though, because I do kind of... Whoopsies. Wrong button. B, stop action. Let's grab that. B, stop action. Stand up. Wear. This. That. And these give me the ability to blind stuff, which isn't particularly useful, but they're cool items, so I will keep them nonetheless. All right. How's the water down there doing? Pretty full. Well. Fuck it. It's not that far. We'll just go grab it. Ooh, I'm tempted to grab that dragon. I'm going to place this on my horse. I mean, bag of holding, I mean horse. Man, what an area. It's beautiful. Minus the water. Please just ignore the water. Horse of bagging, yeah. Horsebow baggins. And now we can leave. It's time to go on a quest, chat. The very short quest of walk to my old fortress. I will also say, if you've never played Adventure Mode, do give it a shot, because it is really cool. Because it lets you kind of understand on a deeper level how the combat works. Which I do think is beneficial. I jumped into one of my bears. This dwarf doesn't really have any armor, actually. It's kind of a fuck up. I have to get something off my horses. We're in an ad break. I will just walk outside. Now we'll just wait for the animals to come out. Okay, so now that all that's happened... why not grab helmets? Swear that I did, but oh, there we go. I see. I just have swords and shields. Yeah, that's fine. What about you? These horses are all tired, though, because of how much stuff they're carrying, so we really don't want to end up in a fight. Kremlin leather tunic, eh? This is my first adventure in this world, and I reclaimed a fortress and then immediately retired it. And then I, what is this? Oh, there is some armor here. I made an adventure, a fortress. I unretired a fortress and then immediately, or reclaimed a fortress, immediately retired it to try and give this faction a leg, and then it got destroyed. And then I, after that, I made a, what's it called? This fortress. So this is, I guess, fort number 3 that we're about to go start once we get there. But first we need to take our very large crew of friends there. Are we outside of the fort? Okay, I need to go north. What's the ad that you give a shit about out of curiosity? As we walk to the north. And if you're wondering why they're blinking gray, it's because we're technically part of hostile factions, but we are friends. I'm actually just going to go play as one of the bears for a second. We're going to talk with our dwarf. We're going to greet the listener. They say, hello, Yugath. It's good to see you. It's good to have a friend like you. And Yugath says, hello, it's good to see you. And I'm going to ask about the area, because Yugath, the dwarf, is from here. Ask about the surrounding area. Ask me when I've returned to my home. Oh. Have there been any troubles? The world is safer for travelers when night creatures no longer stalk the darkness. Shady Tunnels, the Death of Ash is in the stable prairie. Seek this place if you hunt in Egengun Tombsbury's. The Shady Crypt's Cavern of Dust, the Wicked Troll. Okay, so there's a troll around. I'm just going to ask for direct, or rather, that's the wrong response, but that's fine. Just wanted to get out of that menu. Let's ask for directions. to... Doesn't know where Filthhammer is. Well, that kind of... Not the best, actually. So instead, I will just simply go to the overworld, and we're going to start fast traveling. And then I'm going to do another thing and type in ADV, quick save. You only get for gambling sites? That sucks. New Mission Impossible movie? Oh, there you go. You know, I like to think of it as like a human being friends with a chimpanzee. That's what I like to think of it as. If we want to make this existential nightmares, we can, but I'd rather not, which is usually the stance I take on such things. It's like, well, I mean, it can be as fucked up as you want it to be, but I don't think it's that weird. They're more like a bear-like man thing instead of a man-like bear thing, if that makes any sense. Yeah, it's a bit wet down there, Burn, or Bum in YouTube chat. All right, chat. I need you to post an appropriate adventure emote. Also, we're literally going based off of my head memory of this map, so it shouldn't be too hard to find the place to this map, not that big. We have to eat about twice a day. So we have tons of food, plenty of water. I don't need to feed my companions, just me. We're going to move a few tiles, and I'm going to make sure everybody's here. Everybody is, in fact, here. So now we're going to move. These little shields are hostile entities on the map. And if I wait a few turns, it does seem like they are attacking my fort. Oh my gosh. In before that fort is actively just getting invaded in real time. It looks like they died, though, so... Oh, nope, now they're leaving. Should we... Chat, should I ambush this shield? This is a big risk. It could also just be kidnapped thieves. But whatever it is, it just... Oh. Huh! Do you guys see what it is? Do you see what the creature here is? That is the threat. It's a fucking honey badger. Honey badgers are considered hostile entities on the world map. That is hilarious. I did not know that. Anyway, it's dead now. We killed it. Ah, honey, you're such a badger. It's probably a group of honey badgers. Oh, that's so fucking funny. That's pretty good. A+. If I go to the map, we can get a bigger view. Looks like we know a lot of what's on the coast, but that's about it. Okay, so we are familiar with areas down here that I was invading previously. If I type in Filthhammer. Okay, so I do have a vague direction of Filthhammer, so we need to just kind of head like west, like slightly south, but mostly west from here. I did, in fact, save the fort from that incursion of the hostile badger. I did, in fact, do that. You're welcome. All right, let's... It is nighttime. Let's just sleep until dawn. There's badger blood all over the ground. Let's sleep for 8 hours. The sun's coming up, which is the bar at the top. You can see the sun's up over here. They say hello, good morning. I'm hungry and thirsty, which is visible right there. I can't stand up because there's somebody on top of me. Well, can I stand up, please? Thank you. Walk over here. I'm going to right-click this and drink some water. It's morning and you get thirsty in the morning. Like I said, you only need to feed and water the character that you are controlling. So because I am not controlling the bears, I don't need to worry about keeping them fed and watered. They will do that themselves. Yeah, quite literally a bear pile. Yeah, we slept in a big old pile. All right. Now that we have bested the unstoppable honey badger, we shall now move left. I'm also going to jump up to the quest screen, and I'm going to type in, go to sites and type in Filth Hammer. Can I pin you? I don't think I can pin Filth Hammer. Let's see if any events have happened in Filth Hammer yet. Nope. Actually, also, another thing I can check while I'm here. Bestiary. I don't think there's any stranglers in this world. Also, by the way, if you guys want to know how to find specific animals, adventure mode is your fastest and easiest way to do that. That is where mermaids are known to reside. So there are mermaids, in fact, in this world. But they are there. So good luck getting there. So, yeah. If we type in maybe sperm whale, also in the middle of the ocean. What about sea? Oh, there's seahorses. Okay, how about there's no sea serpents and no sea monsters, sadly. How about sharks? There's blacktip reef sharks, a blue shark, frill shark, great white sharks are all known to reside in that ocean. Spongeman, SpongeBob. There are no known SpongeBobs in existence. But that just means nobody's encountered one. There's great barracuda. Great white shark. There's no orcas in this world. At least that we're aware of. The thing is, this is only the stuff that is known to my faction, so somewhere in that ocean there are in fact mermaids, for those of you who keep asking. We have not made any discoveries of elephants. We do not know where they roam wild. That other fort that we've started hasn't been around long enough to know yet either. Holy shit. So all the little blue entities are neutral entities that can move around the world map, and all the shields are hostile armies and or hostile entities. So that's probably zombies, you know. A lot of these could just be wild animals too, because this is Untamed Wilds, although that's definitely an army. I'm going to try and get out of the Untamed Wilds, because sleeping here is a risk. Hungry and thirsty. Sip some water. Eat some food. There's some gray langurs that are just southeast of me that are pondering my existence. We're going to walk up to this creek over here. Oh, well, it's frozen currently. Which means I gotta make a campfire. Gotta heat my water skin to melt my water and drink. And then sleep. It's still the middle of the night, but something has awoken us from our slumbers. I don't see whatever it is. So I will, instead of worrying about potential combat, I will just take off and we will travel through the night. There's a tower over there, Necromancer. Let's drop down here again. Hungry and thirsty once again. I'm going to need to fill my water skin. Going to eat some prepared brain. I'm going to go to you and say, which one of you had the meals? I know that one of you had the meals. Let's just grab five of those. The hen egg roast. That sounds delicious, actually. Also place that hen egg roast in my backpack, and then I will go down here, and I will heat my water skin and drink the last of my water, and then we'll finish snoozing until dawn. I don't currently have any plans to visit that tower, no. Not in this adventure, at least. Let's wait for the sun to come up. And the rivers will probably be thawed, so I can go fill up my... Nope, not thawed. Yep. What the fuck is going on up there? You guys see all of those, like, all of those green, or all the blue dots? Oh, look, carp. Oh, shit. Don't want to drown. Drowning bad. What in the fuck is going on up here, Z's? So there's night creatures? Or beasts of some sort? They're probably all refugees. Yeah, they've been routed out of these towns. Let's see. See what's going on. There's a tent over here. I'm gonna greet them. I say my name's Yugath, Holy Razor, and they say, the human fish cleaner Neck says, I'm Neck. Life is, in a word, luck. You don't seem very lucky, though. Inquire about troubles. Well, let's see, we've got the missing treasure. Oh, so you're not so worried about living in a tent out here, hey? The Goblin Toad Dread Showers wants Petal Tufts, the human skull totem, returned to the deep plates. A human skull totem, eh? Neck is about a day and a half travel to the south. Oh, so like there's a goblin south of us who wants some sort of artifact returned. Let's ask about the surrounding area. Ask me when I return to my home. Well, you don't know the area very well then. Okay, clearly. Well, have a good date. What about you? You look like a bandit. It's a human lasher. Hello. Let's bypass the greeting. Let's ask about troubles. And they step over me. Let's ask about any troubles again. Well, let's see. We've got brewing trouble with our neighbors and a missing treasure. Let's read about the neighbors, because that seems to be the reason you're here. Kurursin is not at war with us, but there's ill will between our peoples. The trouble started because of a dispute over the treatment of animals. Okay, so they're going to war with elves. I can also tell you in the surrounding area that this guy doesn't know much about the surrounding area. I'm going to stand up, and we're going to keep moving. You hate that they blink like that? That's just what happens when you have things that are not technically in the same faction together in a party. I'm a little scared of those night creatures, so I'm not going to go land on them, but... Oh, geez, actually, this is a bit of a problem. Because I need to cross this river, and there's no bridge. Well, let's see what we can do. I'm also really hungry and tired. Brown recluse spider. Those can bite you, by the way, and you don't really want to get bit by one. That is a big-ass river. Holy shit, that's a hippo. I'm going to walk away from the hippo. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm just going to sleep for 2 hours because one of my friendlies ran away. All right. The sun's going down, but it's not sunset just yet. It looks like if I go this way, I can go around the river. So hopefully I can go south. I'm just going to sleep until dawn. That's what I'm going to do. It is, in fact, adventure mode. They may also just be those refugees may also be like external war camps. They may not necessarily be refugees. Like sometimes they're refugee camps and then sometimes they're military camps. So they might be military camps. And they may also just have no soldiers, which is why they're sending fisher people out there. Oh. My water literally just froze. Do I have any swimming skill? Actually, I think I might. Let me see. Okay, so I'm a novice swimmer because the default the default skills now give you swimming. So let's just go here. Let's fill that. Drink some water. Chat, do me a huge favor, yeah? Cross your fingers and hope that the water doesn't freeze while I'm in it. Because if it does, I'm dead. All right. Now the next thing I need to hope is that when I'm done waiting, everybody appears next to me. Shit. Oh, no, they did. Wait, what? Where are the bears? You left the bears, man. You fucked up. Let's just go all the way up to the edge. Oh, look, a stork. Must be bringing a baby to somebody. God damn it. Well, I guess now I get to go all the way back and then drag the bears across one at a time. Bears must not like swimming. Wait until night to cross it? Oh, actually, true. That would be the smart thing to do, wouldn't it? Like, just wait for it to freeze. Let's just sleep for 2 hours over here. Let them all come back. Uh-huh. No, I'm making a joke about storks. Game does not do that. What is this? Oh, sweet. There's prickleberries. Oh, there's no pickable prickleberries. Peter can't pick a peck of prickleberries, I guess. Did I not grab that anvil? I don't see anybody with an anvil. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Maybe I didn't grab that anvil. I thought I did, but... It's on the donkey, is it? Okay, I didn't see it when I was looking. Ah, you are correct. Let's wait for 2 hours. And before it just doesn't freeze. There we go. Halladorfia. Good call, by the way, chat. Good call. Let's just make a campfire. Heat this up. Drink the water. Did I? I'd swear that I had food in my inventory. Oh, I see. I put it on there. Let's eat that. Place that in my backpack. And let's move. We're now traveling under the cover of night. Let's just jump up to here and then type in sights. See where we're at. Still can't see where we're going, but we're slowly getting further. Let's hope it doesn't unfreeze now. Probably won't because the sun was not rising yet. This game has so much. Yeah, well, Zach and Tarn, I don't think are the type to really mince too many words when it comes to children like that. All right, let's just sleep for 8 hours. Be very cautious about oversleeping in adventure mode. If you oversleep, you will just like be starving to death when you wake up. Should be able to cross this. But yeah, be very cautious about sleeping in adventure mode because if you oversleep in adventure mode, then... Oh, jeez. Okay, never mind. We're good. We got everybody. Where's Donkey? Just trying to do head count. There it is. If you oversleep, then you'll be like starving and dying of thirst. And if you're starving and dying of thirst simultaneously, then you have to like very carefully like refeed yourself because if you overeat or overdrink, you'll make yourself sick and start vomiting. So like, there's actually a term for it where like if your body is like super short on nutrients and you have been like starved for a really long period of time, it can take like days, if not weeks at times, to like properly give yourself nutrients again without dying or without like making yourself sick. So it's kind of a neat mechanic if you think about it. But speaking of, we're going to sleep over the night so that I'm not traveling at night. I want refeeding syndrome. Yeah, that's it. Let's just walk until we get to this little creek right here. Let's drink water. Fill the water skin. Okay, let's see where we are. Still can't see where we're headed, so man, we got a ways to go still. Oh man, another river to cross. I guess I will go to the edge of the river and then wait until the cover of darkness. What do we have here? White yam plants. Pineapple leaves. Melons. Durian trees. Sometimes you can harvest stuff from the wilderness, but... Let's just grab that. Eat one of those. Place it in my backpack, and then sleep for... Actually, no, this one we could just cross. Sun's still going up in the top right, so... I just go over here, look a bunch more storks, and then wait for 1 hour. They should all join me on the other side. Yes, they did. You know, they're murdering a snake. Someone doesn't like snakes, I guess. I will say that, like, there is a lot of things that Adventure Mode does that it makes me appreciate the rest of the game more. Even though it's not as compelling of a mode as Fortress Mode is. And I'm always more excited to see Fortress Mode features being added than Adventure Mode features. But I do really like how it makes me appreciate the rest of the game more. We're getting there slowly. We are literally going from one end of the world to the other, though. So this is, like, not a short trip. This is what is this? We are in a sinister biome. That's not too bad, but... And... I'm sorry, what is the name of that? Hellpecco? A mysterious lair? Okay. That's where we're going. So we're a little... We started here, and we're going here. We are in an ad break right now, so we will wait until the ads are done. But I'm gonna go take a piss. I will be right back. Ads are still running. YouTube chat saying it's not accurate. I'm not sure entirely to what you're referring to. You might be referring to the reef-reading syndrome. What I'll say is things don't need to be accurate. They just need to be convincing, right? Like if you can replicate something to a point where I think, oh, that reminds me of this real life thing, so I understand why that works that way. It doesn't need to be one-to-one accurate. It just needs to be convincing. And I think that's the thing that Dwarf Fortress does so well, is it's very convincing in ways that a lot of games aren't. I think that's cool. All right. I mean, here's the thing. That is something that Tarn has wanted to add for a long time as an optional starting thing, where instead of just like settling somewhere and then being in a wagon on the map, what if instead of settling and then being in your starting location on the map, you instead drove the wagon? Something that Tarn's talked about a number of times over the years, which I'd be all here for. I think that would be really cool. I mean, that's kind of what I'm replicating, right? We're sort of playing this as an Oregon Trail, you know? Sort of. Sun's going down. Sun is now down. We are in wilderness. That's a safe place to sleep. As safe as you're going to get anyway. This is adventure mode. Jesus in YouTube chat. Chat, Jesus is in my YouTube chat. What do I do? Sure, did you hear the Pope died? Have you spoken to him recently? Just tell him to make sure that like whoever they appoint next is like, you know, appropriately woke, because it's better for the world. Ask him about politics. Is it weird becoming a zombie? All right, that's enough random Jesus references. You're in a coma for a week, and the one thing you won't forget is the pain of your digestion when coming back to life. I believe it. I mean, in this game, like, if you don't eat for 24 hours and then you start eating, you just start puking, right? Like, it's way faster than it would be in any kind of semblance of reality, but... All right, let's just go over here. But that's crazy that you were in a coma for a week. Wouldn't wish that on anybody. It's terrifying. Let's keep moving. very close now. Jesus, what hair conditioner do you use? Head and Shoulders, obviously. Although that's not technically a conditioner. Hey, Jesus, I got a really good idea for a business venture. I got all this water, but it's not worth all that much. So like, if we work together, we could really make a profit off this. They are shouting about no need to feel vengeful. If you're worried about leaving your companions behind, keep an eye out for blue dots trailing behind you. Alright, Dwarf is tired. Let's sleep for 8 hours. Well, that's okay. I am. And Jesus doesn't need to be. But, like, you know, he needs room and board to spread the good word, right? So, like, he wants the room and board. Like, turn this into wine, and then I'll pay the rent. I'm joking. I don't know. I'm just... That's a giant noodle. I found a big FG. Slim giant river otter and a giant otter. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, no, you just have to charge the disciples to be disciples, right? And get them to charge their disciples to be their disciples. It won't let you in, otherwise you'd be hella down. Such is life, eh? Although these days the US would probably, you know what, I'm not going to make that joke. I'm just not going to do it. It's too real. Wait, that's a pyramid scheme? What? I have a very, I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to give you an answer in the form of a question, Tilia. What is a religion? We are damn near there. It's right there. That's our destination. Then we can reclaim it. Although I think the greatest pyramid schemes were made by ancient Egypt. Sleep for 8 hours. Philosophy plus creation myth. You also need to remember, I'm just not to be taken seriously at this precise moment. Please don't make my friends all scatter. Oh, this is unpleasant. If you take what I'm saying seriously right now, one, you're probably new here, and two, don't worry, I know. I also don't particularly care. But most religions are a mental health destruction mechanism and a means of control, which usually leads to people doing irrational things for the sake of something that they believe in, because nothing is more effective and powerful at controlling masses than convincing them that there's something more when they die. Hi, new here. I'm blind. You basically talk Canadian. That's always such a funny thing to me. All right. We are on the edge of the evil forest in which I have settled. Plan to never die? Right. Okay, let me know how that goes. In like 250 years. See that? That's my fortress. We're going to go there. Before we move, we're going to take a sleep. Getting scattered by some angry alligators. We got ambushed by Florida. This place really is just Florida, isn't it? Kosoth bashes them with a primeval stone maul, bruising the muscle, and the force pulls the leg. They do seem pretty strong here. I'm still tired from sleeping. Still waking up. Let's just hit this alligator, why don't we? Slash it with my sword. Oh, its head's gone. Oh yeah, they added more music motifs. Armok never asked for your money. Well, Armok didn't, dwarfs did. Bloody capitalist dwarves, Ming. Let's drink some water, eat some food. Stand up and go to the fortress. It's off to our new home. We go. Just barely exiting sunup. Let's put our weapons away. Okay. It's a real dense forest. It's weird because we're in an evil biome, so it's playing evil biome music. But it's also playing unrelated music. Okay. Where is they? Chat, if you spot a wagon, please shout. Alright, we found an audio bug. It's playing 2 songs at once. Although it might just be playing the interlude that it plays. Oh, I see it stopped. There we go. Just a messy transition. Maybe they're on the other side of the river. Can't actually remember where they were. Exactly. Spattering of alligator blood, hey? Just have to find them and introduce myself. I might need to be on the other side of the river, actually. Whew. Ah, there they are. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna go south. No, not there. Stop action. Path here. Gotta go down to here. Let's just path you over to here. Path you over to here. They caught up. Why am I sprinting? What? Oh, I see. Probably because my AI took over for a second. Come on. And wagons are very scary. This is true. Let's wait for 1 hour. Let's hope they'll catch up. There we go. Sweet. Now we can go back to the wagon. I just want the whole crew to be together. Let's hope it doesn't start raining. Then I just need to introduce myself with the adventurers and then retire the party here. What? Tree doesn't let me up. There we go. It's too dense of a forest, man. All right, let's put our weapons away. Oh, they have a broker. There's the manager. Let's go start a conversation with the manager and greet the listener. They say, hello, I'm Dishmab, syrup owner. Syrup owner. Ah, okay, syrup, Mr. Syrup owner. Let's ask about any troubles. The world is safer. Ah, there's a night troll that's nearby. Let's ask about the area around. Oops, nope, that's not what I want. Let's change the subject and then ask about the surrounding area. Ask me when I return to my home. Man, they're never that useful, the surrounding area stuff. Or maybe rest. Ask listener to join you, investigate, interrogate, place favor request, issue order demand. Can I not ask to stay the night? Oh, come on. I just want to be specific. Ask about the local ruler. The Abyssal Torch rules Flame Hammer. You're right in all matters. All right, well, how about you? Let's introduce ourselves. Oh. We introduce ourselves. Oh, I see. I'm talking with the wrong person. Say goodbye. Okay, let's speak with the dwarf manager. And kind of odd that I can't ask them to rest. Maybe it's because there's no beds here. Let's ask about any troubles. How's life here? I wonder if they can't actually communicate. Because they're not responding. Like, I wonder if they're speaking a different language. Well, regardless, I'm going to retire this band here. Actually, I'm going to say ADV quick save. 2. All right, chat, we've made it. So I know that everybody's sleepy because we've been walking across open fields for the last hour, but we're about to go and do the proper embark. Just updating titles here. Because I can. And then we will retire this fort. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to put it, Jesus. Not gonna lie. Chat, do you guys want to know Jesus's brief explanation of religion, or as they said, TED Talk? Save to this timeline. Religion, in short, is a community of hope and purpose, as well as a mechanism for equality. However, it's also easily exploitable system that can just crash the game. That's why I saved. It's also an easily exploitable system that can have catastrophic effects, as pointed out. That's it. I should say it's pretty well worded. Straight from the pony's mouth, indeed, yes. All right. Now, let's try retiring again. But yeah, I would also throw in a few examples of control the masses and minimize panic at the beginning through fear and self-loathing, but, you know, it's not a terrible short description. But it is mostly a form of, well, at least Catholicism is largely a form of shaming oneself into following orders, but not going to dive into it more than that. I'm glad I decided to save, though. And now we wait and see how this goes. Let's hope that it actually saves this time. I will be a wee bit saddened if it doesn't, or if it does. Well, we made it through. We made it through. So now we're going to start a fortress in a new world in the mythical realms. Start a fortress. 2 weeks should pass pretty quick. Skip the tutorial. Make sure I'm part of the right origin civ, which is the Hammers of Dance, which has 2 locations because this one clearly hasn't been destroyed by the honey badgers yet. And then we're going to reclaim Unretire Filthhammer. Because in the early spring of 1059, the Abyssal Torch of the Hammers of Dance founded Filthhammer. And then in the late autumn of 1059, that's not totally accurate, the Abyssal Torch of the Hammers of Dance at the settlement of Filthhammer regained their senses after an initial period of questionable judgment, which was me retiring it. It always says spring, regardless of whether or not it's actually spring. Then I'm going to click this button. And now the fortress begins for real. How have your sturdy hiccups? How have your sturdy charges fared in your absence? Hey, Elfie, you can turn the thing on if you want. How have your sturdy charges fared in your absence? Have they gone on adventures or moved on? Perhaps they're all still here, unwilling to leave the magnificent fortress you prepared for them. Deep underground, the promise of treasure and the thrill of overcoming danger have lured you back to this place. Will you strike the earth again? Yeah, liquids get dumped out of flasks. This is absolutely true. Hallelujah. I was very worried that, like, we'd get exposed to the caverns. Oh, pause. We got blood gnats. Okay, so the map currently has giant sparrows and hippos and alligators on it. I may have to butcher the horses to get the stuff off of them. Which, I guess that's fine. You would like one of the bears, Snail? Which one would you like? Would you like Thishtel Iquil Quimer, the bear lady? Or would you like Kosoth Bomeric Kalatur, the presser? They're both ladies, apparently. I didn't realize that while I was making them. Also, I'm going to just give this the hunter a nickname. This is my adventurer. I think we're going to call you the hero. That's just what we're going to call them. We're just going to call them the hero. Because I cannot let this dwarf die. That is the goal. And a YouTube chat. First person to put, I don't know, 3 smiley faces in the chat gets to name something. Could be a dwarf or an animal. And Josh are you naming yourself or something else? Can you have the other bear? Chat, do we give Josh the other bear? So the presser is going to Snail. They say yes? Okay. So Snail is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, rarely looks on others with lust, and is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. She relies on the advice of others during decision-making, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She tends to avoid crowds, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Occasionally can overindulge, and likes to brawl, and she takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She is a hardened individual. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally... she dreams of mastering a skill, I misread that, and considers craft dwarfship to be relatively worthless. She has no preferences because she's a bear, and has a pet donkey. Ooh. I do hope they drop those. Those items. I don't actually know what's going to happen with those. You experienced trauma? That's probably one of the fights we got into. Mostly because I need to get that axe off of you. Can I actually butcher these? Ooh, I cannot. They might haul them off of them and put them into a stockpile. Let me just do this and make it a bars and blocks stockpile and see if they haul them off. And then the other bear goes to Josh, and Brian Burton. What would you like? The lady bear, Josh. She can be very happy and optimistic, rarely looks on others with lust, and cracks easily under pressure. She desires little for herself in the way of possessions and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She's a friendly individual and she likes... Where was I? She's a friendly individual and she is burdened by this tendency because she dislikes the idea of friendship. She has a calm demeanor and a sense of duty, and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. And she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. And she is moved by art and natural beauty and is troubled by this, since she dislikes the natural world and doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of bathing the world in chaos and disdains loyalty, is somewhat disgusted by romance, believes war is preferable to peace in general, finds nature to be somewhat disturbing, sees equal parts of harmony and discord as part of life, and does not particularly value truth words. Doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as much of importance, has no preferences, and is focused as an axeman. What we doing with this one? Well, yeah, what enemy said. Correct. Okay, hold on. Let me just zip up to here and just say, I don't need this. 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 I will need that, though. I don't think I have anybody with a farming-related task. I think the closest thing to farm... Oh, no! Okay, so they do pick the items up. The closest thing I think that I have to farming would be woodcutting? Everybody else is smiths. Burton. Are we playing the Gandhi-like Civ? I was thinking more the Huns, but like... Because Gandhi's a real slow build-up before a sudden calamity, right? That's how that meme goes. Forestry is part of farming? Alrighty. So this can be Brian Burton. Burton, the fence crown, truly treasures the company of others. So chat, what kind of war-focused title should we make our starting 7 dwarves? I feel like they should all get a war-focused title. Like maybe commander or lieutenant? Like just a custom job name, just so that we can keep track of the starting 7. Truly treasures the company of others, is confident under pressure, and feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. Tends to think before acting, is often cheerful, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and often feels lustful. Tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and has a greedy streak. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and is quite comfortable with others that are a different appearance or culture. Herald? Herald's not bad. Generals? Ooh. Herald's is pretty neat. Pussbringer. We will have soap, mate, and a hospital, ideally. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Dreams of raising a family and personally sees artful speech and eloquence as a wasteful form of deliberate deception, and treats it as such, and does not respect the law and does not care about friendship. Like salt, rock salt, and billen and onyx and cotton fabric, and the color ivory, diamonds and backpacks, and giant monarch butterflies for their coloration. The sound of the flaxen lilac and the sight of the indigo aquamarine. When possible, prefers to consume blue shark, yellow bullhead, and dwarven beer, and llama's milk. And can't stand purring maggots. I like heralds. I think we'll go with heralds. Herald. So we've got the hero, who we're going to call the commander. Because if the commander dies, game over. Fort's done. I'm also a little worried. Kinda think I'm gonna do this real quick. Just stay like right here. Let's also see, are they gonna unload these? Yeah, this is gonna be a problem. The animals don't seem too keen on removing these. Will the commander go to war? I was thinking more like local defense. Oh, I named you Harold. Sorry, Harold. That's not your name. Your name is Metob. Your rank is Harold. You also shouldn't be fishing. Come on. Right, everybody's now a Herald. And let's see, I'm not positive I have more than one pick, but if we do, I would like to use it. I think we brought more than one pick. I guess I could just let these horses starve to death. That kind of sucks, but... Oh, another thing I gotta do is I gotta go here, game. And, is it not in game settings? Yes, it is. Actually, you know what? Let's not dig in here. Let's instead dig right in here. Not a bad little starting space. Put a door there and a door there. Oh shit, never mind, it's directly below this. That'll be a pain to dig. Okay, so instead of there, let's go... fuck it, let's actually just do it this way. Except let's go priority 1 all the way to the end, and then priority 1 for all this. Then priority 2. For the one that I missed. And the raining of goo is beginning. It's raining nauseating filth. I'm also going to hack down a tree. Is it Harold Bone to pick? Is that what it is? I'm also seeing demon rats, which are adorable, by the way. Also got giant birds and among other things. Grizzly Bears is commander's bodyguard. I kind of think that the commander will be the first militia captain, and maybe captain of the guard or sheriff, and the Grizzly Bears will be the first 2 squad leaders, I think. How have I not... Oh, I see. I have 1 rock. Well, let's just go carpenter. Now let's go mason shop, stoneworker shop, right there. You got a shale. How have I not gotten any boulders? Just the 1. That's wild. Let's actually make that out of wood. I lied. Stoneworkers will make you out of wood. Because I'd like to make a hatch cover so I can get these dwarves underground. I mean, we need somebody to whip these dwarves into shape, right? I don't think I have any rocks. Oh, no, we have 1. Just a singular rock. Okay, maybe 2 rocks. Okay, now we're getting some rocks. Jeez. This fort wasn't really rocking, it was more just rolling. I also should be able to make a wood furnace. And make another pick. Let's turn off the tutorials. Okay. Just gonna wait until I have at least one brick. I'm gonna make a. Oh, actually, no. I don't need to make a wood furnace because I already have charcoal. So I should be able to, assuming everything works and they're not stuck on the animals. Oh, yeah. Okay. So. Anyone have any ideas on how to get stuff off of livestock? Because, like, this is going to kill me. I guess I just need them to drop it? I'm not sure. Other than murder. I mean, ideally. Optimally, one would say. Okay, let's just go up to here and dig down. Once you're done making blocks. Oh, you've made the blocks already. I see. They're putting them upstairs because I put a tiny block stockpile up there. Let's go up here and place floors all the way down. Or stairs up and down. And then I'll put a trapdoor on that. Oh, true. Maybe I could dump them. That's maybe not a bad idea to actually, if I'm going to do that, might as well do that on the lower layer. Not a bad idea. Oh, that's a knuckleworm. I was like, what is that? I don't think I've seen a knuckleworm in premium. Huh. They're just harmless vermin. They're not a huge threat to us. Are they in my stocks? Okay, so they are in my stocks. What if I... Nope. No luck. Well, I should have dropped all of the stuff off of them. They look like face art. Yeah, kinda. Uh-oh, it's raining the smear of gross filth. Because it's raining nauseating filth again. Well, let's just get rid of this and just get everybody underground. Let's just make this into a meeting zone. Because Moods is about to get horrid. Oh, you're going to go clean yourself. Well, that's terrible for everybody involved. Terrible for everybody involved. Pump up one layer. All right, everybody, go underground, please. Go underground. Just. Oh, no. Oh, man. I thought that I checked this. Good news is they are able to dump stuff off of the animals. Bad news is the dwarves have a fever. The good news is, we can get stuff off the animals. The bad news, I don't believe I'm going to be able to get over the fever. So that's going to be painful. Like, absolutely painful to deal with. Disco Waffles, thanks for the 21st month. Needs more cowbell? Naturally. Now, the question is, will they get over the fever once they have it? Not seeing anybody with a fever anymore. Maybe it's a temporary thing? That's very good if it's only a temporary fever. Okay, well that's... That's very good. What caused the fever? The nauseating filth. It kind of looks like honey, but don't be fooled, it's actually just poop. Let's also go up to here and just make a metalsmith if I can. Nope, still can't. Wherever the anvil is. There we go. Anvil's now been moved over there. Ooh. Yeah, we'll just place that. Bears do be loving them some honey, yeah. So I am going to have to wait a year before I can put the commander into the military. And should have some steel bars. Do I not? Did I not grab any steel? Oh, no. I'd swear that I did. All right, well, I guess we'll just make 2 bronze picks then. Let's make a tiny office up here for Brian. We'll say bronze pick. 2 of them. It wasn't honey? Yeah, you just, congratulations, you just put nauseating filth on your toast, Orange. How are you on this fine day? Though currently you're making rock blocks, which is fine. Let's also make this food stockpile a little bigger, because food's important. It's a prize. We're also making bronze pickaxes. Man, wouldn't that be awful if it just slowly turned them into zombies? Yeah, no, it looks like it's just a short fever. That is kind of wild, though, because, like, I've never actually seen a, something like that not last super long. Because, like, in my experience, those syndromes are usually permanent, so that's actually really cool that it's not. I was really worried when I first saw that. I was like, uh-oh, this is gonna be tough. But maybe not so much. Let's just make this into a temple. God of course, Sub-Harsh Sneers is the god of misery. We've got the god of the rain and rainbows. We've got the god of jealousy. The god of the wind and sky. The god of fortresses, war, and victory. Now we're talking. And the god of death. Nobody worships the god of death. So we'll just make a temple to no one in particular. Let the dwarves at the very least pray, because goddamn, they're going to need that. We're also going to need to figure out if stuff comes back from the dead. So Dishmab, wherever you are. You are a miner. Oh, no, wrong Dishmab. This dwarf is a miner who's currently drinking. You're going to go pick up an equipment, and then you're going to go do the thing. Then someone else should come over there and make the other pick. When the rain is fever-inducing poop. Pretty much. Hey, chat, you may want to check the redemptions. If anybody's hunting. I'm also real quick going to open up this and this. Do actually wonder if you guys can currently be assigned to specific shops. Yeah, okay, they can. Why should I help? Well, there you go. Is a miner free? Which one would you like? Olan or Dishmab? Dishmab? Okay. Romanoid Trell. We've completed the 2 picks. So let's... Actually, can I chuck you in as a miner? Yeah, let's give you mining for right now. You dislike abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. Also, YouTube chat, the first person to put 3 tree emojis into the YouTube chat. Gotta make you guys think on your toes. Can also name something. Anything that's nameable. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. Is confident in herself in situations requiring her skills. Is very stubborn and has a strong tendency towards privacy. And has little interest in joking around. Is not particularly interested in what others think of her. And she has a calm demeanor. She isn't particularly ambitious. And she tends to not be swayed by the emotions of others or emotional appeals. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. Is moved by art and natural beauty. And is troubled by this, since she dislikes the natural world. She often feels envious of others, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. She dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds introspection to be a waste of time. Values loyalty, finds leisure time silly and a fumbling waste of time. Likes Daysite and Billin, as well as Pink Garnet and Crystal Glass, and Long Nose Gar. Tooth and rings and mackerel for their stripes, and the words of the as well as long-nosed gar and mackerel for their stripes, and the words of the lutes of pantomiming of Impossible prefers to consume. Giant dragonfly and sorghum beer and can't stand. And bee honey and finger millet and hates hamsters. She's thin, and her hair is curly. She wants to pray. Welcome to the fortress. So we've got some beds now. So I need a entrance. I think what I'm going to do actually is we're just going to call this kind of a storage zone. So I'm going to just dig down over here. Well, actually, no, we're just going to dig into this over here. I'm going to smooth it, and then we're going to dig down into here. Let's look around. Is there any noticeable stone? YouTube chat, I did say tree. Do you not know what a tree is? 3 tree is what I said. YouTube's just posting beer. And, honestly, I respect the culture. There you go. More bits got it. What would you like to name more bits? It could be a dwarf. It could be a bed. It could be a still. It could be a character. Instructions unclear. Posted beer. I mean, fair. In this chat, it's also just a fair bet in general. Okay, so the other thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to go up here and make an everything stockpile. Make the rest of this into an everything stockpile, more or less. We're just going to say all, asterisk, but food and stone. But we will allow wood. Bear Warriors sparring it, so I can't put them into a squad for a year because they're adventurers, so they're still not technically part of the faction yet. I have to wait for them to ask for full-time membership to the fortress, which we're not at yet. Oh, actually, also don't put bars or blocks in here. At least not stone or clay ones. If you type an exclamation point goal, you'll see the playthrough pretty quick. I'm not doing beds for anybody but bedrooms for anybody but nobles. I'm not sure entirely what the definition of noble in this fort is yet. That might mean only people who are require them, but it may also just mean anybody with a rank in society that we deem as a rank in society. So we'd need to figure that out essentially. Forgotten Beast or Titan. What about this? People who gain a in-game rank. So, like, you know how when you kill five notable figures, you gain a rank? Yeah, that's the plan. Only communal dormitories, or at least that's what I was thinking. Also, is Silty Clay clayable? I don't think it is. No. I don't know. I think that's a bit too easy to attain, because you can become legendary by just mining some sand for 20 minutes. Because this is a war-focused fort. What are you looking for? If you need help, just ask for it. Just type it in the word help's not going to get you much here. I cannot name a pickaxe, but I could give you a minor dwarf. So the things that can be named more bits in YouTube chat are constructed buildings or living entities. So I could give you an animal, I could give you a statue, I could give you a door, but if you get too esoteric with it, I'm going to have to just give you something random. All right, Gimli, the Morbits, is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. Doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He can handle stress and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He has a greedy streak and he has an active sense of humor. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is, of course, troubled by this as he dislikes the natural world. He often greets others with a hug and tends to stretch out when he's bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Values family and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. He likes native silver as well as late pewter and crystal beryl and stoat bone, the color slate gray and helms and the sound of the glittery sparkles and the sight of the amethyst glimmer, and when possible prefers to consume bluefin tuna and garden cress and cassava beer. And can't stand lizards. And he's thin, and he's got a very long beard, which is neatly combed. And he's got 7 kindred spirits and some passing acquaintances. I also want to check something, because we are right here, right? That's my fort. My old fort apparently has a population of 400. The population of the old tower has not risen. Seems that dwarves are just putting stuff away. We are in an ad break, but I'll just let it run. It also seems that the donkeys are just periodically dropping stuff, which I think is kind of funny. Also going to go here and just make a bin. I'll wait until the ads are done. Certainly a lot of various filth, yes. You could get whatever you want that is within reason named after yourself, yes. Assuming I have one or the ability to build one. If I don't have the thing or the ability to build the thing, I might give you an asterisk. The pinata. That's funny. All right. Also have to say thank you to everybody who's tuning in today. Appreciate you guys. All 110 of you on the YubTubs and 209 here on Twitch. Don't forget to leave a like on the YouTube stream, YouTube folks. YouTube likes make the YouTube world go round. And easy after being caught in freakish weather. So let's see this. Because I'm kind of expecting the fever to come back at... Yeah, see, fever. How long does it last for? Okay, so there is fever, but it doesn't last for super long, so... That's not great, but also not game-breakingly bad or anything. So that's good news, I guess. That sounds like a good day off. Oh, yeah. You know, everybody claims that nobody expects them to the point where I think that everybody just expects them now. Read the Spanish Inquisition. Still making rock blocks. You also queue up some rock pots. Let's just go down here and make a craftsdwarf shop. Oh, I see the problem. To get safer trees. I don't know if I'll rush the caverns, but yeah, we'll go there pretty quick. Oopsies. Why don't I just go here? Make rock pot. Let's make 10 of those. And mug. Let's also make 10 of those. Actually, the mugs I can make less. We only need like 4. Maybe 5. But it is likely, yeah, we'll probably try to quickly make our way to the caverns, well, decently quick. I do have some higher priorities first, such as getting our first squad up and running. I think that's the highest priority. Also, it's not that the trees are necessarily unsafe, they're just... Ooh. You are upset with your life already, man. That was quick. Okay, so you want to make Marion admire art, so I think I'm going to real quick just plunk down this and make a tavern, which is called the Creative Olive. And I'm going to say, please just go make merry, man. Because we'll be feeling merry when Mary's taking care of me. To swear being caught in freakish weather. I will also say that I think that Yugath is a dwarf that we should just give a bed to immediately. Unless chat vehemently disagrees. But I personally feel that the adventurer is somebody who gets a bedroom right off the bat. Because if that dwarf dies, Fortress is over. I think that's a valid reason to give that dwarf a bedroom first. Maybe not there. Let's go actually go like maybe... Let's just go there and there. That's going to be the dorms. Should also assign a third minor dwarf. Which we already have 3. I'm just not sure why the other one isn't mining. You're digging, you're digging. Ah, you're making rock blocks. Let's let you dig. You're the proficient miner, and you have the steel pick, which means you'll go faster, so you should absolutely be in there and mining. Our founding dwarf, yes. Our most enthusiastic founding dwarf. All right. Let's also get some blocks in there. Some more blocks in here. Some more blocks in here. Some more blocks in here. And some more blocks in here. And some more blocks in here. So think maybe channel out this area a little bit, and then we'll do some farming here. I do also just need to be careful, because if I'm not, we'll agitate the wilds, and if we agitate the wilds, then we're just going to start getting attacked by all of the giant animals on this map, and there's a lot of them, and they're very big, including, like, you know, saltwater crocodiles and birds and various other things, but that'll probably happen regardless. I mean, right now we've got hippos, so, you know, that's what we're currently looking at for potential problems. And then this right here is going to become our bedroom. We're also going to do some rock doors. I mean, is there such thing as a non-angry hippo? I was always under the impression there was only angry hippos. Also, I've only played a Hungry Hippos once in my life, and I have to say, it's kind of overrated. Bit of a scam. It's not that much fun. If anything, I would actually... Hot take, probably not. Not fun. Have I ever rolled a tire with a stick? Bike tire, yeah, actually. I have, actually. Is a gift you give to someone else's kids. I don't have any friends with kids, so I guess I will never be living the full Hungry Hungry Hippos experience. I don't know. Hungry Hungry Hippos seems like something that people get given for Christmas as just like a way to distract the kids for a bit. And that's about it. But I guess that's kind of the exact same thing to a point. Let's just put a butcher shop right there and a tanner shop down here. And I'm just going to butcher all of the animals that I can. This is a lovely, lovely place. If I do say so myself. I mean, look at all of this beautiful gunk. Yuck. You liked playing it when you were a kid? It isn't aimed at adults. Oh, I know. I mean, it's not a game, really. It's a toy. Hungry Hungry Hippos. It's just a very specifically themed toy. Like, I don't know. It's easy to think of Hungry Hungry Hippos as like a board game, but it's just it's a toy. It's a toy. I'm actually gonna cancel all these right now, just so that they go make these instead. I may also just pen pasture the animals up here anyway, so that they don't get, oh, maybe not you, just so that they don't get skinny. It's weird that it says the yak cows aren't grazers, even though they very much are. The yaks are the only ones I can actually butcher, so. That's good. Okay, so now let's make our first squad. Militia commander. Diego, would you be a good militia commander? Got high stamina. You dream of raising a family. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Medtob, one of them dreamed of mastering a skill. You find the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, even. Art. We'll have to make it Gimli. Nope. I just want the first squad leader to be somebody who dreams of mastering a skill. Yeah, okay. So Zul'Ban, who's currently the expedition leader, is going to be my militia commander. And I'm going to make the first squad with Zul'Ban in charge. Put 4 dwarves in it. And I'm going to make a barracks down here. The Calm Rooms. Sure. We're going to get them training for a little bit. The calmest of rooms. Here we only deal in the calmest of rooms. She has brought 10 pack or something. Keeps getting the new ones. Wait, what? Harmonicas. I mean, there's worse things you could give kids than harmonicas. Harmonicas are kind of cool, actually. He came to embark through adventure mode of an embark on adventure position. What? I don't understand the sentence. Please explain again. So I guess what I'm going to do is just dig tunnels to various places on the map. One on the top side, one on the south side. It's probably what we're gonna do. The first one was cool until the car ride home. No, I get that. That makes a lot of sense. I could totally see it not being cool being in a car with a bunch of kids all with harmonicas they just got for free. Okay, so we've slaughtered a yak bull. Which my citizens have become wrestlers. And are not training for some reason. Okay, well, one of them is. Individual combat training. If anybody's wondering where the weapons came from and why I already have 10 dwarves, even though we're only in early spring, it's because, and why I already have weapons, it's because we adventured here from our previous fortress with one dwarven adventurer and 2 bear people adventurers. And this is my dwarven adventurer who's pissed the fuck off. Who's also already scarred because he saw one of a dwarf's dead body in the old fort. So if this dwarf dies, the fort's over. That's my side goal for this fort. If this dwarf dies, the fort's over. So because this dwarf is a dwarf of importance, they're going to get a bedroom right away. However, I'm only going to give bedrooms to dwarves who get legendary status, which essentially just means I'm only going to give bedrooms to dwarves who successfully kill 5 notable creatures and thus gain a title. So it's going to be a strange dwarf, or a strange fortress. Although this dwarf is going to get a bedroom right away because this dwarf is my adventurer. So I feel like that's a valid reason. This is going to be stockpile up here. I'm thinking actually we'll just channel this down up here. So maybe let's just go up into here, drop down a level, go up to here, drop down a level, go up to here, drop down a level. Those are knuckle worms. And then these are my other adventurers. So I won't be able to use these adventurers in the military for a whole year. Although this squad, actually, I need you to haul some things, so we're going to set you to no orders, turn you off training. Because I need them to go put stuff away. Because it's important to not have food rotting. So what I think I'm going to do for my 3 adventurers, actually, is I'm going to make bed. I'm just going to make 4 beds. Just going to give them individual tiles and manually assign them to their bedrooms. Because I'm noticing that they're sleeping on the floor, which means that they probably aren't allowed to use that bedroom. Although, actually, I could make this a part of the tavern. Let's try that. The Creative Olive. Because they are allowed to socialize in the tavern, so maybe they'll go sleep in those beds if they are allowed to socialize in the tavern. Otherwise, I'll just manually permit them to do stuff separately. So for my faction, still the same queen. Some Otters is still the Baron of Surprise Town, which is, you love to see it. And in here, I'm going to put a little space back here. This is going to be for offices. Maybe let's not do this. To get an adventurer in the fort, you walk the adventurer to the fort, Sazerti, and you retire them in the fort. If you can convince the expedition leader of the fort that you're retiring them in, or the mayor or the baron or the highest ranked individual to let you join as a mercenary, then you can put them in the military. Otherwise, from adventure mode, all you need to do is just walk to the location and hit the retire button, and then they'll just be there, and 1 year later they'll join. I generally don't like bothering going through the effort of making them join the fortress within adventure mode. It's just a bit too tedious in my experience, and you usually have to give a bunch of gifts, which, whatever. It's not something I generally do, or something I generally worry about. And then down here, let's do a little bit of farming. Do a little farm, a little bit of this, get down with Dorf. And now, chat, I need you guys to spot, keep an eye on these beds, and if you see a dwarf sleeping in this, or rather, if you see one of these bears sleeping in this, then it's successful. Otherwise, we're a little screwed until then. Corpus Delecti, thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Thanks for helping keep the chat alive, and the stream alive, and the channel funded. 1 sub at a time. Eyes peeled. Just don't, peel them too literally. That might be painful. Also, these are war bears, right? No, they're just grizzly bears. So does that mean that I can't? Ah, man. So I have to wait until we get baby grizzly bears before I can make war bears. Because they're just listed as pets, not war bears. I ate the yaks. We don't have any yaks. Next request. Those are the animals we have. We have horses and bears and a donkey. So I cannot actually give you a yak because we're eating them. I would love to give you a yak, but unfortunately it's no longer a yakable option. You'll take a bear. Alrighty. Which bear would you like? Would you like Keth, Momez, or Intini? Intini. Okay. I do hope that these bears are not like... Actually, hold on. Let me just... They're not like the adventurers. He is assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise when he has something to say. He is completely unmoved by art or natural beauty, or the natural beauty, and feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. He is quick to anger. Whoops. He's quick to anger and finds obligations confining, but he has a calm demeanor. Very calm bear. He's 8 years old and completely covered in nauseating filth. So don't pet him or you'll get a fever. Yes, we brought grizzly bears and grizzly bear men. Correct. Unemployed Shaku. To me, it's like a human and their pet chimpanzee. Lamb seduce the little? This god is Lamb seduce the little, chat. Which seems to be the god of jealousy and something. That's a name. Who are you praying to? Oh, Lamb seduce the little. Everybody's favorite deity. That's what I was thinking, Elfie. Listening to story, let's get these squads training again. I do love the fact that it's called the Calm Rooms. That is so funny. I also love the fact that immediately the most pissed off dwarf in the fort is my adventurer. That's just so funny to me. You want to eat a good meal. Well, we can work on that. I'm also going to have to massively overcompensate for the moods of dwarves by, okay, we are making brewskis. I'm gonna have to massively overcompensate for the moods of dwarves by providing the highest quality everything possible. So. And then actually, let's just go up here. Do that. And type in rock table, rock throne. Let's make 8 of each. To me, I feel the same about them as I do about most of the animal sprites. They're awesome, but they feel extremely inadequate because I don't show the gear that they have equipped. But they are pretty awesome. I will not keep that from you. My bear my bear really likes to tell poetry or like talk about poetry. I mean, they're very giddy about this. Also, I'm going to place the artifact statue in here because why not? This is my artifact statue that I brought from the previous fortress. And I'm just going to make sure that it's actually in the dormitory. And then down here, we can start planting plump helmets. What the fuck was that sound? For planting, I'm just going to let these two do it. Yeah, that's how we'll do that. What's on the map? I'm curious. Just giant sparrows? Okay, so I'm going to exterminate the giant sparrows. It's nothing personal against them, I just think they're bugged. I was correct, but there's now another one. Nothing's stuck. Well, at least other things are on the map now. Now I got this giant lizard. Just generic lizard folk. Lizard thing. Lizard stuff. That's how many years correct. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that question mark in YouTube chat. When are you getting an ASCII live stream? When you stream ASCII. I play the game with the graphics turned on, thanks. I used to do that. You could have watched me stream in ASCII about 3 years ago. But no, I've moved into the modern era. I'm good, thanks. Please make a well. They need a bath. You're not wrong. They do need a bath. I won't deny that. That's for sure. I should put a well right here. Wouldn't be a bad spot to do it. Super ultra graphic modern boy. Nah, unfortunately, I'm a sellout content creator who is well aware that if I stream with the graphics off, less people will watch, and that's bad for business. Like literally, that's all that there is to it. If that wasn't the case, then sure, I'd consider it, but 'tis the case. Correct, Turts McGurts. New fortress indeed. Actually, I can do this slightly better. I mean, you could use them to exterminate cats one at a time, but you could also just geld the cats and then not worry about it. I only use it to fix problems that will cause problems in the future. So, if you have too many cats in your fortress, allow me to introduce you to the farmer's workshop and gelding. It's a much more viable way to deal with cats than using the exterminate command anyway. Isn't it better to open a well diagonally? I'm not going to open it that way. This is the digging thing. I'm use a pump and pump the water in. I want clean water. Because this water is all going to be full of that filth goo stuff. See, nauseating filth right there? So I don't want my well to be full of nauseating filth water. So wouldn't it be better? No. Because I'm not going to open it up that way. I'm going to use a pump and pump water in. So no, it wouldn't be better. But I mean, if you just want to let the water flow in directly, sure, you could do that. But there isn't going to be much in the way of pressure there, so... I also don't want things using my well as a front door, so I'm going to have to block it in. You weren't aware of mucky water? Well, I mean, you don't... Like, we already know that that this stuff, the nauseating filth, gives dwarves a fever. Imagine if they drink it. My tutorials have helped you tremendously. Happy to help, dude. Thank you very much for the $5, J24B. Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? Just got a super chat. Same with you, YouTube chat. The more meowing, the merrier. Well, within frame rate limitations, but yeah. I mean, as long as it's not negatively impacting the game, it literally doesn't matter. So, as long as you're enjoying the game, who cares? I would say you're playing the game perfectly correctly. Oh, shit. Was not expecting to find that right here. Look what we got, friends. We've got hematite. Okay, so I am still going to run the well this way, but I think instead I'm actually just going to run it right over here. This will just be a separate entryway. And then the well over here is going to go down this way. And then down this way. Wooden cork. Wooden pipe. 1 and 1. Oh, also I'm going to go here. I'm just going to make sure that this is isn't still enabled for some silly reason. Okay. Should still tell me about job cancellations. And I do still have 2 logs left, which is perfect. Although I am going to have to disable this squad temporarily so that they can go assist again. So let's set them back to no orders, turn this off, and cancel the training job. May also swap this dwarf out for something else because they don't seem to be enjoying the training process much. And how is my angry adventurer doing? Like, the only thing you enjoy doing is yelling at somebody in charge, which is just kind of funny. Why are adventurers so angry? Because they saw somebody die right before they moved in here. I'm trying to decide where to put the adventurer's bedroom. Like, I genuinely don't know. I'm kind of having a little bit of location analysis paralysis. I could do it one layer beneath the tavern. Why don't we do it that way? Maybe two. One layer beneath the tavern. We'll do it that way. So, like, we'll go down to here. Like that, maybe. But yeah, no, I mean, they're not actually... Here's the thing, they're not actually stressed, they're just angry. So, like, what the feelings that they're having right now is it's entirely recoverable, so there is that. That's the good news, I guess. I'm also going to take one of the bear off of mining. We'll let our adventurer do some mining. I also need to go down to here, probably, and allow dwarves to use this zone. Not entirely sure as to why there's just a random barrel of food right there, but there is, so... You're gonna go pick up equipment. Oof. All the fucking places you could go. Why are you cleaning? Don't even. And then down here, we'll also add this. So down here, we have rock salt as well as hematite, which is fun and you love to see it. Ooh, I should move that statue into this bedroom. Is what I should do. That's something I should do. I'm feeling after sleeping without a proper room. That's what we love to see, Romanoid. Accepting your distressingly sad existence. It's the only way forward, truly. Did I get bear people? Adventure mode, naturally. I basically embarked with nothing in this fort, and then instead of doing a normal embark, I immediately retired this embark, and then started an adventurer party at my old fortress. Helmed by this dwarf and then these two bear people. And then in adventure mode, I walked them all the way across the world from my fortress there all the way to here. And then retired them here, and now we're playing here with the goal of going to war with everything within a few years. I'm saying a few years because I need a little bit of time to get this fortress going. Let's just go stat. Boom. Let's go statue. And to bed. That's also how I brought this artifact statue from my previous fortress. Is this a cursed biome? It is a terrifying biome that is currently raining nauseating filth that gives them a temporary fever, which is kind of terrifying if you ask me. And then this down here is going to be assigned to that adventurer. Because this fortress has a side goal, if the adventurer dies, the fortress is over. Yo, Discosito, how thing? I don't think there's any zombies on this map. I think it's just, I'm pretty sure it's likely just the, what's it called? The raining mucus, because usually they only have one curse, and this one it is shitty weather. But I did use a command to kill a bunch of giant birds because they were bugged. And because of that, I'm kind of leaning towards it's more likely that it's just the really shitty weather, which gives them a fever temporarily. Which I've never seen before. I've never actually seen a syndrome last only temporarily. That is a new one to me. What story are you telling? The human Ozo Palace Whiskey became the lawgiver of the Tactical Realms. This bear person is part of the Tactical Realms, which is a faction that that this fortress is at war with. So this bear person clearly knows some people there and is telling us stories. Also, these people are all people that this adventurer knew because they live in the location that this adventurer came from. And actually, if I check this dwarf, let's see, he's a long-term acquaintance with Snail, Haggard, Oblivion, Jacknerick, Knights Are Slow, Burton, Hilmar, KYZYL, which is why he's upset because KYZYL was dead for some reason, as well as Wolf. Well, that's interesting. It's interesting that I can actually see their personality, like them, as if they're on the map, but they're not. That's intriguing. Huh. At least we're getting some good, more recent memories. And he's just sitting here planting seeds. Probably a bug. Maybe. If it is a bug, I don't mind it. More like less bug, and probably the more common thing that Dwarf Fortress is known for, which is unintended outcome. As an example of that, it's something that happens in the game that wasn't intended, but isn't necessarily negative, which is probably the more likely actual thing that it is. Also going to jump up to the surface again, and we're going to tack down some trees. So I should still have a woodcutter, which is Brian. I'd also like to see what this dwarf thinks once they sleep in their proper bedroom. We're often called features. There's features and then there's unintended features, right? I guess bugs make them kind of inherently negative, whereas features make them more positive. Just make rock blocks. Let's make 30. Make them out of shale, and we'll say when there's less than 30 shale blocks. Less than 10 shale blocks, make 30. We'll just start queuing this stuff up. We'll also move this downstairs. Same with you, although why did I do that in the tavern? Chat, what looks more like a tavern to you? The one on the left or the one up top? On the right. What looks more tavern-like? In your mind. Top right looks more tavern-like? So this would be like crafting and bedrooms beneath it? Maybe a temple. Actually, why don't I do this? Build like a little wall across here. This could be a little temple. This could be a little kitchen area / some crafting stuff. And then this up here could be the tavern. And this can get deconstructed. Let's just boot you out of the military because I need at least... You guys can go back to training. Go down there. You'd love to live in the cellar at the inn in real life? As long as I didn't, well, I feel like that would be the equivalent of like living in an apartment above a nightclub, except they're above you instead of below you. And I kind of don't want to do that in real life, so I think I'm good, actually. Like, pretty hard pass on that. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, no thanks. I think I'm good. I like the idea of it in like a fantasy game setting, but in real life, nah. I'm good. In an apartment under a hostel? Oof. Was the rent cheap at least? Just gonna peek around and see if there's anything I can go steal that's close by. Okay, Doomed Stunts is the name of that temple. I'm looking for things with no population. Doubts about Racon tomb moistness? Okay, I think we're gonna go here. We're gonna go to the Field of Circling. We're gonna go explore that area. Dwarves? Maybe it's because you're off duty. They don't seem super interested, what? Let's try this again. How about this one? Cannot leave sight. I wonder why that is. And no, it's apparently unreachable. Huh. See about this one that's much closer. Maybe it's because you're the expedition leader. Let's swap you out with Zul. Well, no. Zulban, let's swap you out with Metob. I'm gonna go put your stuff in a bin. That's fine. Now I just have the two dwarves. No, they were not just about to leave when I put them on orders. No, they just can't leave the map. I wonder what's causing that. Curious. Can I tell them to go? I wonder if it's the nauseating liquid that's forcing them to. Yeah, no, like they literally can't leave the map. Sure, Server Lord. What kind of dwarf would you like? Or what thing would you like? It doesn't need to be a dwarf. Huh. Random, not worried. Okay, got it. Just give me a second here. Well, what I guess I'm going to try doing then is what I sort of suggested I'd do earlier, which is they're digging around down here. When they finish digging around down here a little bit, I'm just going to tell them to go to the edge of the map. We're just not going to worry about it for right now. I'll worry about it later. Ah, I found... Oh, never mind. I was like, I found an Ogre. No, it's just a river. All right, well... So let's do these priority 2. And this priority 1. All right, random name. Okay, you get this one. You are Medtob. Server Lord. He is often cheerful and can handle stress. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He has a sense of duty, and he's a friendly individual, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. And he dreams of raising a family, and personally is an absolute believer in the rule of law, and sees those that attempt to maintain their that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior is vain and offensive, finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Likes pig iron and moonstone, as well as pear wood and pangolin bone, and the color cotton paper and cotton paper, the color crimson, millstones, and figurines, and the sound of the glittery sparkles, and the sight, of course, of the pantomime of flutes, and when possible prefers to consume mantis and steelhead trout, and wild carrot plants. He also, of course, loves whip wine, and hates mussels. He's currently in the military with a steel short sword, and is very happy because he's in love with Zulban, who is the herald and current expedition leader of the fortress, who's currently cleaning above ground for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'm actually going to make her into a separate squad leader. I think we'll do that with the starting 7. Just give them all their own squads. I think I'm just going to go up here and just turn this off. That's all I'm going to do, because that seems like a bad idea. Josh, also, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Server Lord. And welcome to the Fortress, Server Lord. Let's make 3 wooden buckets. And, ooh. Let's make a iron chain. Make 2. I'm also going to do this. So this is 8, so it's not actually going to be perfectly centered, so that'll bother somebody. So for the sake of the person that I will bother, I will instead make it 7 across so that it's centered. And that's what? 6 up? I'm gonna make me a little roof. Slowly. Just so that we can get a trading depot underneath this. What are we on the animal? There's an eye. Oh, look at that! Look at that beady little eyes. It is bizarre that they can't leave the map, though. Truly bizarre. It's got me a little worried, actually. But it's got... actually, you know, there probably won't be a problem with making them leave through the caverns. So maybe, yeah, we should definitely rush the caverns for more reason than one now. Now let's go over to here. And just place a tile. Actually, let's place 2 tiles. One there, one there. I don't know, actually. And it's not honey. It's most definitely vile, like, basically bile. I mean, it gives the dwarves a fever, so I haven't seen any animals. Let's see. Well, they don't like it. They don't seem to be getting a fever, though. but it doesn't seem to be helping their moods much. Okay, we've made the chain. Now we just need to make the buckets. Or did I not make a new carpenter shop? I didn't. Apologies for the sniffling, chat. But breathing is difficult at this moment. One moment. Yeah, I can breathe again. Are those capybaras? No, these are bear people. Grizzly bear people, specifically. They came from my adventurer crew. And then these are dwarves, and that's a butcher shop. I feel content after a bath. You had a bath? Where? Literally, as I queued that up, they made another one. Well, that's fine. We'll end up with 4. Seems that Romanoid's making the bucket. He's got candle nut wood logs. Feels despair. It's pretty brutal, man. This may be a fortress where I have to abuse the ever-living crap out of mist. No. They cannot. Words. However, there is a mechanic which is currently not available in Fortress or in Adventure Mode, which is you can basically build a site. Those sites can be reclaimed, but currently we do not have access to that mode, or to that mechanic, I guess. Actually, you know what? Why am I even bothering with this? Just dig into this. Okay, not both. Yeah, well, we'll dig into both, get rid of both of these, then build a wall piece right there, and a wall piece right there, and a wall piece right there. That's all we need to do. Then I can just channel this out, and then wall it off. I'm done. You can also claim sites as yours, but that doesn't allow you to reclaim them. How did your adventurer contribute to the Grizzly Bear Men fortress? We made the fortress, we retired the fortress, and then we walked from my adventuring start location, which was my old fortress. And then once we did all of that, we then reclaimed the fortress. So I founded this fortress, then I retired it immediately. Then I started an adventure party, and then we walked the adventurer party here. And then I retired them here after introducing ourselves so that they knew who we were. And then I reclaimed this fortress, and then they're here. Also, there's a big kitty. Hopefully he didn't bring a revolver. Psycho Mantis. Server Lord, thanks for gifting a sub to Enemy and paying that sub forward. Appreciate you. I mean, I'll just say this. Don't get excited about Dwarf Fortress features. If you want Dwarf Fortress features, mod them into the game or find a way around them. Because, like, you know, you never know how long they're going to take. Just a word of advice, but... I'm actually genuinely amazed how few people actually know that you can do stuff like this with Adventure Mode. I mean, that's also why I have, like, this primeval stone maul and these steel short swords and the primeval stone great axe and the whip and most of the metal that I have. This is an anvil I made in the other fortress and filled up with gems. Like, I collected all of these items and put them onto my pack animals and then brought them all here. Like, this embark started with nothing, not even a pickaxe, and then I brought all the stuff that I needed here with adventurers. That's true, Bone Doll. Cat is laser. Probably. I should have a tutorial on guild halls. You'd have to search for it. I think it's in the quick tutorials section. It's very easy. You can just make guild halls, or I also have one on linking zones, which kind of relates to guild halls. Those are the two things to do with guild halls. Modifying raws, makeshift crafting, and tinkering with DF hack and for site building have been okay placeholders though. Personally, like, I think just being able to craft stuff into thin air without needing a workshop is a little bit immersion breaking, so I don't use those mods. If they required workshops, then I can't remember if Adventure Fort does though, or if it does now. It certainly didn't at one point. Waiting for these ads to end and then we'll... Oh, I need rock mechanisms. That's the other thing I need. It is weird that we can't leave the... That part is very weird. Okay, let's maybe get this squad no longer training for a bit. Down here. Whoa! Space potatoes untie!
Space potatoes unite cheered. X1000. Hey a blind.
Actually, I should say unite.
New fort smell.
You love to unite. Anyway, from my favorite unite, thank you very much for the $10. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. One biddy at a time. We'll also be playing this fort tomorrow, by the way. I've opted to just do 2 days in a row of the new fort instead of playing Head Punch tomorrow. And then I won't be streaming next week because I will be editing, and life be damned, I will be getting a video done, which means I will likely be working twice as much next week as I normally do in a streaming week. But from dusk till dawn, I will be editing a video, and hopefully you guys will get at least one. Isn't the dormitory citizen only? Shouldn't be. Citizens and long-term residents. These guys are long-term residents, so no. Because it's connected to the tavern, which is citizens and long-term residents. Oh, shit. I thought that those were chairs. I had the wrong thing selected. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's actually make 2 of these. We'll just make a total of 4. So I could do a lever thing if I need to. Hello, Laya. How is you? I do personally feel that they've done a pretty good job of making the value requirements for the guild halls pretty clear and in the middle of your face, so they're kind of hard to miss, but I like that the bears are walking around with just socks on, no shoes. Laya, fine. Good to hear, dude. And this can be a dining hall, and this dining hall can be connected to the Creative Olive, which is my tavern. Although eventually this whole area is going to be a part of that. We'll put 2 doors in there. So now they can stop complaining about the lack of tables. And down here, I can mine through this. Did I make a grate? I think I did. Aha, I did. Cool. Down here, I'm going to make a floor grate. So they'll bring that in, and then we can pump this, and now we'll have a well. Magical. Need to wait for somebody to come down here and operate a pump. There it goes. Whoosh. And excellent. Now we have a well. And this can be my water source. And now they can all clean themselves. And while they'll want to have soapy baths, at the very least they can have baths. So this is also going to be expanded to over here. And removed from down here. Because this should all be part of the same tavern. I'm also thinking I'm going to make a library pretty early. And this down here can get deconstructed. And then in a moment moved over here. First, I'm just going to stick a chunk of this stuff in here. A library? I get it. It's funny. It's a good joke. Ah, I see the problem here. Let's expand this. It's actually kind of nice that there's just like ore everywhere down here. Like that was way quicker than I was expecting to find a bunch of decent quality ore actually. And if I want to fish, I could actually fish down here pretty safely too. So why don't we fish? Let's give it to... Ooh. What am I... Let's give it to the bear people. The bear people seem like they would be fishers, wouldn't they? They really... Oh, wow, you're singing? What are you singing? The pointy, dense, and camp is an example of the fancy musics. It's got no particular subject. The lyrics the composer has selected is the birth of harshness. Oh. The composition is masterful. So I presume that it's... Okay, so it's music used for entertainment originating in the Poisons of Winter, which is a goblin civ. The rules of the form are applied by blah, blah, blah. It's singer besides musical things. Well, it's just an entertainment thing. They want salmon or trout. This is true. I like how they're both carrying around mugs. Not sure why, but they are. How many chests? No, I don't. I also feel like I should go up to here and deconstruct this. And also throw this down here. And then go over to here. Do that. I'm going to put a forge there and this here, and then this is going to be our forge, I think. I was going to make this into offices, but because there's just like an ore deposit directly beneath that, that makes sense as a forge. How do you check what they're singing? So there's two magnifying glasses, right? Well, I can't show you now. Well, actually I can. But there's this one. This shows you the character, and then this one over here shows you the task that they're doing if they're doing a social task. So this is the description of socializing, which is an organizational activity will branch into specific social events. They have to start off by socializing, then eventually they'll start singing or dancing or playing music or screaming, arguing, etc. Well, the thing is, characters are supposed to put items down when they're done using them, but for some reason these bears are just walking around with the mugs. Maybe they've claimed them, I don't know. Or maybe it's like some artifact of them being adventurers. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. How long has that been there? Longer than I've played Dwarf Fortress. Back in the day, what you had to do is you had to select the dwarf with the V key, I think, and then go to P, and then scroll down and then press enter, I think. Go to the personality menu, which is P, and then scroll down and then press enter, and then there might be another button in between those. Anyway, it's something like that. And then it would give you the description of what they were doing. So since like, I don't know, the late 2000s? 15 years or something? It's not possible for blood or any other liquids that are not water or lava to gain any sort of depth, Skydroll. The only liquids that can maintain depth without just simply like contaminating, because there's two things, right? There's liquids and there's contaminants. Blood is a contaminant, water is a liquid. Like if you spill alcohol, that's a contaminant, not a liquid. Sometimes you can have liquids in contaminant form. Like if it's raining outside and a dwarf walks outside, then they'll get water on them as a contaminant, but that's not a liquid. Sort of like, you know, when it's raining outside, it doesn't fill up puddles or anything. It doesn't pool. While it could, it doesn't. Is there a way to flip between dwarves without going to the U menu and scrolling down again? Not really. I mean, if you go to the squad menu and click this, you can click this, but that's about it. You can also go here and then click on the different arrows from the relations screen, but it's only the things that they know, and you can get stuck in dead ends like pets. There has to be a toilet mod. I don't think that there is a toilet mod. Because I feel like that would be way more popular if there was one. Like, I feel like I would know about it if there was one. So if there is one, I'm not aware of it. So I see that as rather unlikely. Adventurer is trying to attend a meeting desperately. Sympathy while getting yelled at by an unhappy citizen. Interested, relieved after yelling at an unhappy citizen. So basically, in order to fix this dwarf's mood, we need them to get over their despair. Which is pretty grim, actually. And we do a bit of a wooden dance floor for this tavern. I mean, I'm happy that as Tarn has said, I'm on Team Manure, which is I don't think there should be poop in Dwarf Fortress because I feel like there's mods for other games to have like toilets and plumbing management and stuff. I don't find that to be fun to manage. However, I would like cows to create a byproduct of manure, which could be used to like fertilize soil or, you know, potentially make higher quality leather. Like I would like more animal byproducts and animals to create more byproducts because I think that would be interesting mechanically. I don't see, toilets and dwarves pooping as a fun mechanic to manage. I mean, it could be, but in my experience, it's often just like, meh. There's enough abstraction in Dwarf Fortress already that you don't really need it. But that's just my opinion. Don't let my opinion shape the entirety of the world, after all. It would, in fact, be a shitty add-on. But also, manure would allow us to do things like, you know, dump manure on your enemies, which would be fun. Who doesn't want to do that? We're up to summer now. We've made our first round of blocks. Just made a wooden bucket. Ooh, I really like the color of that wood. That looks good. Big fan. You over here, you're just right there. I haven't actually seen this dwarf sleep yet. I want to make sure that you are using your bedroom. Yeah, exactly. New ammo for mine carts or even catapults. I really hope that, like, what's the word that I'm looking for here? Like, suppressive fire or fear is kind of looked into as a mechanic for Dwarf Fortress once we get to a point where sieges have been redone, because I think that suppressive fire in the, like, as a tool to intimidate is really interesting mechanically in games. So I'm really, really curious to see where Tarn ends up going with the siege stuff. That was actually also one of the only mechanics I truly enjoyed from early RimWorld, or rather, one of the mechanics I really enjoyed from early RimWorld development was suppressive fire and fear. I can guarantee you 100% there isn't enough space in the text field at the top of the names to name it something that long. But I could give a bear a long name. I'll type in what you wrote. Sir, oh no, that would be madam, right? Sir Reginald Fluffington the Third Duke. That's as far as I can go. Sir Reginald Fluffington the Third. That's the best I can do, Chuck. It's the best I can do. Best I can do is 3 names. He is stingy with resources when working on projects because of his royal status, of course. He refuses to expend any extra effort and is grounded in reality and sometimes cruel. He tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. Doesn't often feel envious of others and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is, of course, pleased by his own appearance and talents and is curious and eager to learn. That is your bear, and it's barely what you requested, but it's the best I could do. Hopefully it's satisfactory. Satisfaculty. The other thing I gotta do is I gotta go to farming, and I gotta make a farmer's workshop. And I gotta go up to here. There you go. And then I gotta go over to here. I gotta make that. Then the other thing I gotta do is I've got to make a food stockpile, desperately. So right here, let's just go everything but that and this. Because he won't do that. Now everything's gonna get hold all of a sudden. The Tame Animals tab. That's the Tame Animals tab. What's with the mud on the surface? That ain't mud, dude. This is a terrifying biome. It's raining noxious fluids that give dwarves a temporary fever. And it makes their moods go. So So that ain't mud. It's nauseating filth. O is correct, yes. Cat shat fever? Fever? Cat shat fever, yes. And I'm very slowly building a roof up there. You're attending yet another meeting. At least this dwarf is feeling a little bit better about their life. And you're satisfied cleaning stuff up. Well, that's good. At least you're happy about something. Terrifying clockwork dragon. And thankfully, walking over the crap isn't scary in and of itself. It's only scary if it's actually raining. So if you keep an eye on this, when you see it turn to clouds, that's when it's scary for them. So just walking over the stuff is okay, but getting rained on while it's outside by the stuff is what gives them the negative consequences. You know, actually, I don't want to do that. I just want to go here and make an iron mine. Well, what bars do I have? Bars. I got 4 iron bars. Let's make an iron minecart. Ah, fuck it. We'll make a wooden minecart. Wooden minecart, just one. I'm just gonna start stacking up ore up here. We're just gonna make a little infinity stockpile. And I'm just gonna make this look less terrible. I'm also gonna fill this bedroom up with stuff. Or flooring at the very least. It's a very old world indeed. You know, it's funny. I made it 1050 because it's nostalgic. So in older versions of Dwarf Fortress, the short variant wasn't 100 years. It was 250. The medium length world gen was 500, I think. And then 1050. So this is the second fort I've done in this world. And it's 10 years of this world that I've played. But like, I'm used to the long world gen time being 1,050 years, and it feels wrong that it's only 500. So to me, this is just an old world. It's not like abnormally long or anything. Oh, also, we are fishing, so I do have a fishing zone, so I should make a fisher stockpile. Fishery, or a fisher workshop. And then you here, you're going to process plants. Oh, never mind. There are no plants to process. Well, what happened to Surprise Town? Exclamation point last fort. Will almost always give you the answer unless I forgot to do it, which I did not this time. Blissful when having a delicious lunch. If you want to know why it was retired, I was bored shitless and the challenge wasn't challenging. That's why I retired it. Let's also not put seeds in here. All right, great horned owls. Man, the world got kind of quiet. And we came to this fort with adventurers, which is why there's a artifact from the previous fort in here. And also why there's a bunch of other artifacts and various items from the previous fort in here. It's also why there's 2 bear people and this dwarf. And this dwarf is called the hero. And And the hero has a side goal of if this dwarf dies, the fort's over. So the goal of this fort is to go to war with as many people as possible. And if this dwarf dies, the fort's over. I hope that that's an admirable goal. That see, this is the fever that it gives. It's pretty bad. And then they slow down and then they speed up again. Although I wonder if that will train diagnosing. Ooh, that's actually not bad if it does. Hero needs a black robe. Unfortunately, I can't really do that. I don't think. But he's also the most pissed off dwarf in the fort because he witnessed somebody die in the previous fort before we made it here. Let's go here. Just do constructions going south. And go here, make this. Actually, I wonder if I could just make it one singular stop. Probably could. No, they'll just infinitely load into it. Nope, that's not what I want. I want to go down here and I want to go metal ores. I want to go here and I want to go metal ores. And then here, ore. So I'm just like fast tracking into producing stuff for a military is what I'm doing. And let's also throw that round limestone minecart, or minecart right there. And then down here, this is going to be a seed stockpile because currently I don't have one. Just going to go right here. In 172, the dwarf Monam admired shot became the queen of the hammers of dance. Also, Badger in YouTube chat, I love your content, very entertaining. Thanks for what I do. Well, thank you. There are no vampires in this fort now. Umbrella mod, anyone? That's just the Roller Coaster Tycoon mod, right? I mean, I am making a covered walkway, and they'll slowly clean it up, as you can see. I may actually make this slowly stretch across the world. Slowly. We could also garden upstairs, above ground up here. Which could be neat, actually. Do I stream on YouTube also? Yep. The link to the YouTube stream is just scroll down. Or the YouTube channel is just scroll down. But I'll tell you this, if you want to get responses in an even remotely timely manner here on Twitch, or on this stream, I would recommend you watch on Twitch, because that's where I respond to what people are saying, primarily, because that's the chat that's generally way busier. YouTube stream does get busy sometimes, but because YouTube is so algorithmically fickle, it's not even remotely consistent. So like right now there's 140 people watching on YouTube, but yesterday there was 45 average over the whole stream. Also, it appears that we just got a microwave, which didn't give me a pop-up, which it should have. Looks like it's mom and 3 kids. Well, mom and 2 kids and a baby. What in the world possessed you to bring your family here, madam? As well as a carpenter. Another planter. Well, I mean, we'll have to take it, I suppose. A nice place to settle with children. I disagree, but I respect their enthusiasm. I think it may be time for us to train for a wee bit in a moment here. Just in an ad break. Not typed? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no, I've streamed on both simultaneously since October 2023? Yeah, October 2023. It's mostly, from my perspective, streaming on YouTube is kind of... Sorry, YouTube, please don't take this personally. But from my perspective, streaming on YouTube is just advertising for the Twitch stream. Like, quite literally, that's how I see it from my perspective. Because, realistically, most people see that I'm streaming on Twitch and go, oh, well, I should go watch the YouTube stream then. I'm sorry, why are you super injured? Oh, well, you must have been in the previous fort. Yep, you were. Mm-hmm. Well. Looks like we're getting migrants from the previous fort already. Oopsies, that's not the button I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. Well, let's let them all train for a wee bit while you go over there and make blocks, apparently. Behind that migrant group? Well, they came from the previous fortress, which some people certainly got injured there. Did they bring any livestock? Nope. Okay, so you're not going to sleep in your bedroom. Even though you're assigned to it until you join the fortress. Well, that's a bit of a frustration. I mean, I think that they're just better at different things, Serverlord. In my humble opinion, Twitch is the superior platform if the goal is to... I'm just going to remove you from this squad. Actually, Zoman, I'll just put you into this squad. I think Twitch is the better platform if the goal is to just sit down and stream and talk to a community. I think YouTube is the better platform if you are something more along the lines of the Game Awards and you're trying to run a big, organized, planned event with a schedule, because that's what YouTube lends itself to, and that's what YouTube tries to do, and the audience YouTube tries to cater to. Or like, you know, Nintendo trying to run a Nintendo Direct, right? So, like, if you're trying to do a non-interactive broadcast, YouTube is the better platform. If you're trying to do an interactive broadcast, Twitch is the better platform. Just because of how Twitch is set up versus how YouTube is set up. And then from a content creator's perspective, YouTube as a streaming platform just kind of feels like it doesn't give a shit about you, and that kind of sucks. Super excited for June 5th. Did you get a pre-order? I do watch live streams on YouTube sometimes, but it's usually because I didn't realize they were streaming on Twitch yet. Or if they're only streaming on YouTube. I do have some friends who just stream on YouTube. Basically, I consider YouTube like, how do I put it? The lurker chat, kind of. Like, Twitch used to allow you to have multiple chat rooms, which was a good feature, and they should never have gotten rid of it. But Twitch used to let you have multiple chat rooms. And so some streamers would have, like, the normal chat, which is the chat that everybody was in all the time, and then also spoiler chat or lurker chat or like off-topic chat or whatever. And you could like tab between them, and it was super fiddly and complicated and nobody liked it. But it was very useful if you were like a moron like me that like, you know, didn't like spoilers or backseating. I'm less picky about that stuff these days, but I'm still not perfect about it. We've got baby bears now. But back when I was less picky about things like more picky about things like backseating, what I would often do is I would have a separate chat for that. And so at this point, I kind of consider the YouTube chat to be like the place that you go babble if you don't necessarily want me to read what you're saying. Or there's also the thing that like Twitch does kind of suck if you're watching primarily on a TV, because like a lot of the TV apps for Twitch kind of suck. Uh-oh, what are you joining in a conflict for? Not agitated. That seems bad. Not gonna worry about that too much. What are you telling the story of? El Salo, the Ageless, became the expedition leader of the Coal of Plains. What a good name for an elf. The Ageless. I mean, a lot of smart devices just don't have Twitch apps as well. There's also that. Oh man, for a second there, because of the name of this child, I thought that maybe this was the one whose mom died, but no. I love how this dwarf is having positive memories from my previous fort. Donkey is fighting with a giant Cody? I guess it's dead, probably. For your Android tablet? I've never tried to. I've never been a tablet person. I mean, my ex owned a tablet years ago, and I used it occasionally, but... It's always bizarre when you randomly get a voicemail without actually, like, having your phone ring. It's always bizarre. It's usually almost always a scammer. Actually, maybe it's because I've got the number blocked. I don't see the point in me making Linux content when, one, I am not an expert in Linux, I simply use it. And two, there are people who are experts in Linux making Linux content. So I don't, like, I've done the 2 Linux videos. I might do another one. Don't ask for it. I'm not planning to do more. If I feel like it, I might. But, like, I don't see the point, really. If you're using Linux, cool, you've already made it. If you're not using Linux, I ain't going to convince you. I don't understand why people want me to make Linux content in YouTube chat. I've made 2 full-length videos. I don't know what more you want from me, mate. Well, I mean, it's certainly a profitable endeavor if you're either popular or an expert. And I'm not an expert, nor am I particularly popular, so... I would rather focus on the content that my channel is known for and good at, rather than, you know, unrelated things. I mean, please don't make me slap you, Clockwork Dragon. I don't want to hurt people today. I'm having fun today. At least I'm trying to. It's apparently not working. I'm gonna need to make a minor squad specifically, aren't I? Yeah, it certainly did. I've seen it like a bluish color. I've seen it more of a reddish color as well. But this one is a new one for me. Wild animals in Dwarf Fortress don't really fight with one another, unless they're zombies. There isn't much in the way of, like, simulation of, what's the word, local surface fauna. Also, hi, Alfie. Again, because Laya said it. If you were to ask Tarn about that, it's one of those things where you'd say, yep, no, it sucks. We need to make it better. Just going to remove this from the tavern because I prefer they go to the actual tavern up here. You're reciting poetry. You're up here listening to stories. You're interested after watching a performance. All right, chat. I'm hungry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get me my lunch, is what I'm going to do. And then once I've acquired my lunch, I'm going to eat it. It might come across as a crazy surprise. Then we're going to make we're going to dig this down is what we're going to do. Down a layer. And then when we're done that, we're going to go bum rush the caverns, because I guess that's how we're going to get to the other maps and invade stuff, because it doesn't seem to want to let me leave out of the surface. So, yeah, I know, and I've been live for 7 hours and 15 minutes, and I ate breakfast about 30 minutes before I started the stream, so I haven't eaten in about 8 hours. I'm quite hungry, actually. So, I'm going to also eat not on stream. I'm going to go eat in the kitchen, because the food that I have for lunch is it's bread included in said sandwich, and said bread is very seedy, so I don't want to get it all over my carpet. So I'm just going to run an ad break, and if you would like, you can jump up and down and scream and keep each other entertained, or just chat amongst yourselves. I will be back in like under 3 minutes. Time to go speedrun Nom Nom a sandwich. BRB!
Sandwich!
I wasn't joking when I said I was just going to speedrun a sandwich. Although, I'm going to leave again. I'm going to go fill my water. I'll be right back. Alright. Water required. I did speedrun that sandwich, damn right! Alright. I mean, I do in fact drink water during streams. But if I didn't force myself to eat, I wouldn't take any breaks whatsoever, so I kind of have to force myself to take breaks. Now, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Rolls up to midsummer, so I should make a trading depot. I think I'll build it down and in here. Blind meets food, the sandwich? You mean blind eats food, the sandwich challenge? You know, back in the day, long time ago on my stream, I would never make lunch before I'd start the stream. So when I'd get hungry, I'd go speedrun making and eating a sandwich, and chat would actually time me. I think I got it under 3 minutes at one point, where it was like, grab the 2 slices of bread, put... Because we agreed that a sandwich had to have at least 3 ingredients, so it'd be like, grab bread, grab something else, grab something else. I'm gonna go down here, and I'm gonna move the temple into right here. There we go, the elevation of pillars. Well, bread, cheese, and butter, bread, cheese, and something. Mayo or mustard, depending on your vibe.
This is madness! Madness. This is Stone Hobo. This is Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet. Like skimming the YouTube chat. This game is trolling you? What do you mean? Alright. Welcome back. How was Sandwich? Sandwich was good. Sandwich was a pretty tasty one today. It was chicken with cheese and avocado. So no complaints there. You don't think any of your dwarves have survived a full stream? Certainly not more than one. So the gimmick with this fort is everybody's getting added to the military, so who do you want? Just, spoilers, don't select the dwarf that has no legs. Maybe. But who do you want? Everybody's being added to the military. Rakust the carpenter. Well, Xanthium, you're musical. He's confident under pressure. Also, you're a migrant from my previous fortress. He is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. He is pleased by his own looks and accomplishments, and he is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He easily is moved to mercy, and he occasionally overindulges. He tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He tends to think before acting and has a calm demeanor. When he's thinking hard, he has a habit of licking his lips. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and is offended by leisure time and leisurely living. He likes olivine brass and red spinel and knuckleworm leather and water buffalo hoof. Wait, you can make knuckleworm leather? I guess I should make kennels, hey? I mean, sorry, animal trap or whatever it's called. He likes water buffalo hoof, pigtail paper, squares, shields, and the words of the mauve music, as well as the sound of the flutes of pantomiming, and the sight of the indigo aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume bilberry and bitter melons. Also, Hobo, I'll have you know, you posting that Ghost album made me go, oh shit, there's a new Ghost album, so I listened to it, because I hadn't listened to it, and it's fine. I think, for me, Ghost peaked with Year Zero, or not Year Zero, BC, that album. But it's okay. Hobo's just a diehard Lifer fan. Forever, he's a member of the cult, so he'll never escape. But I do think it's okay, though. It's a you know, honestly, I didn't know that for years, Turtzmagerts. It's a option in the settings menu. It's under game settings. Nicknames centered versus whatever the default is. I think it's replaces versus centered. Ah, I see. I need one more shell block. Your purse. I'm more of a triangle person. I like triangles. Okay, seriously, why this no work? I'm now just a little worried I built this backwards, so. Let's try that again. I mean, Sad Divorced Dad was the name of a playlist supposedly that the bartender at a bar downtown here plays on Monday mornings, which is, as she described it, mostly Nickelback. Which I think is really funny. Just as a sentence to say, because I know exactly the kind of music that she's referring to. Nickelback, Creed, and Tool. I don't know, does Tool go in that? I don't know if I would put Tool in there. Tool is too good. That's the problem. Like, Tool is too musically acceptable to, like, quite fit in with Sad Divorced Dad vibes. Like, I feel like the Headstones would fit. Although I don't think anybody here knows who the Headstones are, probably. Uh-oh. This is kind of a problem. I did this to myself. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. But by that logic, then so is Metallica, so is... well, I mean, see, I would put Breakin' Benjamin into that playlist first. To me, like, if it's classified as metal, it doesn't fit in that playlist. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a metalhead. It's not quite the same vibe, I guess. It's like, it has to be like the heavy alt rock from like the early 2000s. It's sort of like emo kids wouldn't include metal, right? An emo kids playlist would be like, you know, a lot of Green Day and like if I were to make an emo kids playlist or a scene kids playlist, I wouldn't also throw in like His Infernal Majesty or what's the other name? What's the name of that fucking band? Motionless in White, or a Bullet for My Valentine. Even though, like, sure, they're the same crowd, but I wouldn't put it into the same playlist. That's like I wouldn't even put a Bless the Fall into that, even though, like, they did play it when we were young. But I don't know. I don't particularly like Tool, so I'm not going to fight to the death for Tool not being for sad divorced dads. I guarantee you there's a sad divorced dad who listens to Tool all the goddamn time. Like that person absolutely exists. So I'm not going to fight you there. Exactly. Like, to me, sad divorced dads is like Creed absolutely fits that. Like, if there's harsh vocals, it's no longer sad divorced dads. You saw Motionless in White once? Oh, was it a good show? I feel like they'd probably put on a good show. Hoobastank. Well, see, the problem is when you get to Hoobastank, and oh god, someone's gonna punch me in the head when I say this. When you get to people like Hoobastank, it turns into sad divorced grandpas. That's how old Hoobastank is at this point. Actually, how old is Hoobastank? I need to like look when they were active. Ouch. I mean, hey. That's also kind of like why I kind of squint at like the Tool statement a little bit. You know, I've not listened to enough Depeche Mode to really judge one way or another, so I don't know on that one. Never really been something I listened to be completely honest. Okay, maybe actually I need like a beginning year for the Sad Divorced Dads playlist because 1994 is actually pretty recent in the grand scheme of music. Like, I mean, like Black Sabbath would be grandpas, you know? Grumpy senile grandpas playlist. Also, I was born in 1994, so... Like, I certainly wouldn't put an In Flames into a playlist like that, even though they, you know, kind of fit that vibe in some of their more recent stuff. And the reason I wouldn't put them in there is because they've been around since the 80s. Like, that band's been around for forever. Because, like, on the flip side, like, Accept would perfectly fit into a Sad Divorced Dads playlist. Yeah, I think that would be like, well, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna debate this. This is a silly discussion, but Van Halen would certainly fit a sad divorced somethings. I don't get me wrong. I like Van Halen, but like, that's just dad rock, you know. I'll tell you this, Hegemon. I'm older than most of the YouTubers I watch too. Like, I'm 30, right? I've been watching a lot of Mini Minuteman, and he's 26, I think. The point where I was like, well, fuck, I'm old, was when I realized that I'm older than Moist Critical. Someone once told me that I look like young Moist Critical, and then I went and looked up his Wikipedia page and then found out that I'm like 6 months older than him, and I'm like, I don't know what life is anymore. Like at all. Like, I give up. Like, life is pain. I'm gonna shrivel up and die. Now, for ease of use, I'm gonna turn off all the miners and the one woodcutter. And then we're gonna do this. It's workout time, dwarves. Get to it. Oh, there's not actually any dwarves in that squad there. And while that's all going on in the background, I'm also going to just real quick go here and make this. Nulls don't ask. Well, this sounds terrible out of context, but as long as everybody's legal adults, does it really matter all that much? That's all I really have to say. I mean, as long as it's mutual and everybody's legal. Like my ex-girlfriend, her dad was 22 years older than her mom. But like they met when her mom met her dad when her mom was in her late 20s. And he was like early 40s. Or no, I guess early 20s, so early 40s. Like, I don't know. If it works and everybody gets along, who cares really? It just shocked you? I had this moment where, and this was years ago. There was this one girl I used to work with. And she kept on being like weirdly flirty with me. And I asked her to stop because like I wasn't single at the time. And she's like, oh, my bad, whatever. And then like a couple days later, I asked her how old she was because I was just bloody curious. She was like 15. I was like, Jesus, fuck. And this was like when I was 25 or something. Hurt my brain a little bit. Your mom was 19, your dad was 32 when they married. That makes my head spin a little bit, but okay. Yeah, I mean, everything within reason. Jesus in YouTube chat. Like, my older sister was dating a guy for a couple of years who was about 11 years older than her. He was, like, early 30s and she was early 20s. Didn't last very long, though. I think they were together for, like, 6 months or something. They split that one off pretty quick. Okay, we really need to start fighting with stuff after this trading caravan. So I'm just gonna let my squad train until traders show up, presuming they do, and if they don't, then we'll just dig down to the caverns and fight that way. Because it's gonna take me a while to build the little covered walkway to the edge of the map. That you found horrible? I'm just not gonna comment because, like I said, I don't want things clipped out of context. Because that would never be good for anybody involved. So now we get to find out if we get traders. Diggy diggy fight, indeed, yes. I think we'll dig down here. It's gonna be where we're gonna dig. Let's just pause these two tasks. There's things we need done, and that is not one of them right now. So we're either going to get first round of traders today, or we're going to get first round of traders tomorrow. So it's either 7 days travel or like 8 days travel, or alternatively 10 days travel. So they'll either show up on the 7th or the 12th. Somewhere in that window. Because it seems to be this stuff that's blocking the way off the map. The filth, and it tends to go all the way to the edge of the map, so I don't think it's quite that simple. So I'm just going to go down to the caverns, because I need to go down to the caverns anyway. That's why. Because I would like more accessible wood already. Okay, so up here I need a bookkeeper and a broker. But everybody's in the military right now, so it doesn't really matter all that much. I may actually just use the coins as my initial trading good. But we can do that too, Ilmarin. It's just not as high of a priority. I like that. This DJ, this Jesus, this Jesus Discord's Discord in the YouTube chat is funny because Hegemon8 says, Jesus, by the way, don't say you saw me. I still didn't give Moses his fiver back. You know, just this. These jokes are just very amusing to me. Also, I own 6 Walkman and 3 tape decks that work, and 3 record players. No reel-to-reel though, too expensive, too rich for my blood, as they say, or too blood for my rich. What are you doing there, baby? And why are you playing make-believe in a pile of filth? Wait, sorry, normal baby behavior, I guess. Two blood from my blood god? Sure. Yeah, why not? Two blood from my god. It's maize. We should have some whipvine stuff around here somewhere. Yay! Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Hammers of Dance is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. And let's take these dwarves off of trading, go over here, and then let's trade coins. Because I've got a bunch of coins, so I'm going to trade coins. Because why not? And I need a broker. Who's going to be you're a comedian, not a broker. I need a broker, like a decent broker. Moma's also be a broker. Gonna go snooze for a bit. We'll see you later, dude. Thanks for swinging by. Appreciate you. So now the curious question. It's Dolmas. I was just wondering if there would be any dwarves I recognized in the Migrant Wave crew. Not really any that I'm seeing. Although you are passing acquaintance with Haggard, which is always fun. You're up here and trying to conduct a meeting. Well, he's running back and forth like a crazy person. Let's just make an office for my manager. Or for Zul'Ban. Zul'Ban. Don't know why you're just running back and forth like a silly person, but you are. We're gonna go over here and trade. Oh, man, that's like no value. Okay. In that case, we will sell some other things. Didn't really bring anything that I could feasibly sell. I guess I could sell a steel pick. That or I'll just sell nothing much of value, really. Mark all. We'll worry about bringing them stuff next year, I think. We got $67 worth of value. Means I could buy like a singular piece of cloth. Or a piece of cheese. I'll buy the two cheaper pieces of thread. 2 pieces of thread and a piece of not raw green glass. I'll also buy those slate blocks. We'll do that. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Gypsum plaster? That would be far too smart of a purchase. We don't do that here. All right, now that I've done that, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go back in here and I'm going to reassign the miners. I'm also going to go give you that. And then I'm going to go here. We're going to dig down. Enter, bunny. What am I naming? All the bears have been named. There are actual bears, if you want a literal bear, but all of the bear people have been named. So what do you mean? Do you mean an actual bear, like a bear, or do you want a dwarf? Like I need a bit more specificity here. Just anyone with a beard then. Got it. Dish map. Enter, bunny. Apparently we've discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. That was very fast. He is completely unmoved by art or natural beauty. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is stingy with resources when projects need to be worked on, and refuses extra effort spent. I'm very good with sentence, yes. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He often feels discouraged and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He is slow to anger and can easily fall in love or develop positive feels. He tends to be swayed by emotions of others specifically, and tries to not be swayed by, and tries to do things correctly each time. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and grumbles only mildly at bad weather, and loudly at real bad weather. Personally values family, respects power, and does not care much about family or friendship. Wait, what? Does not care about friendship. He does care about family. Likes marcasite and lay pewter, as well as light yellow diamond and gems, just in general, and leggings and thrones and the sound of the flax and lilac, and when possible prefers to consume apricot wine and purple amaranth flower, and absolutely hates hamsters. He worships the god Ve, and has a bunch of kindred spirits in the fort. You are one of the heralds. Welcome to the fort. Round of beers for the new dwarf chat. Speaking of round of beers, also for the basement that we found, which is on layer minus 34. Wow. Okay. I found a puddle. Okay, this is a cool cavern. Big fan. Big fan. That's pretty cool looking. That's pretty cool looking. Also got a little obsidian wall down there, which we'll need to smooth and fortify. Why don't we just build stairs down into here? And we'll do that. I think this will be F1. Lots of fungi, correct. One of the traders ran away for a second and then came back. Named after discussing problems with a friend. This is such an odd dwarf. Such an odd dwarf. So I don't really know what to do with this dwarf, really. Okay, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just burrow down to there, basically. So they should be able to just build this and keep building. I mean, these are mushrooms, these are mushrooms, these are mushrooms. I think pigtails are like a long, skinny mushroom. A very stringy mushroom at the very least. This layer's neat because it's a ore vein. I'm not sure what happened with that diplomat leaving unhappy. That's a bit odd. I'm just going to get rid of this and try remaking it. Fill from this, go south. Get rid of this and assign that. Because that should get picked up. Try this again. I don't know why it wasn't letting me type there, but it wasn't. Let's do the 1. Just make a bunch of iron and we're going to get to making other things later down the line. My blood sugar is skyrocketing into the stratosphere for some reason. I will be right back. Alright, I return. Can you dry the mushrooms and combine them into meals? I mean, like, dry them? No, but plump helmets are mushrooms and they get cooked into meals. Or can be cooked into meals. Like, there are multiple kinds of mushrooms that can get cooked into meals in Dwarf Fort. But, like, dry them specifically? Not really. You cannot do that with death caps because those are wood. Like, they're, like, used as construction materials. Construction materials cannot be eaten. Also, there aren't death caps in Dwarf Fort. There is no death caps. Death caps don't exist. There's nether caps, but again, those are wood. Unless you're talking about real-life mushrooms, don't eat death caps! Jesus! Maybe penis envy, but don't eat death caps! They're the very dangerous type of cap gun. I've never called you in my life, Jesus. I've used your name in vain plenty of times and will continue to, but I've never called you. Suicidal was the term I was looking for. Someone here. I have a question. Did somebody die eating a death cap beef Wellington or something? Because that's kind of how that reads. Okay, so who is my expedition leader? It's Zulban? Right, I'm gonna boot Zulban out of this. Actually, I'm gonna boot everybody who's got a pickaxe out of this squad. So you... Wait, what? Excuse me. Can I not? Okay, fuck it. I give up. You, no, not you. You, and you. You guys are gonna train for a wee bit. I'm also gonna set them to train. And by train, I mean they're gonna train for maybe until the 15th of this month, which will just be long enough for everybody to get geared up, and then we'll see if we can send them off the map. Or someone is accused of mixing death caps into a meal that was served up to an ex-partner-in-law's, I think. Oh, Jesus. That's kind of grim. Like, holy crap, man. No thanks to that. Okay, let's do Iron Helms. Let's just do 5 of them. Also gonna go over to here. Oh. Need to wait for more blocks. Wait, is this like a murder case? Or is this like negligence? Like, i.e. an idiot just cooking what they thought was something else? Or like... That's wild. So Hegemon, don't Google, mushroom wine, because it does exist. Like, there's recipes for how to make mushroom wine. There's been many a discussion about making, mushroom wine in real life. Although, in my opinion, plump helmets are kind of, like these guys, are very much the... How do I put this? To me, plump helmets are like wine caps, where they're just like a giant kind of reddish mushroom. Very large reddish mushroom. I mean, I'd rather drink fun guy wine than asshole wine. I mean, come on. If you have to hang out with somebody, might as well drink the stuff that makes people fun. I'm also going to real quick put together a quick one of these. But says oops or something? Wow. Okay. That's kind of like reading these very old, like, abuse cases and very out of date, well, not out of date, but like basically murderers in the Wild West killing people by slowly microdosing them with like various incredibly toxic poisons. Grizzly Bear Club was found oh no. I hate it when this happens, chat. I hate it when this happens. I hate it when the game decides, oh, this isn't like a creature that was part of my faction when it was born, thus it's not part of my faction. I really hate it when the game does that. All right, well, I guess I need to make a sly little offside room back here for my animals. I can't keep them in major zones. That also explains why that dwarf kept running away. Hold on. I'll boo myself. I don't know what I'm getting booed for, but...
You suck.
Clearly it's deserved and warranted. That's a lot of grizzly bear teeth. Let's also just go down here. It's over here. And just make a corpses pile. Hopefully they remove those at some point. Okay, so now that I've got this squad built up here, we're gonna go see if we can go invade something. All right, this is actually genuinely getting concerning. Why can't they leave the map? There's some weird things going on in this map, chat. How do you get a bronze bed for your mare? You have to encrust a bed with bronze. I don't understand what's happening. Okay, now it lets me station them. Not leave sight. Why not? This seems like a bug. Makone won't fix it. Makone often causes this, Slyfox. This is genuinely bizarre. Let's try moving them here, maybe? Okay, so that's apparently an unreachable location. Oh, wait, is it? Hold on. Is this genuinely a completely section? No, it's not, because they could go down here. Okay, well, let's send them down there, because that should be reachable. Right. Ilmirin. If they're not able to leave through the caverns, they're not able to leave through the surface, okay? Like, you gotta believe me that I know what I'm doing for a second here, okay? I understand what you're saying, but I'm not going to do the thing that you're asking me to do because I want to do it the way I want to do it, damn it, so quit telling me what to do. You told me that once, and I said, all right, we'll think about that as a future solution, but I want to see why they can't leave through the caves. And apparently, I landed in a spot in the caves that's completely separated from the rest of the caves. Like, completely separated from the rest of the cave, which is also kind of badass, actually. Which means I can just put a bridge here, and it'll remain completely separated. I don't want to do that unless I absolutely have to, because that's going to make sieges a pain in the ass. I'd much rather they leave through the caves. This is like a weird-ass cavern. Like a weird as hell cavern. Okay, so now that they're through this, I can walk up here. Wow, this is genuinely one of the weirdest caverns I've ever seen. I don't believe I've ever had a cavern that's completely disconnected from the rest of the caverns before. This is a first for me. Send them back to training. Because if they can't leave through the surface because the mucus is blocking them, I don't want to force them to leave through the surface. I mean, currently I can't breathe through my schnoz because the mucus is blocking it, so. Honestly, to me, this seems perfectly logical. But yeah, no, this will make an awesome gatehouse. Completely agree with that, too. What's up, Jan Mort? Hope things are well, dude. I blame Jesus for most things, Hedgemon. There we go. Time to boot up the old fortress. There you go. What you working on in the old fortress? Yes, that is the right tool. Going up here to work on this. Oh, geez, and we just got another migrant wave. Looking to see if there's anybody that I recognize. Oh, look, it's Emily from the previous fort. I also need to get these bodies out of here stat. Maybe let's just put a corpse stockpile back here. Come on, if you insist, game. I just need that miasma gone. Okay, anybody else who's named? Nobody that I'm recognizing. All right, well, let's get some more dwarves added to this squad. Throw in Adil. Erdim. You were definitely in my previous fort. Cog and Stodir. Maybe Stukos. And this squad is going to be very under-equipped, probably. Yep. Let's also go here and make... actually, what steel do I have? Bars. Okay, have no steel. Let's say 2 silver warhammers. Oh, I see why they can't get down here. Actually, no, I don't see why they can't get down there. I don't know what's up with that. Weird. Is this not in the... Ah. Just the whole burrow should be in the caverns. Okay, so we're now up to 26 dwarves, so management will no longer function. Unless I make sure that my manager has a office. Who's Brian? And then you right here. We decorate stuff with ivory and teeth, and we're going to make bone crafts. Oh, great. Well, I guess they can't use any of these. We'll just dump them then. Okay. The squad up here is training. 1 bit at a time. At least the dwarves come in, they get covered in the mucus, they get super upset, and then they just go take a bath, and they're like, yay, I'm happy now. Seems to be a pretty consistent feeling that the dwarves have. Okay, let's see. Can I go for this now? Nope, they still can't. Well, then I will cancel that. Go up to here. Oh my god, there's another blockage. Okay, well, we'll then dig through this. Because the next thing is, like, they finish digging through that. As a permanent booth in a tavern? Yeah. I often make it part of a dining room. Or like right next to a dining room. This is like one of the weirdest caverns I've ever seen. Purely because of like how restricted movement is down here. I've never seen one this specifically locked down before. Watch it like have no edge access. I may have to build like a literal bridge to the edge of the map. Like all of this is bizarre to me. That could have edge access. It's genuinely bizarre. But thankfully I can build bridges to the edge of the map down here. Yeah, it's weird. Like, actually just kind of weird. But we'll do what we can. We'll see if this allows us to leave the map. Someone like this a while ago? I don't think I've ever seen one, at least not that I remember. I'm sure I've seen one before, but... Like, I have to have been on maps before that were like this, right? So maybe it's new? I'd be willing to say doubt. Because as far as I know, no changes have been made to the map creation engine. At least nothing that I'm aware of or that they've talked about publicly. Which doesn't mean it hasn't happened. It just means that they haven't talked about it publicly. So my theory is that like this is probably something that could happen for a while that they just haven't talked about. In excess. I need to brew some drinks. Did I not make a... Still up here. I could have sworn I did. Let's just say brew 25. That should be plenty. And I'm also going to set this squad to... No, that's not what I wanted to click. That's what I wanted to click. And set you to off duty. Let's just let them go help assemble stuff and do the construction that we need to do. There's a llama here. I'm going to consume immediately. We also have a cat in the fort now. There was much rejoicing. I'd say it's more likely that, yeah, it's more likely something that can happen but is super rare versus something that is new. Like, whenever I see something in Dwarf Fortress I don't remember seeing before or haven't seen before, my general assumption is that either A, it's just extremely uncommon, or B, I broke something in World Gen. Like, those are the two safe assumptions for me, usually. My ears are constantly plugged. Ah. So we're waiting for 3 dwarves to come over here and build those last few bricks in, and then we'll see if we can send the squads off the map. It's also a little bit ironic that something like this happens in a fort where I'm planning to just invade everybody, and it's like, the game's just refusing to let me leave the map for some reason. Like, that is actually kind of funny. That is a good snack, Server Lord. I just have to say that out loud. That is a good snack. I approve of that snack. I don't know what this dwarf's doing, but going for a walkie boo, I guess. I mean, one of the few things I spend large amounts of money on that I probably shouldn't is fancier cheeses. I find that if I buy cheap cheese, it's kind of like whiskey. I just kind of eat it all, like as a snack even. But if I buy like a more expensive cheese, then I eat smaller amounts of it and it's better for me. And it also lasts longer. So it usually, and like if I could spend $9 on a brick of cheese like this, or I could spend $9 on a brick of cheese like this. The brick of cheese like this will last longer. This is me justifying my expensive tastes. All right, so that does lead to the edge of the map now, which means I'm going to try and send this squad out to go do a thing again. So now they're going to go pick up equipment. Okay, no, this is fucked. They also can't leave through the caverns. There's something wrong here. Like, really wrong. Like, how am I supposed to go to war if I can't leave the map? I'm a little bit baffled, chat. Let's try something that's due east. Like, there's nothing that stops them from pathing over top of the... Okay, let's try here. Yeah. I have eaten caviar. It's fine. This is wild. No, it's time to report this as a bug because this is most certainly a bug. This is most certainly a bug. Is it worth the price? No. And the caviar I ate once I didn't pay for. It was a work event. Yeah, I don't even know how I would troubleshoot this in DF Hack, though. Like, my assumption is going in the direction of, in the last update, they made it so that when you reclaim a fortress, it's not the capital, or one of the recent ones. Did they break something? That's where my head's going. But if you have any ideas on how I would troubleshoot this, feel free to chuck it in as an idea. The only other thing I can think of is they specifically want to leave in one of the directions that's on the other side of the water. So I'm going to try that. But that's the only other thing I can think of. So... Oh, shit, wait, hold on. No, they left the map. What? Okay, so it's maybe a directional thing? I'm going to remove this dwarf, though, because you're incapable of walking and it'll take you too long to leave the map. How about you? Huh. I've got a seriously injured dwarf at the edge of the map here. I don't snack on them, though. I have them as part of dinner or a meal. I just don't snack, is the reality. Well, I guess I need to make a hospital real quick for this dwarf. Because this dwarf appeared from the previous fort injured. I don't actually buy olives that frequently. Because olives are just too fucking expensive. I do buy expensive olive oil, though. Is that where you grab a bunch of helium and just start inflating? I wondered how they flew, Jesus. Poor little feller. Yeah, I wonder how long you've been there. Hold on. Yeah, I guess they just can't exit the map across the goo? I just don't know. Because unfortunately, I also didn't get to see where they tried to leave the map. Let's just go back here. Just make a tiny little hospital. Chief Medidorfy. Let's give it to Iteb the doctor. Actually, we'll put you up there. Throw you in there. Throw you in there. Throw you in there. And you in there. Let's also throw a bed in there. And go here and remove you from this squad. And just turn the burrow off for a second so that we can go rescue the wounded. We're caught in freakish weather, hey? So now when they come back, I need to see where they come back from. But like, this is also then new because I've certainly had noxious weather like this in the past, and I've never had a problem with them leaving the map. So this is new. This is certainly new. So I guess they left there. Well, I guess what I'll do is I'll go up here, go hatch, let's just say rock hatch cover. Let's just make 4. Plunk one down there and just lock it. And then when they come back, unlock it. Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. And as a reminder to everybody, I'm streaming a bunch this week, but we're streaming less next week. Because next week I am going to be just focusing on editing all week rather than streaming. Because I've got a bunch of videos that I've started and I've been having a hell of a time getting the inspiration or the energy to finish. And I feel like it'll be much easier to just stream it. Okay, so now we wait. Also, we got another migrant wave, so we're up to 18 dwarves again, so let's just make another squad. Let's make this... Ooh. Let's make Gimli the leader of this one. And just go Emily, Mistum, Engraver, Peasant. We'll just start this squad up. Get them training the granite. The granite sounds. Okay, I read that as the granite swoons. And then I'm going to go here and I'm going to remove you. And instead give it to you. Man, I wonder what happened to you. Suffered a major injury last year. And then just like basically lay there for a year. Man, that sucks. Let's get all these dwarves back inside, and now we wait until... Also, I'm going to need to make a buffer. Chuck it over here in the hospital. What do you need? You need a crutch. Well, I'm going to need to make you wooden crutches then. Wooden crutch. Wooden splint. I think eggplant is one of those things where if you don't do the prep correctly, it's like inedible. Okay, so my manager is Brian. What are you up to? Oh, do you not have an office? Oh, you don't have an office. That explains it. Where are you? Oh, you do? Oh, I see. It doesn't have a chair in it. Because it's an old one, it's out of date. And then the other one, you go right here. And you be for the broker, who's my bookkeeper, who also needs an office. Okay, squad is back. Okay, so they can come back to the map this way. Or like from any way. That doesn't matter. Let's see how this siege went. We went and explored a place, not a siege. Let's see how the exploration went. Okay, the Sacred Gleam. Can they leave the map now? Where are they going to leave the map now if I send them back out? Okay, so you went up there. Let's go here. Now they can leave them. Okay, I have no idea what was going on with that. You know, okay, so this is a really dumb concept. They couldn't leave the map until I dug to the edge of the map. Humor me here, chat. Is it possible that being able to leave the map is connected to the caverns being connected to the edge of the map? Like, well, the caravan coming in is unrelated, right? I'm talking about specifically leaving for a siege. But that would be one of the most Dwarf Fortress things ever. If that's the case. Like, genuinely, that would be extraordinarily Dwarf Fortress. All right. Well, anyway, I was going to make a library, so let's do that. Thinking just here and here, maybe. Here. Actually, why don't I do it this way? Yeah, that's, I don't know, it's bizarre. Yeah, I mean, we can only speculate, but that's something to stick in my notes to ask Putnam next time we chat. That's for sure.
Josh the 123 cheered. X200 to war.
To war indeed. Probably not peace. Thanks for the $2, man. I mean, right now we're just training. Okay, who's depressed? Oh, do you? Okay, well, that checks out. I also don't know why my manager isn't managing, so... You do have a office assigned, and it's right here, and it's got a chair in it. So let's just try and micro you a little bit and figure out what the hell is going on. Oh, actually, I know why. It's because you're also a doctor. You can't be a doctor and also a manager if you want both jobs to work. I've encountered this before. I'm also just going to unassign you as manager and then reassign you as manager. I cry. There you go. And the squad's returned. Now they went to the other place. The only other thing I could think maybe that it could be is like a population limitation thing. Several books were looted. Let's go to somewhere with a bunch of books. I'm sorry, what? Okay, I misread that. I thought that was a monastery with a population of 500, and I was like, excuse me, fucking what now? Let's go bookcase, rock bookcase. As Duke Wellington. You want me to name the Wellington. Okay. Duke Welling. Oh, I see. Wellington. How are you doing? Devilish. I greatly appreciate seeing you. We are in the dredges of hot and sweaty summer when people don't tune into Blind Stream as much because it's summer. So thanks for tuning in. It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Need to drink some water, speaking of. Which is partly why Blind is taking next week off to just edit video. I'm not gonna lie, the Jesus roleplay in the YouTube chat is getting kind of wild. Alright. So they're heading out on another mission, I think. Yeah, see, they leave here. Maybe it's the river? Yeah, I don't know. I'm very... Where the heck... hell are you going? Okay, sure. What's on the map currently? Just a giant Sparrows? It's part of your post-work routine at this point? Well, it's good to hear that you still have work then. Is on the west edge of the map? Huh. Well, if they're leaving there specifically, I guess I should dig an entrance to right there. That's too close to the edge. Well, that sucks. Oh well. I need to be able to block this off then. I'll just put a door right here. It's fine. At least another 2 months. At least it's a decent head start. There's a dead demon rat down there. You know, for a dwarf who's like pissed off, this dwarf is also like about as happy as they could be right now. Let's just go here and go steal stuff from somewhere else. 2,000 entities on that map? Jeepers. Send these guys up to here. That injured dwarf is now standing. How about you? Man, you've got such a huge group of passing acquaintances. You and your husband are going to leave together, I think. This is such an odd route for them to take, but... the constant sieges begin. Although we must get good at sieging first before we can actually do sieging, if you know what I'm saying. I think we also need to start making charcoal stuff. So let's just go back up here, because most of the dwarves aren't on the map at the moment. Oh, that's pig iron, not what I need. That's what I need. Let's also go up to here and chuck that on there. Let's go maybe right here. This can be storage. Oh, Squads is coming back. Bound Homely. It's the location we are searching and taking stuff from. Also, chat, to those of you still listening to the stream, on the Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? On the YouTube chat, could you just click the party button a bunch? Curious how many people are currently present on this quiet afternoon. How are you guys liking the new fort so far, aside from the, I'm sorry, what? The forces of the Abyssal Torch freed the Magolstelroth's demon-laid Growltigris from Bound Homely? What? Buddy. He worships a Maguppy. What in the fuck are you? Oh yeah, I mean, that's what free prisoners is for, Odin. A large scaly humanoid, it has a short tail and a dark olive scales which are round and set far apart. This night creature was first created in the year 915. It didn't join my fort. No, it's a guest right now. But it can petition to join my fort. I'm going to take you off the majority of tasks here, dwarf. And instead give you specifically orders to work on this. So the answer is no, but also yes. Probably. Because these two dwarves are taking forever to leave the map. I'm just going to remove you two. Yeah, he wants to stay here for the reason of sanctuary. No. No. We freed somebody who was imprisoned there, but there was no population there, which is why it surprises me so much. I mean, obviously I'm going to take him. Why not? So he's a former member of a bunch of different groups. Was originally the sacred Yowie paddle of the Grisly Creed, and was a slave of the Geared Kingdom. Oh shit. Hold on, who's the Geared Kingdom? Is that a human civ? See, that's the Soapy Nation down there. See, it was here that we freed him, so we're gonna go try again. Can I put you into a squad, though? Or is it gonna take a year? I need Gimli to return before I can do anything with my military. Do you have clothing, actually? Is the question. Yeah, you do. Huh. I said Yowie paddle because he was a sacred paddle? I don't know. When I see the word paddle, it's like glued into my brain by terrible people that I used to know that I now hate, but he was a sacred paddle, okay? It's either that or the floating tricycle. It's only as weird as you make it. That much is known. The Dead Kingdom is a faction, probably some unknown group. Okay, so I'm going to do something real quick here. I'm going to not actually engrave something, but I would like to look up who his god is. Because he worships Ohid Mugapi. Okay, how do you spell that? Ohidmup. Most often takes the form of a female human and is associated with rain and death. Deity of the sensitive confederacies. I mean, it would lead me to think that he's probably... It's probably a, like, human civ that he came from. The Carillion Targets is a former prisoner, so that's the place he was a prisoner in. And the Geared Kingdom is the group that he was previously a slave for. So that could be a Necromancer Tower, that could be... Okay, can I make him into a squad leader? No, I can't. So yeah, I have to wait a year for him to join the fortress proper. Well then. Golem's uglier cousin? How dare you call that beautiful face ugly? Man, that's... This is a creature that was tortured into the thing that it is now by no fault of their own. That is... That's so... I'm trying to think of a word to use. It's not right, whatever it is. They did nothing wrong, I'll have you know. And then over here, I'm going to just put a wood furnace. We's gonna make some charcoal. Let's just get stuff down into that refuse stockpile. I really want... my miners to be doing minor things and not what they're actually doing, which is not minor things? Alrighty, Gimli, you can be the head of my... We use pickaxes because we're a weird squad. I'm also waiting for the first Forgotten Beast that shows up to just completely wreck this fort. It's also a very real thing that could happen here. So this is going to take quite a bit of construction to sort out, I guess. Okay, sending these squads back out. Man, these dwarves are not happy. Turns out it's not the best for dwarves' sanity to be in a fortress like this. Let's make the yarn cloth, but not worry so much about the... Oh, a giant Cody has stolen a book. Well, okay, we should probably get this... Okay, that's not the right tool. Let's go there. Probably get these bookshelves worked on. Let's actually go over to you and say, quit it. Just be ready. It's the last dwarf trying to leave. Wink. I think the way this fort's going to end up running is when dwarves get too depressed, I will just tell them to go leave and take something over. I think that's the way this fort's going to have to run. For better or for dwarf. Okay, let's just do this, actually, and move this up against this wall. Just gonna mute my microphone and clear my nostril. There you go. Now you don't need to hear that. I'm sure none of you actually want to hear that. One of the few things I don't doubt in my life is that nobody here wants to hear that. And we need some rock tables and some rock thrones. Got some ads incoming. And then this right here is going to be a library. A library. The homes of cloistering. Nah. The homes of knowing. There we go. Let's call it the house. The House of Knowing. It's a fan community for that really bad Nicolas Cage movie. And I'm going to turn off the burrow for a momente so that they can go get all the books ups and store them in that location. And we'll find out how many books we have in a moment. And when these ones come back, they will just drop them off in there. And an ad's about to run. I will pause the game when the ads play. Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in so far today. Not a bad first day to a fort, regardless, though. If I do say so myself. No, thank you, Zalvi. Wait. You know what they say, everything's inspired by the Bible, and the Bible's inspired by books that were written before it. Ay. You know, actually, it was kind of funny. My parents stayed in a hotel nearby here recently, and as a joke, during Easter, my little sister asked my parents if there was a Bible in the hotel room, and they were like, "No, actually, there wasn't." And I find that really funny. I'm sorry for your repetitive strain injuries that you're going to gain from that hobby, Zalvi, but I hope it's been enjoyable nonetheless. I think somebody obviously stole it. Sign of the time. Oh, also, did you guys hear about Polygon? I know someone's going to be an asshole when I bring this up, so I rarely bring it up, but did you guys hear about Polygon? How you got a Rascal sub in the last hour? I have no, or how you got a Radu, not Rascal, a Radu sub in the last hour. I don't know. Something must have happened over in the Radu realms. Looks like RNG Strategist gifted 10 subs. Simply put, their parent company sold them to a new parent company, which I think is also the parent company of Brazzers. I did a little bit of research because of a unnormal tweet. Brian Beckley, the guy who made one of the guys who made Caves of Cud, or post, I guess, not a tweet. It saw it on Blue Sky, and they laid off basically everybody. Yeah. No, it's more like BuzzFeed now. Like, you know how BuzzFeed's just like AI slop? Well, that's basically what it is. You do support Brazzers? Really? I don't. They're not great to their employees. And he's saying combat! That should be our book. Our prized possession. You right here also take mining. Just give them your views, not money. Thanks for sharing, I suppose. Got some shorts made for me? Holy shit, thank you! I finally got off my ass and made a short the other day, so... Finally had the desire to make one. Squad is returned once again. Okay, so, this was the location that the small squad went and explored. The Abyssal Torch searched Wondrous Mountains. We just took some books from the looks of things. We also went and explored Bound Homely again. Which also makes me think we should explore more empty sites to try and find prisoners. In the Modern Era is the name of one of these books. Okay, so it must have just been the one. Okay, let's poke around. Are there any uninhabited sites in which we could go poke our heads in. Shovel squash! I'd love to shovel your squash. I mean... Let's go for both of these locations. Elfie din din time. Have a good din din time, Elfie. You sound like an innuendo, Josh, though. Speaking of innuendos, Imprisoned Outrage? It's not really an innuendo, but this is a scroll called Imprisoned Outrage. Huh. See if they're actually taking that new little route that I made for them. Nope. No, they are not. Also, because I didn't put this in the burrow, probably. That's terrifying. Devilish. You're like, so Jesus in YouTube chat says, I'm going to put posters of Neil deGrasse Tyson in every hotel room I visit there henceforth. So I just have to input. 1, I may actually become Christian if you do that. And 2, are you just kind of like the psychoactive Santa Claus, just like going around leaving Bibles in hotel rooms then? Jesus, you may need to lay off the wine a wee bit, okay? I know it says water on the bottle, but it ain't water anymore, dude. I know it say that, but I do beg to differ. I know Elfie made it, but I'm just saying it's terrifying because it's terrifying. And also, Elfie made it, Cooler animated it into an emote format. Elfie also animated it, but Cooler made it into an emote. Elfie made it, Cooler immortalized it, I guess. So conducting meetings here. I still maintain this might be one of the coolest random citizens I haven't expected to get and then suddenly acquired. Have you killed anything? No, you haven't. Why were you imprisoned though? That's what's fascinating to me about this. It's like, why were you imprisoned? All right, let's also real quick just jump over to making clothes. And let's just go here and say silk bag. Maybe 3. So I don't have any bags in the fort. Eh. I like that this dwarf is reading, so... Read Dresses and the Slick Lyrics. What in the world could that be about? It's a 23-page short story entitled Dresses and the Slick Lyrics, authored by Inu Eznansifasu. The work has no particular subject, sure. The writing is fairly cheerful. It gets off track from time to time. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. It is coated with nauseating filth. Lovely! This is the Abbott, Natural or Supernatural. It's a 25-page essay. It concerns the studies of the human Inu Stokink. Okay, what are you up to? Dwarf? Sleeping? Okay, well that's very inconvenient. What about you? Well, at least you're going in the direction you're supposed to. Carrying one of them new shields. It's been 5 years since you subbed to me. Thank you very much for the 50 months, Darren. See, this is why I don't have sound notifications for subs, because I can just do it myself in real time off the dome. But seriously, thank you very much for the 60 months. That's a bloody long time, Darren. Woo! Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Darren, keeping that sub alive for 5 friggin' years, 60 whole months? If that ain't crazy, then I don't know what is. Yeah, could you imagine the Hangovers hanging out with Jesus, Hedgemon? Like, jeez, man. Oh my god, we got another one. We went and explored Phantom Ringed, which is a castle. The forces of the Abyssal Torch searched Phantom Ringed. The tree for students was looted. The forest retreat, when it counts, was looted. And, of course, uncovering the mountain home was also looted. On top of that, Tree in the Age of Legends was looted. And we also freed the Eye of Dokafasi, Clopnut, Plainscar, and others. Others? Oh. Bruh. I'm gonna have so many questions in this fort. People are gonna be like, how'd you do that? I'm gonna be like, I don't fucking know. So this one's a prophet. Got a demon prophet. Formerly a slave. Worships the same god. I didn't realize that first one that we recruited was a prophet. The second one here is injured, apparently. That's your family? Oh my fucking god, it's a whole family of them, chat. And you were injured. Your neck is cut open, your upper arm is cut. What? Oh, my bears fought with them on the way in because they didn't know who they were. Oh, please hope we can recover the wounded. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna... Okay, you are a member of the fort, so you should be able to go to the hospital. You're coming in to go ask for... This is so fucking cool. I've rescued random people before, but it's usually like, oh, some elf. You know? Or like a random human. I've never just had like, you know, like a dozen. Just random. You were the Holy Valley? So whoever these confederacies were, they were previously imprisoned by this same group. The Sensitive Confederacies, all of them. New game Demon Fortress just released? Yeah, it's the prequel to Doom. This one is cool though, because this one's got wings. The Eye of Dofakasli. You worship Datan, but was also a former prisoner. Also, your name's Alas. That's a dwarven name. When were you made? A feathered humanoid, it has wings. Its midnight blue feathers are long and sparse. This night creature was first created by the dwarven necromancer Olin of Dentmighty, after horrible experiments on a dwarf named Rith in 899. Oh, this is fucking cool. This is another reason why you play Old Worlds, is because you get stuff like this. Hervad? Hervad's a milk. Sorry, demon milker is just like a strange thing to say. This one is a different creature again. Small, scaly humanoid. Oh, this one's small. Its black scales are large and close set. This night creature was first created by the human necromancer Bendy and the Ink Machine, probably, of Chain Praise after horrible experiments on an elf in Beakburn. It says it's small, but it looks like it wears dwarf-sized clothing. You worship Nemu. You were also a member of the Creed of Ramparts. I'm sorry, Oatplot? Where'd you see the words Oatplot? Is that somebody's last name? There's still 2 more, chat. Also, just an FYI, name something is available and these guys are up for naming if you want one. Oh shit, there's another family. Oh, oh sorry, you're never mind. You're a member of the other family. You're also 9 years old. I wonder what their life expectancy is. This is a young one. Are you a child, technically? Oh my god, I think it is. How old are you? You're 339? It might be considered an adult, I'm not sure. Because you are a novice brewer. Which one do you want? Do you want one of the winged ones or one of the... Because there's 2 ones with wings. These Eye of Dok Fatsali. And then there's these guys who are the demons. Because they're not unrelated. These, okay, so what these are is a necromancer made an experiment, which is basically a Frankenstein's monster. That Frankenstein's monster, they then made another one. Those 2 creatures got married and had kids. So basically it created a Frankenstein and then it made another Frankenstein. Does that make sense? They can make multiples of the same species when they create them. They're not one-offs. They're not like Forgotten Beasts. They're like a new race that exists in the world. Yeah, also legendary surgeon and wound dresser. Can I add you to the hospital? Damn it, no I can't. Not for a year. You would like a winged one? Okay, so you'd like one of the eyes, then. So there's this one, and then there's the one that hasn't joined yet, which is this one. They're both ladies. So would you like the blacksmith one or the presser one? Mass Morass. Do I have any, maybe still any, do I own any consoles or computers that are considered retro? I have a Windows 98 / Windows 2000 dual booting PC directly behind me that's behind my green screen. I have a Windows 98 laptop, and that still has my homework on it. And I have a, what's it called? A Super Nintendo. I don't really use any of them. Why? You'd like the blacksmith? This one. She is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. She dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. She's quite ambitious, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She lives a fast-paced life, and she has an active sense of humor. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Hold on, I'm just gonna chuck something in my Twitch title, because I just... New fort full of former slaves. Which is true. Because that's what this fort is full of. Preferring to keep her own counsel, she is quite ambitious and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She lives a fast-paced life and she has an active sense of humor. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she is somewhat quarrelsome. She is bothered by this and she values friendship. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and dislikes cooperation. She likes salt and spar, brass and rock crystal, as well as giant moose bone, cotton paper, and the color yellow. Such a normal color. Thrones and bracelets and peach-faced lovebirds for their loving nature, and the words of the mint star and the sight of the indigo aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume peach cider and maize flour and cotton seeds, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. And she's a former slave. Or, you know, most of the earth, if you want to be so reductive, Kobold Maelstrom. I guess that's all of them. Well, there's just the one more. I love that the rest of them are all just getting to work. Holy hell, hot damn. I'm still just kind of amazed by this whole thing. Ah, jeebers. Come on, don't, please. I know that they're not on your side, and they're probably part of the human faction that enslaved you, but like, can you please stop killing my baby grizzly bears? That's just mean. Nobody saw that. God damn it. I'm gonna not let you stay here if you keep murdering my baby grizzly bears. Quit it! Oi! Asshole! Stop it! Rude! Please. Can you... It's just a baby grizzly! You don't need to kill it! It's fluffy! And it's friendly! There you go. You can't see it for 2 seconds, so you walk away. Grr. That baby grizzly has no teeth left. That's all I got. Okay, you didn't actually kill it, so I'll let you stay. Okay, so we went and explored... Was it the same place again? Found nothing, okay. Bad sense. Got a good sense of this one. Except I'm gonna go up to you. I'm gonna throw you back into this squad. Oh. Got tons of teeth over here, so might as well decorate them into something. Okay, so this down here is going to be basically an everything stockpile. Mostly. This is going to be for finished goods. It's going to be for coins. Sure, can do cloth. Well, actually, no, we won't do cloth here. No, no, yes. 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 No, yes. No, no, no. Sure. Yes, and yes. And also, I'm going to swap this out for that legendary blacksmith. Who's currently decorating stuff with bone. But you're a legendary blacksmith, so I will just let you do the legendary blacksmith things. It's one of the Eyes of Dukkha Flases thing. Was the one that was attacking it. But the one of the demon guys, these guys also attacked one. But we've got 3 different types of them in the fort right now. There's the eyes, there's the demons, and then there's one other one. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just the 2 of them. Yeah, so I got these guys, and I've got these guys. Oh, and then there's also this guy. Which Elklude's demon. There's 2 types of demons. And it was the dad of the family. So this guy attacked one. And so did one of the Wiggin ones. Who have a very unfair move speed right now because they can move a lot faster than anybody else can. These aren't demons. I'm really kind of bummed that they're called demons. These are necromancer experiments. And I've ended up with them because this is a really old world and they're apparently imprisoned in all sorts of close by locations. So me sending out raiding parties and exploring abandoned temples and stuff has been acquiring them into my faction. You can also have demons in your fort, but these aren't demons. It actually really sucks that these are called demons because I'm going to have to explain this every 90 seconds. So chat, please remember that. And the next time somebody asks it, you guys answer on my behalf so I don't have to do this for the rest of my life. Please and thank you. Love you guys. Although if you watch the documentary The Exorcist, you would already know that. No, I'm not going to make a command for it. They're not demons. Well, they're definitely not daemons. That would require me mounting them on a hard drive. Well, no, but you know what I mean. You're adorable. You know, somebody using the word Canuck as an insult is genuinely funny to me. Night creature fort? Yeah, that's actually what... Well, not really. Well, are necromancer creatures technically night creatures? If they are, that's news to me. I didn't know that. I didn't know that they were considered night creatures. I mean, they had the ban evasion thing, so they're probably somebody I banned the other day for being a dipshit already. So, it's not hard to make that decision. It's pretty self-explanatory, I would even say. We still haven't managed to make this work. Don't know why. Oh, I see what I forgot to do. I'm an idiot. Let's go Knicks. Yeah, see, I'm a Habs fan. I'm not. I'm genuinely amused by that dirty fucking Canuck comment, though. That is funny. So the Florida Panthers play the Leaves again. Well, nobody cares, because the Leaves are bad, and that's the one thing all of Canada can constantly agree on, regardless of the era. If you're dumb enough to get banned in my chat, you clearly didn't want to hang out in the first place. Are computer daemons a real thing? Go look up the technical term daemon referred to in software. Yes, it's a thing. You probably have daemons running on your computer right now. Probably more than one, even. I mean, that's a piece of software called Daemon Tools, but that's not what I'm referring to. That lets you mount virtual disks images. But no, a daemon is like a portion of software that does a specific thing, which someone in chat who's more technical could probably explain it in my chat in a couple seconds. What have I been drawing lately? Nothing worth sharing. Or nothing that I feel like sharing, rather. If you look in the art section of my Discord, you might see something recent. As an evil saltwater ocean. Ah. I mean, why are you asking me? Go do it. Let me know how it goes. Send me the stories. Don't ask me for permission. Because that's always more interesting. Daemon is a background process that generally runs a service, so a wireless access or a video driver is a daemon. There you go. Got a ClanAv daemon that is running that is your antivirus. Well, there you go. Also, what Matthew Oaks in YouTube chat said was, to be daemons, they'd have to be on a hard drive, which, and then they said, "What was that? A cyberpunk reference, or are our computer daemons a real thing?" Is what I was commenting on. If I forgot to read it, I can't remember. Curious about this. Chat. What are the odds? Do you think that I find more of these random dudes? Because at this point, like, the world seems to be my oyster, as far as I'm concerned. There we go, now this will work. Driving requires a demonic influence. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. Like, if Henry Ford was the Antichrist, I'd be here to listen to it. If you showed up and told me that, I would hear you out. I would listen to what you had to say. I'd buy that theory for 25 cents, maybe $1. Man, you were still the most upset dwarf in the fort. That is impressive. Henry Ford was like super evil. I mean, yeah. I'm not gonna say he would give Elon Musk a run for his money, but he could probably speak more coherently. Like when it comes to evil people being evil for evil's sake. Jesus, about 1/3 of your delivery area is without electricity? I have a question. You don't happen to be in like North of the Bay Area, are you? It's like, that whole area is like, has no electricity because they're doing power grid upgrades. Big windstorm in Pittsburgh. Nope. Oh, Jesus. Well, stay safe. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. Same person. It's the same picture. Both images. They're the same picture. They're both the same picture. Picture? Huh. Picture. I can speak. It's just difficult whilst having allergies. Also, I just want to state that no, I do not in fact sell propane or propane accessories. Thanks for asking, Maltese Falcon in YouTube chat. Mostly profit. Turns out undermining society, not that fun. Don't recommend. I tried it once. Mostly in video games. SimCity to be specific. But, like, I still don't recommend it. It's better wastes of your time, honestly. You know how sometimes attachments don't work in Discord? No? Haven't experienced that. Why? Should I? Discord can't get to documents, it's locked. Are you talking about, like, on Windows PCs? Squad is returned again. Let's see how this one went. I also don't use documents for literally anything, so that might be why. Like the documents folder. Stozu and further musings, elements of the Codex, the Temple of the Meadows, mostly just books. Storage and other topics, principles in the monastery, history of bad sense, the bad sense the easy way, the Codex, my only thing. And more stuff was looted. Okay, let's just keep going to bad sense, because that place seems to have a lot of stuff. This is a destroyed necromancer tower that now has a population of humans in it. That's kind of wild. It must just be refugees living there. You know, we're actually... I'm going to go against what I said. We're going to go after that tomb. And bad sense. Let's just let all these dwarves put these books away. And I also would like to know what your combat skills are. It's good to know. So doing this doesn't exactly train skills relating to the unexisting of things. Okay, go give yourself a shower first. I think that you've earned that there, dwarf. Okay. Well, let's get back up here. Missions. Go do it. And you? No, don't do it. But I am going to make a squad that's just this dwarf. This dwarf is also naked and incapable of walking properly. I keep building on this. I would really like to find more random prisoners. I really hope that I get to do that. Although all of the ones that I found were like down in here. So maybe down here is where we should go. You know, let's just send that one dwarf by themselves. Like this dwarf, gonna go explore whatever Viper clone is. My favorite comment that I ever got on one of my streams. That one time when Robaz commented on one of my videos and said, "But what about when you get mud in your well?" That's probably my favorite comment I've ever gotten. I don't know, that's like a very broad question. You need to realize that like I get about 5,000 comments a month. So it's kind of hard to really process most of them. Or the one time I realized that there's a person, this isn't really a comment, but a person subscribed to me who had like 14,000 subscribers. I was like, that profile picture looks vaguely familiar. And I opened it and looked at it. And it was a Halo Machinima channel that stopped making videos about, I don't know, a decade ago. And I watched one of their videos once and left a comment on it about a decade ago. That might be one of my favorite interactions I've ever had, but it's just very esoteric because, like, I know for a fact that the reason that, like, they subscribed is because Dwarfort stuff, probably. Not because, like, you know, I left that comment, but it was just this weird, like, full circle, like, wow, this is a small world thing. Okay, this is going to be a problem. I'm just going to delete that because it's going to bug me forever if I don't do it that way. Wondrous Mountains, the age of something. Although, the first time Ambiguous Amphibian rated me, he did state in my comment that he's been watching my videos for years and loves my stuff, but he's never commented on anything and never publicly subscribed to me, so that doesn't really count as a comment on my media. It was just something that was written in my chat. But if you count that, probably that, actually. Because he also, like, sent 2,000 people into my chat when he did that. Which was kind of a wild day. Just on many levels. You know, pro tip, Darius, don't do the math. I learned this a while ago. I realized I had a 100-month sub to somebody relatively recently and thought for a second, I wonder how much money I don't know. I don't want to know, actually. Just don't do the math. It's never worth it. Although there is the classic, get fucked, asshole, which is a pretty common comment that I get on my media. Or, this guy's a douchebag, don't watch his content is another one that I've seen. And, I hate you, please die is another one I've gotten from time to time. So, you know, there's a whole variety of things. Good and bad. The classics, yes. You're chill as hell? I mean, you'd be surprised. If people don't vibe, they don't vibe. I am a very dry, sarcastic person. And every now and again, I set people off on a really bad first impression, and unfortunately it sticks. I like to think that I'm funny, but sometimes it doesn't land. Also, the internet's the internet. Some people do genuinely hate me, though. Like, that's actually not that out of the realm of normal. This dwarf has almost nothing but happy thoughts, but is becoming stressed. I love that this dwarf can't walk, but can still equip enough stuff to be able to go out and explore things. More power to you, dwarf. Go do your best. Let's also go down here and dig all this out. You know, one of the most important things to remember when you're on the internet is some people will just hate you for no logical reason, and you can't please everybody, and don't try. So if you try, you'll just go insane, and it's not worth going insane. Because in order to basically, you know, sell yourself on the internet as people's entertainment, you kind of already have to be a bit nuts. Just kind of on principle, in my opinion. And fortunately, like, you know, while Dwarf Fortress is kind of a quiet game, there are other people who, you know, make content for this game. So if you do love the game and you hate me, like, I recommend you just go watch somebody else. Because you'll probably find somebody you jive with a little better. And that's a win for everybody involved, I say. Do-do-do-do-do. What are you guys wielding? Okay, so let's just work on iron armor. Actually, let's check something. Coke. Coal. Ah, that's the issue. Let's just make 100 charcoal. I don't know why none of these are getting dumped, by the way. It's a corpses. Just also throw in refuse. Because there's also this, but... let's get rid of all of this stuff as well. Get these teeth out of here. You know, Jesus in YouTube chat, I really respect you for sticking to the bit for like 7 hours. I have to say that. Like meanwhile in YouTube chat, well, Twitch chat's just talking about dry humor. Meanwhile in YouTube chat, Hegemon's like, imagine having so much free time and energy to put into hating someone online. Followed by, wait a moment, I only know one person who tries to please everybody, and if I recall, he got crucified. Hi! He's in chat! And then followed by, hey, don't get it twisted, Judas dared me. Dude, that guy's okay, he's in chat. Followed by, yeah, and swindled you out of 30 pieces of silver, which is true. He's like, we were supposed to split the silver pieces. He did misspell pieces, but it's okay, I'll forgive you. This one time. You may have to go to confession for that, though. And then followed by, with current events, that's about 4 million. I wonder what 30 pieces of silver would be worth in current money. Probably not 4 million, but at least 350, though. Okay, so this book is blocking all constructions underneath it. So I'm just going to move it over onto this pedestal whenever it gets constructed in 10,000 years. First squad returns. As I keep sniffling. And, this is me just exploring random temples. Searched and found nothing. Well, that's disappointing. Okay, let's go try this monastery. Gonna head to bed, it's almost 5 a.m. Good morning! Also, did you decide to not? Oh, yeah, I see it's underneath a rock. Okay, that makes sense. Pray to Ninu. I do that every day. Curious about how this exploration of fatal squeezes is going. That's probably what snakes do, right? Fatal squeezing? Hey, he's all burned up. No, he's not. He was born that way. Don't you be mean to the poor guy who's born that way. He just always looked that way. Same with this guy. And this guy. Is that a side project of the Death Grips? Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'll be honest, I know almost nothing about the Death Grips. On Detet Thunders. Also, I think we got more, chat. I think we got more. So I think that this fortress is vengeance against the slavers. I was just going for mindless warfare, but... A world of the city was looted. So we're looting a tomb that's close by. That had a bunch of books in it. Question the market. We should probably do that. Understanding the Human was looted. And what else did we grab? You know what I'm kind of surprised by is that nobody's asked if this is vanilla content yet. These are Necromancer experiments. And I keep finding prisoners in this pretty apocalyptically destroyed area down here. That I guess have been imprisoned there for God knows how long. And, we freed the Eye of Dakafalsi, Arith Bolt Closed, as well as others. So we've just freed some more. So now we have 4 more new possible joinees of the fortress. So we've got this guy, and we got this guy. So essentially, we are freeing prisoners from local temples that have had various critters imprisoned there for God knows how long. I mean, we certainly don't know how long, but a very long time. And then what I do is I go here and they ask for sanctuary and I say yes. Then they join the fort. And then I send the squads back out and we go steal more books. Let's, ink number. Let's go for ink number. And it's doing a few things. It's oh, there we go. They finally figured out how to move it. It's increasing the number of books I have by a lot. I mean, I'm up to 40 now. And also increasing the population of the fortress pretty dramatically. We also just got a new migrant wave, which means I can increase the size of these squads quite dramatically suddenly, probably. As far as new migrants go, we got 1, 2, 3. We got Darius! Look, it's Darius. Welcome to the fort, Darius. I'm actually just going to go, pick. Let's just make iron picks. Next one, do some key duty. He's the key holder at a local business, probably. Don't you friggin'... Okay, never mind. And Aerith bolt closed. This is crazy. Are necromancers humans? A human can be a necromancer, but not all necromancer are human. Also, holy fucking population. Jesus Christ, Batman. Well, gotta get them sparring. The Ores of Alchemy. I love that name. That's a good name. And Sakzul, the recruit, has been elected mayor. Who I think was just chucked into this squad, right? Yep, there you are. Welcome to the fort, newbie. You came from my previous fort. You're eager after getting elected. You're a thrill seeker, a restless thrill seeker. You know, useless is relative. Nobody in Dwarf Fortress is useless. I once had an armless, legless dwarf who was the best bookkeeper I ever had. So, like, you're going to have to be a wee bit more descriptive. Because nobody in Dwarf Fortress is truly useless. How long ago was this dwarf? The Salty Shock was a fortress I was playing this morning. I don't really understand the question aside from that. Oh, that was Long Death. Lennox. Man, if you would meditate less, this would be so much easier. Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Green-eyed otter. I'll give you somebody random, because that is no more or less, like, useful request than the previous one. Otherwise, I'll give you something unrelated. Either or. Okay, you get a table. This is called Green-eyed Indecisive. Green-eyed, make up your damn mind. There you go. Done. You've never had a visitor ask for sanctuary. You have, well, I mean, I've had it happen before. It just doesn't happen very often. This fort is appearing to be quite unique. You will absorb much beer and become sticky. Green-eyed otter. Tables are useful? I mean, sure. I could have actually just given you a donkey. That's pretty useless. But I didn't think of it until now. So now that I've thought of it, well, we'll eat the donkey instead. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to give you the donkey, because I do have a named donkey that I can't eat, so... the named donkey is now going to be Green-Eyed Donk. And Green-Eyed Donk is... doesn't stick with... Wouldn't it be ironic if your eyes are actually green? It doesn't stick with minor difficulties arise. Doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord and day-to-day living. We're in an ad break. Shit. Are you in the ad, Green-Eyed Otter, or can I keep reading? You're about to start your first run? Good luck! I be sleepy. Oh, I guess you're not in an ad then. Can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, is slow to trust others, and enjoys the company of others, tends to be a little bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and isn't particularly ambitious. Tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and has an active imagination, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual from himself, and lives a fast-paced life. His hair is pumpkin, his skin is copper, and his eyes are black. Damn it, not green. Well, I tried. Although, your skin is... Wait, hold on. You apparently also killed an anaconda and a vulture on the way here. Mostly the nauseating filth that's covering most of them. Which, I realize this is a donkey, but, like, I wouldn't be too surprised if a donkey was covered in nauseating filth in real life. That just seems kind of fitting. Pew, 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 pew. I'm also going to build a barracks down here. Let's do fungi wood. And tower cap. Mostly tower cap. This dwarf should be put in a different squad. Probably this squad, actually. Just gonna put all of these dwarves who already have pickaxes in this squad. I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna go. Oh, no, I'm gonna go add uniform, and I'm gonna call this Mine Warriors, and then this is going to be breastplate, helm, greave, gaunt, and we're not gonna worry about boots, buckler, and then. That's kind of annoying that I can't just be like specifically crossbows. Oh, wait, no, there we go. Pickaxes. Specifically pickaxes. And then this squad is going to be called the Rock The Mine Rock. They mine rock and faces. And then I'm going to go into here. Kind of annoying that. Well, I'll just slowly assign them as miners as they pick up pickaxes. Because I need to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, what? Specific weapon? Oh. Pick. There you go. Done. Oh, it's because I need to actually set them to wield those. Assign uniform, this. Okay, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pickaxes. So let's say just 10 pickaxes. Iron pick. Comedy novice and rusty. I mean, that is kind of funny in its own weird way. I also need to make iron shields. I only have 3 charcoal, and I'm kind of disappointed by this. But we're also making iron helms, so, you know. Making iron picks, iron helms, and soon-to-be iron shields. Apparently I can make steel bars. Hold on. Oh shit, we have limestone. Didn't really contemplate that initially, but... we'll do that next. There's actually kind of a lot of limestone over here. You're heading to bed so you feel like getting up to exercise? Well, you should do that then. And let's just say rock blocks. 800. Yeah, I feel like you should brush your teeth so that your dentist forgives you for eating pavement. Also, Big Stink, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you. Considering you also gifted a sub to Curses, which makes that their 27th month of subscription. It's always cool when somebody gifts out a sub and it lands on somebody who I haven't seen in a while, who's a longtime subscriber. It's one of the cooler things that happens around these parts. I always appreciate that. This is maybe one of the biggest early game libraries I've ever had. Doesn't feel anything after a lack of decent meals for too long. Okay, next thing we gotta do. Is there any animals assigned here? No, there isn't. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's move you down here. And get rid... okay, fine. It's not really what I wanted to do, but it's fine. I can just fix it. Let's move you down here. And then let's go over to here and then just start building flooring for this. Nope, that's pig iron. Because I would like this tavern to be properly paved. Let's also move these. Probably my tutorial Let's Play. Sorry, I have pretty bad allergies right now. Aye. Probably my tutorial Let's Play. That or one of my edited videos. I mean, the 10 years of COG will give you a lot of ideas of the nuance of the depth of Dwarf Fortress. Or the 10 years following one dwarf video. Yeah, I'd say either the movies or the tutorial Let's Play. Amos the Dwarven Child has been possessed. This is my first artifact of the fort. In theory. But I just deconstructed the craft store shop, and that's probably what you want if I were to bet, so let's just go down here and dig this out. Is that in the burrow? Yes, it is. Although my miners can't get down here. Can't get here from down there, so let's go over here instead and just go crafts. Because that's a kid, and you probably want that. Like stat. Let's also get rid of this. Go over to you. And just expand the bed selection. So up here, let's take these two bottom ones. Jump down to here. This right here. Move the two bottom ones down here. Man, we're getting some of the weirdest trolls this year. Like, kind of literally. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers, please? For that gifted sub a little earlier. Like, you know, I've always said, if you're going to troll, be good at it, or at least be funny. So you have to have a punchline. All right, we're going to get these dwarves chilling down here. Up to you. And just update equipment, because gotta have something available. All of my squads have returned. Let's see what they found. Or you'll get punchlined out of my chat, like, immediately. Monastery might help. Well, that one was disappointing. How about this one? The forces of the Abyssal Torch searched ink number. It's a bunch of books so far. Bunch more books, bunch more books, bunch more books. But no more named characters are found. We're gonna go explore Bad Sense again. That's where we got the initial stuff from. Kiddo over here. Grab some bones and some tower cap logs and is muttering a name, so we're gonna get an artifact soon. All the way over to here, all the way over to there, all the way down to there, up to there, down to there, down to there. But there's a massive delay. I think that's just pretty standard mobile connection, though. Like, if you're watching on a mobile phone, you're just going to have delay. Like, that's just kind of something you got to accept to a point. It's like part of the reality. Also, this Tankosh is an artifact toy that this kid's carrying around, which was made in my previous fortress, which we brought here. because I thought it would be a fun thing to bring with. You know what these guys kind of look like to me? They look like the green guys from Dragon Ball. Like the green lizard dudes. That's kind of what they look like to me. Namekians, yeah, those guys. Amos, the dwarven child, has created Azothamem, a reindeer bone short sword, and offers it to the Abyssal Torch. I feel like that should be one of our, like, mascots. Let's just quickly make another pedestal out of whatever's close by. Need a weapon. Yeah, well, I mean, look at this place. Of course you're going to need a weapon. You're not getting bedrooms unless you get 5 kills. And we're not even attacking things yet. We're just stealing stuff and trying to rescue prisoners. I love how this dwarf is going to go explore that place, but actually instead is just going home to get a drink. Needs a sippy. For whatever it's worth, back in my day, Ice Blue, everybody on Twitch had a mandatory 2-minute delay, unless you were partnered, and then you got a 30-second delay. And there wasn't a mobile app, so I don't know. I'm not so surprised by this. To me, that just seems kind of like normal mobile app problems. But here's hoping it improves for you, because that does sound frustrating. Or rather, I imagine that would be frustrating. What's up, Net Fraser? It's good to see you, dude. We've got, like, a fortress full of necromancer creatures. Which is kind of awesome, actually. Although I'll say that, like, Twitch chat on the mobile app seems like it's been really bad recently. Like, uncharacteristically bad. What have you been up to that's been keeping you away from playing, Matt Fraser? I mean, the game's in a really good spot right now. I mean, with, like, adventure mode being out and all. Like, it's been very much an uphill stride for the game as of late. Or is this just like that time of year, busy with life kind of deal? Work and more work. You just got accepted to be on the board of a nonprofit to help kids get into tech. And so I have a thing, or a suggestion rather. Instead of just being a nonprofit to help kids get into tech, you pivot, hear me out, into being a nonprofit that gets kids into Dwarf Fortress. This should be great for my business and also probably not terrible for your nonprofit. I'm just saying. Maybe, like, make them mod the game or something? not saying we should bring on child labor to increase the mod support for, or the modding community for this game, but hey, it might help. But congrats, though. That sounds like a pretty rewarding direction to go in life, you know? Jokes aside. I just have really bad pollen allergies right now, apparently. For, like, the first time in my life. And my head hurts. That's how I am right now. So... I feel like getting kids into tech is different than teaching kids how to use tech. Like, I would assume getting kids into tech is, like, probably helping kids that don't have as much access to things like... What? Bear Cub was found... come on. I feel like getting kids into tech is more along the lines of, like, helping provide resources to help kids learn programming and stuff. That would be my assumption from the very, very brief description. Like, usually when we're talking about nonprofits and stuff, getting kids into something, it's usually in the context of, like, schooling to get into that as a career path, more so than, you know, just getting into it, or developing it as an interest, I guess. These dwarves can all go get shields now. Actually, I think they're just going to go get better shields, more specifically. So now I'm just going to scroll down here, and every dwarf with a pickaxe is going to get assigned to mining. Because they're equipped through their squad. Sleep time, sleep well, dude. Thanks for chilling. Appreciate you. So this is going to be my mayor's office. And mayor's dining hall. Although the problem that I'm currently running into is this, I need about twice as many of them. So let's actually just go down here and just do this. Just fill this sucker up with wood burning spots. Wood furnaces. These guys. It's going to be a learning experience? Well, here's hoping it's rewarding and worth the time and effort spent, you know? I mean, I haven't ever volunteered or worked with any kind of nonprofits, but I've raised money for them before, like charity groups and such, for various events I've done over the years, and it's always oddly rewarding, although I'm admittedly very disconnected from most of them. I'm sorry, what? Streety, am I supposed to understand a joke here? Get your towel out? I don't get it. What is this in reference to? Oh, trowel. Okay. It's so quick and it goes by so fast and it's such small print. Okay, what do we have here? Everyone knows the travel guide? Nope, I don't. Am I supposed to? Sorry, I'm old. I don't know kids memes. I only just learned what chicken jockey means, and I think that one's been running now for what, like a month? Doubts about bad sense. These are mostly books. Various guides to things. Bad sense and other travesties. Question the composition. Genius in theory. The genius
Fraser
in theory.
X400.
Yeah, Fraser, thanks for the $4. Appreciate you, man. Thank you much for helping keep the channel funded. The Monastery of Fish Knives. I read that as Birth Phlegm, but it's Birth Glen. So this is that reindeer short sword. Look at that. It's kind of cool, actually. I'm going to put that in the tavern, I think. If I'm only in the 100s, then that's a bad day these days. But, yeah, no. I mean, numbers have been good ever since Dwarf Fortress launched, so thank you, though. Short sword. I'm probably out soon, too. I'm losing my voice. And sniffling like a storm. I just want to get this sword up here. And the office and such assigned. Let's just put a normal floor there. And a door here. Do I have a table available? Yes, I do. So this up here is going to be my mayor's office, which is going to be an awfully offensive tiny office. And then down at the bottom, it's going to be the mayor's dining hall. And what squad are you in, Suxel? You're in the Ores of Alchemy. I'm actually going to move you into this one. And I'm going to take this squad and put them off duty. And remove them from training. Because you need to do mayor jobs. And it was really wholesome about his job. Oh, that's cool. I mean, if you're using a trowel for work, you got to be wholesome about something. And here, I'm also going to expand this to limestone. This to limestone. And then you to limestone. Yeah, no, I mean, you started watching a while ago. You've been around since what? Oh. Well, you must have refollowed me at some point, but back in the early days, I mean, what, up until about 2019 until about 2021, we were pretty consistently in the 40s on the rough days. I mean, I wasn't actively getting about 40 concurrents since like 2017, earlier even. It's been a long time. Tis been a long time. All right, chat. The game is saving. We've done almost 2 years of this fort. We did an adventure. We finished another fort. And I've streamed for 10.5 hours. Chat. I think it's time for us to call it. What do you think? I'm kind of fading a little bit. I will, in fact, be streaming more of this fort tomorrow, though. This fort has gotten fucking crazy compelling, and I'm very happy because the last one was so boring that I kind of honestly didn't want to play it anymore. So I'm very happy that this one has been very compelling. YouTube chat, I'm going to shut you guys down in a second here. But don't run off, because if you'd like to raid somebody, come over here onto Twitch and we'll raid someone. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow, normal time. It will be a bit of a shorter stream tomorrow because it is a, you know, a thing. Twitch or YouTube for subs. What do you mean? I mean, subscribing on YouTube is free. Subscribing on Twitch is how I pay my grocery bills and my mortgage. So I'm not sure I understand. But regardless, shutting you down now, YouTube. Thanks for watching, friends. See you tomorrow on the normal time.